Walnuts at the top.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Glad to see y'all down at the commission on a Monday morning. Honestly expected to see more people here, but it is kind of tough to get to Atlanta sometimes on a Monday morning. But we will go ahead and get started. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is docket number 29849, Georgia Power Company's application to adjust rates to include reasonable and prudent plant Vogtle units 3 and 4 costs. I'll get started by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Preston Thomas and Jenny Davis on behalf of Public Interest Advocacy staff.
Georgia Power Company.
Good morning, Steve Hewitson, Allison Pryor, and Michael Fu on behalf of Georgia Power Company.
Concerned ratepayers of Georgia. Morning, Mr. Previtz.
Good morning, Steve Privitz, Concerned Ratepayers of Georgia. I also have a couple of comments I'd like to make, and tell me when the right time is to do it.
I'll get to the housekeeping matters in just a bit.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
Clay Jones on behalf of GAM, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and Partnership for Southern Equity.
Good morning, Bob Sherrier and Jennifer Whitfield on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and Partnership for Southern Equity.
Georgia Watch. Georgia Watch. Is Ms. Coyle here? Resource Supply Management. Mr. Clarkson. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Brian Jacob for Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Good morning. Before I move on to housekeeping matters, I want to go ahead and deal with the petition or motion that was filed by Nuclear Watch South and Georgia Wand. There's Miss Carol right there. Perfect timing, Miss Carol. We're moving on to housekeeping matters. Miss Carol, I wanted to respond to your petition. I know that we have met along with staff, and staff has responded to your petition. And I have reviewed both your motion along with staff's response, and I'm going to deny the motion based on the reasons set forth in staff's response. Now we're going to move on to, are there any other housekeeping matters? Mr. Previtz.
Sure. A few comments, if I may. As many of you know, I've been involved with the first Vogtle Prudency case in the late 80s. This provides a unique perspective for comparison, which I would like to share. In 1987, Georgia Power filed a rate increase of $800 million to recoup its share in the Vogtle 1 investment. This was the largest rate test ever.
Mr. Previtz, this is housekeeping matters. This is not testimony. This is not.
I need to make a key point, though, and the key point is this. In those hearings, they spent 42 days over basically 8 weeks producing 12,000 pages of testimony. And the rate request was for basically about $8 billion. In contrast, this prudency case, Vogtle 1 and 2 had a final cost of $9 billion spent over 8 weeks. Vogtle 3 and 4 at a cost of $32 billion plus have hearings scheduled for only 3 days. So the question is, why such a difference? Then I'd also like to go on too, if I may. Then you can object. Georgia Power this is a key point too. Georgia Power consistently submitted semi-annual Vogtle. No, wait a
Mr.
minute.
Chairman, this is not a housekeeping matter. He's not
This
asking the
is,
commission to
Mr.
do it.
Cribbins, move
Okay.
on. You
All
have-
right, let me make a point. They were supposed to file
No,
testimony.
sir, stick to housekeeping matters.
Okay,
That's
okay.
what we're
Let me-
dealing with right
let
now.
me
We've
try
got
this,
3
okay.
days of hearings to
I
deal
understand,
with.
okay. They were
If
supposed,
Mr. Primus wants to file a motion before the commission, he may do so. He could have done so before this. Getting
Mr.
up at the
Primus, do you
beginning-
have any housekeeping matters?
I think this is one. They were supposed to file testimony for VCM 29, and they did not do that. What they said was basically the
Mr. Chairman,
stipulation,
Mr. Chairman,
the stipulation doesn't, requires them not to do it, but the stipulation hasn't been even,
Mr. Chairman.
presented yet, not-
Set the
not-
procedural
please
scheduling order for
Let them
VCM.
respond.
I'm sorry?
Please let them
There is no
respond.
procedural and scheduling order for VCM 29, which would direct us when to file testimony, so there is no
Mr.
testimony.
Primus, move on.
This is simply wrong.
Do you have any more do you have any housekeeping?
Well, none more than you want to hear, so, thank you.
Thank you. Any other housekeeping matters? All right.
I got one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody know Michael Carter in the room? Does anyone know who he is? Michael, would you stand up, walk up here? Thank you. Nice to have you with us this morning. Y'all look at him real good.
We've got a few public witnesses.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Oh, Ms. Coyle, we were calling for appearances. I'm going to call Georgia Watch.
Morning. Commissioners. Liz Coyle for Georgia Watch. Liz Coyle for Georgia Watch.
Good morning. Did Mr. Clarkson come in? All right, we're going to move on to public comments. We've got several folks that have signed up, and I'm just going to go down the list and remind everyone there's 3 minutes each. So try to keep your remarks within that time frame if you could. Drew Stover.
Mine's gonna be first.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Drew Stover, Business Manager, IBEW, Local Union 84. Through the construction of Plant Vogtle, we've come to know each other. I've known you as tenacious and committed supporters of a critical nuclear energy project for Georgia and our nation. You've come to know me and other representatives of IBEW and skilled labor as the men and women who are the point of the spear of your tenacity. With Unit 3 now commercial, Unit 4 soon to be, I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but I just want to say thank you on behalf of our teams that have seen this project through. The dignity and fulfillment of the jobs at Plant Vogtle have been the highlights of many of their careers. And on behalf of the hundreds of IBEW Local 84 members that will continue to maintain and operate these units, as we've done with Units 1 and 2 for so many years, thank you for the opportunity we have to continue to serve our communities with reliable electricity. There's but one bit of sadness around the conclusion of this project, and it's that the skills and abilities honed across millions of man hours are not yet being transferred to the next nuclear project in our nation. I have but one ask of you. As CEOs of utilities and their boards, regulators, and legislators from all across the nation watch these proceedings, please tell the story of Vogtle's success in any way you can and make clear the importance of nuclear power. Georgia continues to grow at a rapid pace. As our economy expands and our population increases, so does our demand for electricity. We have to be able to meet this demand with a broad energy portfolio, including and especially nuclear. As you all are very aware, many parts of the country have experienced rolling blackouts and other outages in recent years as a result of a lack of adequate base load generating capacity. Just last winter, hundreds of thousands of families across the Tennessee Valley and Mid-Atlantic celebrated Christmas with intermittent outages due to generation shortages. Here in Georgia, we're working together to take steps to prevent these type of events. A completed Vogtle 1 through 4 complex will provide over 4,500 megawatts of emission-free, clean, reliable baseload generation for decades to come. This is electricity on demand, 24/7, 365, day or night, rain or shine, hot or cold. While renewables will continue to be a growing part of our energy portfolio, they cannot provide this same reliability alone. It's time for a real nuclear renaissance in this country. On behalf of labor, take notice of what we've accomplished. Our brotherhood stands ready to do it again. With each welding rod struck, bolt tightened, cable pulled, concrete load poured, we have made a great future for Georgia, and labor stands ready to do it again across America and in Georgia. Thank you, commissioners, for seeing this nuclear project through to the end when so many others have faded. I have no doubt that history will look well on the work you did and that we did together.
Hey, Drew, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Before you go, I got a call Saturday from Jigger Shaw at home. He heads up the loan programs office for the Biden administration, and he asked about the Vogtle complex, about your workforce, about the potential of a 5th Vogtle unit there, and some additional work they're doing to protect against cost overruns for the future. Do you feel like that your labor force is going to stay in the region for a while? Are they moving to other states, or what is the possibility of that happening, say, over the next 5 years?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Eccles. I have no doubt whatsoever that any new project of this scope, organized labor will be ready to manage.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
if you don't
ma'am.
mind. Drew,
Yes, ma'am.
first off, personal thank you, and thank you to you guys and
Thank you.
girls.
I appreciate that.
But to your point, the CEOs of companies that are looking at AP 1000s and SMRs, to the state commissions that are looking at AP 1000s and SMRs, I want them to know that I'm particularly very proud of the work that you guys have done, and I hope that that's the road that they go down.
Well, thank you. I certainly hope we start some more across the country somewhere while we're still have those skills readily available and fresh on our mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christy Moore. Good morning, Ms. Moore. Good to see you here this morning.
Chairman Shaw, Vice Chairman Eccles, and members of the commission. I'm Christy Moore, and I serve as the president and CEO of the Valdosta Lowndes Chamber of Commerce. I'm honored to come before you today and voice my deeply held support for the Plant Vogtle nuclear project. As a graduate of the University of Georgia with degrees in history and political science, I believe it's important that we acknowledge the historic significance of the Vogtle project, both collectively as a state and personally as a representative of the business community. Looking at our history, no entity has done more to advance the economic future and well-being of the citizens of our great state than Georgia Power. With the completion of Plant Vogtle, that legacy and the legacy of this commission will only grow stronger. It was Georgia Power that built our state's first power plants and installed the first streetlights in the 1880s. To move our state's economy forward, Georgia Power built dams on the Tallulah and Chattahoochee rivers to power Atlanta and the textile industry, which created jobs for our citizens and a brighter future for their children. As a student of history, I know that there was a monumental struggle to fund and complete those projects, just as there has been with Plant Vogtle. I've served as the CEO of 3 different chambers in the state, all the way from the Alabama line to the hills of North Georgia to the deepest part of South Georgia. In each of these communities that I've served, my greatest economic development ally and unwavering advocate for economic growth has been Georgia Power. I'm so proud to represent business in a state that has been recognized as one of the top states for economic development for many years. We all know that for Georgia to continue to lead and remain competitive in economic development, energy capacity is and will continue to be a selection priority. Plant Vogtle is the first nuclear plant that will be completed in the United States in 35 years. I'm 35 years old. That means that in my lifetime, only our state has had the courage and perseverance needed to complete a project that will provide clean baseload energy for the next 60 to 80 years, positioning our state and our people for continued economic growth. Having experienced firsthand the devastation of Hurricane Idalia, in which every square mile of Lowndes County was impacted, I understand the deep importance of not only having a reliable grid, but also having leadership in the energy sector that recognizes the vital role they play. If not for the unprecedented response taken by Georgia Power in the aftermath of the hurricane, South Georgia would be facing an intense economic recovery in addition to the ongoing disaster recovery. I believe history will judge the decision to move forward with Plant Vogtle to be a critical turning point in the future narrative of our state. The advanced manufacturing and technology jobs of the future look very different from the textile jobs of the past. What they do have in common is a need for a strong grid. With the completion of Plant Vogtle, our citizens and businesses can be confident in our state's grid and the reliable carbon-free energy provided by the plant. Thank you for your time today. I want to commend you for your leadership on this vital issue.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore, you stated that you're 35 years of age and Plant Vogtle was commissioned in '09. And fortunately or unfortunately for me, I'm the only commissioner that was here and voted to certification of units 3 and 4. And I was not 35 years old when I did that.
I appreciate that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Searfoss.
I'm Robert Searfoss, customer of Georgia Power. A lot of people here seem to support this Vogtle venture, but not so many have any good ideas of who's supposed to pay for the staggering cost overruns of this massive project that actually, for the money that's been spent on it, produces a relatively small amount of power. I have Exhibit A here, which says mistakes are not prudent. Mistakes cannot be prudent, and mistakes costs cannot be prudent. And that's what this is about today, prudency. Mistakes are not prudent. Commissioners, you and your staff's monopoly regulatory job is to protect captive customers from monopoly utility abuse, not promote notions of energy management or notions of how energy should be created. That's the job of the vendor. Your tax-paid job in the Vogtle venture, Prudency, is to discover and review all the costs and protect customers from monopoly utility abuse. You and your staff's job is to cut out imprudency at this costliest project in Georgia history. Vogtle venture numbers are now bigger than Georgia's entire annual budget, and you're just going to spend a few days on it. You're supposed to discover and cut out costs of mistakes, redo work, costs of delays, misrepresentations, phony estimates, wrong due dates, overruns, backroom deals, and anything else that might not be prudent. One not prudent cent allowed in the rate base means captive customers will pay for and pay a profit on monopoly company imprudence. Everyone needs to remember, imprudence in the rate base is similar to cancer. Cancer not cut out because the surgeon was in a hurry or did not do their job. This commission held out earlier that evidence of imprudence introduced by interveners would be at the prudency hearings. So now's the time to openly hear and review all of it. Meanwhile, Georgia Power keeps running up billions in Vogtle mistakes, and Georgia Power keeps taking money from elderly and schools by their shameful and extraordinary electric bill surcharges. It's beyond appalling that while Georgia Power takes Vogtle venture surcharge money and runs up costs, they want the Georgia Power executives repeatedly report billions in record profits. Finally, along with their record profits, Georgia Power executives are here today with expensive lawyers, and they have the brass to ask the commission to make customers pay even more on company mistakes. Georgia Power's billions in profits should fund their projects, Commissioners, brace up and do your job. You're supposed to carefully, like a good surgeon, cut out imprudency. Billions in mistakes are imprudent. Your job is to see that customers do not pay 1 more cent for Vogtle mistakes. Mistakes costs are not prudent and do not belong in the rate base. They're like cancer. Cut it out.
Thank you, Mr. Searfoss. Sue Studemeyer. Please correct me if I said that wrong.
You said it just right.
Oh, thank you.
I'm Sue Studemeyer, and good morning, commissioners. I'm a Georgia Power customer, and my testimony today is about who should pay for Georgia Power's mistakes. When I was growing up, my parents expected me to take responsibility for my mistakes. When my children were growing up, I expected them to take responsibility for their mistakes. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. The concept should be the same for Georgia Power. I've made lots of mistakes. They've made lots of mistakes, and they should take responsibility for their mistakes. Georgia Power should not put the cost of their mistakes onto Georgia Power customers. It's as simple as that. Forcing customers to pay for Georgia Power's mistake is absolutely wrong, and you commissioners know this. It's your job, commissioners, to do the right thing. Please do the right thing. Stop wasting people's time with hearing after hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Howell. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Patty Howell, and I'm just a teacher from Sumter County. I brought 3 of my students with me because I want them to be able to see something that is going to impact their lives much more than it's going to impact mine because I'm old. I'm just so thankful to be here, and I'm thankful to Georgia Power and the commission to bring this clean energy to my kids. I want to highlight the fact that Georgia is a leader in this industry. No one else has brought on a new nuclear power plant in the 35 years since we quit doing this. And I'm just so thankful that Georgia is a leader. And I'm so thankful that you all are taking the road to reduce our carbon emissions. And when I look at this in terms of the future, I'm looking at my students. This is going to bring great jobs to Georgia. And if you think about our students that are in rural counties, we don't have the same opportunities as some other students do. Georgia Power, through bringing online Vogtle 3 and 4, has already employed I think it's 9,000 or so jobs, and there are over 800 permanent jobs that are coming to Georgia. And these are high-paying jobs. These are not low-paying wages at all. And these are jobs that are equitable for my students. I'm thankful because in the future, these 3 that you see back here, and plus the 150 more that I have left in Sumter County today, are going to be able to have opportunities to get some of these high-paying jobs. They're also going to have opportunities for carbon-free energy that is reliable well into their old age. And I just am so thankful to all of you for allowing that to happen. I'm proud to be in a state where we can think in a forward manner. And I just can't express my gratitude for the future, and that my students who are like my own kids will be able to have a chance at some of these high-paying, equitable jobs and energy that will be there for them and their children that they're raising. So thank you, Georgia Power, for what you've done, and thank you to the Public Service Commission for all that you have done.
Ms. Howell, just to let you know that you're on the right track. In Dubai today, COP28 is going on, a United Nations climate conference. And over the weekend, the U.S. under Dr. Katie Huff, a Biden appointee, French officials and about 20 other countries stepped to the microphone and said their plan is to triple nuclear energy by 2050. Triple. This is a staggering development. The French alone have said they're going to be hiring 10,000 people per year for the next 10 years to build out what President Macron wants to do. So Georgia really has jump-started a world trend that's going to be happening, and it's exciting to hear your students have an interest in this. There are going to be so many great jobs available across America and across the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to your students for making the trip to Atlanta today as well. All right, next is Santiago Marquez. Morning.
Good morning. Members of the Georgia Public Commission. I'm Santiago Marquez. I'm the CEO of the Latin American Association. I was born in Cuba and came to the United States in 1971, graduate of Georgia State University, Notre Dame. Too bad we're not in the mix here for the college playoffs. I know you're considering many matters today, but I wanted to add my voice to the proceeding regarding the critical importance of affordable, reliable energy to small businesses that I represent. At the Latin American Association, we serve about 50,000 people a year, and about 10,000 of those are business owners or business startups. All of them are women, the business startups. Recently, the National Hispanic Energy Council spotlighted the remarkable $3.2 trillion that Latinos contribute to America's gross domestic product. I have not only managed budgets of many nonprofits, but I occasionally do individual investing. And one of the ways that all investors manage risk is with diversity. And I really want to commend the Commission and the utilities of our state for diversifying our fuel mix with nuclear energy. Small businesses in this economic season need all the help and consideration you can provide. On behalf of our clients that depend significantly in their small businesses on ever cleaner, reliable energy, we so appreciate that this commission has seen a great end to the addition of nuclear energy to our state's energy mix. Latinos' impact on our economy will only continue to grow, and we are glad that reliable energy will be an element of our state's economy for the foreseeable future. Thank you for this time to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. This next one, I'm having a hard time reading it, but I'm going to make a stab at it here. Is it Michael Hawthorne? Did I get that right?
You got it right. Got it right.
Your handwriting looks like mine. That might be why I got it.
I hear it from my daughters all the time. Well, good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing my testimony and public comment. I want to start off by saying that I'm the Georgia Conservation's Education Fund Organizing Director. I've done a lot here in the state, so I'm really excited to be here to kind of give some thoughts here. Let me just start off, and what I'm about to read to you is no informal fashion to denigrate your intelligence. I know that you all are very intelligent people. I would like to read your mission. The mission of the Georgia Public Service Commission is to exercise its authority to influence to ensure that consumers receive safe, reliable, and reasonably priced telecommunications, electric, and natural gas services from financially viable and technical competent companies. I'm reading that because I wanted to just simply remind you all that your job is to make sure that everyday hardworking Georgia families can afford services to live day to day. And right now, I don't think this is a good business deal. And when you make a product look good, and by all means, I'm glad that jobs are created. I don't think anybody here would doubt that creating jobs is a bad thing. Creating jobs is absolutely a great thing. So I commend you for that part. But what good is those jobs if no one can afford the product? Simply said, I wish there was a better way that this project would have came up. But right now, you all have the authority to make better decisions from this point on. And so as you kind of make these decisions, just simply think about hardworking Georgia families. Think about the mother who's raising their kids by herself. Think about teachers, our teachers, who are severely underpaid, how they have to deal with so much and go home and still pay more for energy bills. A 26% rate hike, I don't think it's the right answer. I do see a Georgia where there's equity, where people can afford their bills, where they can go home, they can work hard. As my parents taught me, the value of working hard and being able to enjoy life. I do see a Georgia that can get to that reality, but I just don't think this is the right way. But I think there's still hope to turn this around. So thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne. Got one more signed up so far. All right. Next, Ms. Glenn Carroll.
Good morning, Commissioners. I hope you saw the full-page ad we took out in the HAC on Monday.
Yeah, thanks for using a good picture of me.
It is a good picture of you. We had a lot of hopes for you.
In that picture.
We are happy that we were able to get this scenario out more into the world. It is shameful what's going on down here, how you've shortened this hearing process. You promised us prudency review for 29 VCMs, and it's not effective. I brought to you copies of the letters with over 200 signatures from organizations and individuals. I have a copy for Georgia Power as well, Mr. Hewitson. And what I'd like to read from this letter: the Vogtle Prudency Review pending before the PSC is the largest single financial decision in Georgia history and will affect all Georgia electric customers for the next 60 years. The financial impact on Georgia ratepayers of this approximately $35 billion project is a 24% increase in their electricity rates if you grant Georgia Power's request. And I have to say, it looks like the fix is in. I'd love to be proved wrong. Any proceeding in which two unelected commissioners participate or vote unjustifiably jeopardizes the authority and legitimacy of this commission's review. Most important for your consideration today, Georgia Power made $17 billion in profits during Vogtle construction years. Let Georgia Power pay for its own mistakes. Georgia Power enjoyed increasingly high profitability during the troubled Vogtle construction years. This commission failed to balance Georgia Power's profits through equitable rate adjustments during 14 years of Vogtle 3 and 4 construction. We could have been enjoying lower rates so that their profit would have been hovering at the extremely generous 10.5% that you guys give them. This failure has resulted in nearly $17 billion in profit for the regulated monopoly. Years 2009 through 2022. We've turned these figures into you over and over and over, and we have never seen any action from this commission to balance this profit picture of this monopoly. In fact, the more the project was delayed and over budget, the more profits Georgia Power received. These huge earnings should be used to pay for the Vogtle cost overruns, which Georgia Power is seeking to pass on to customers in the spending rate review.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Kimberly Scott. Morning.
Good morning. To Commissioner Shaw, Chair, and the rest of the public service members. My name is Kim Scott. I am a Georgia Power customer, also the Executive Director for Georgia One Women's Actions for New Directions. We're an environmental social justice nonprofit organization that advocates for nuclear harm reduction, environmental and climate social justice in frontline communities of Burke County, where Plant Vogtle is located, the nuclear, not clean energy power facility. We also advocate for energy justice for Atlanta's Neighborhood Planning Unit V communities that are consistently experiencing energy burdens and some of the zip code's most energy burdened communities in the state of Georgia. So Michael kind of stole my thunder, but your job per your mission is also to exercise your authority and influence to ensure the communities, we, the ratepayers, receive safe, reliable, and reasonably priced electric, natural gas, and telecommunications from financially viable and technically competent companies. Yet here we are. The Georgia Power ratepayers are again advocating against a possible fourth rate increase within 1 year's time from a financially viable and technically competent utility, Georgia Power, that experienced almost $17 billion in profits during the construction of Vogtles 3 and 4. We're talking about Burke County, where we have the largest migrant population of workers for this utility. We're talking about Burke County that has an average median income of $24,000. We, the ratepayers, have experienced 3 rate increases just this year alone from your vote of the 2022 IRA plan, increasing fuel costs, and Vogtle 3 rate increase. Now, with the stipulated unilateral $7.5 billion agreement to pass off the costs once again to us between PSC staff and 2 intervener groups, this will be the largest cumulative rate increase in Georgia PSC's history within a year's time. What's the rush? Georgia PSC totally disregarded working class Georgians, retired seniors, and low-income families at a shocking time of skyrocketed prices for basic necessities like food, shelter, and transportation to get back and forth to jobs, schools, and doctor's appointments. Raising base residential rates by 26% in fuel costs in a year is unfair and unjustified. Just because you can and the law allows you to be able to do it does not make it ethical. We ask that you do the right thing. We ask that you ask Georgia Power to take away their requests to push off these rate costs to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Betsy Rivard. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Betsy Rivard. I'm an Atlanta citizen and also a Georgia ratepayer. I actually spent the first 5 years of my life in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, after the atomic bombs were dropped. But and my father worked on the nuclear airplane, which I'm very happy did not ever take off. Anyway, that was a big bomb, pardon the expression. I'm kind of surprised that some of the Georgia Commission, Public Service Commission, don't even know how to pronounce nuclear. It's not nuclear, it's nuclear. But anyway, I am shocked about the profits that are made, and I'm kind of shocked about the extolling the number of jobs that this enterprise will provide. And the jobs that have been provided are going to decrease quite a lot because those are construction jobs and they're not local people. They're from outer state. And I also want to second the motion about the two unelected commissioners. I don't understand how you can vote on something so important as a rate increase without being properly elected. Also, the concern about, the people in Burke County don't have these wonderful jobs that are praised and, talking about our wonderful economy and all that. But if we were really on top of things, we would hold Georgia Power's feet to the fire and make sure that they didn't continue to have these giant profits while the ratepayers are having to pay for their mistakes. It's just shocking. And I guess that's about all I have to say. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Shaw, I'm grateful for the speech therapy that I had in elementary school for the volunteers and the paid staff that worked with children that had trouble saying words. You should hear me use R's when I was in fourth grade and how much trouble I had, just saying words like rabbit that had an R. So I'm grateful we have folks that can get involved with our schools and help our young people with issues like speech.
Thank you, Commissioner. Neil Sardinia.
Hello, Commissioners. How are you all doing this morning?
Good morning.
Thank you all for providing us the opportunity to be able to share our concerns and thoughts about the Plant Vogtle costs that are now, potentially being levied on us as customers. Y'all are used to hearing me in terms of representing or previously represented the Sierra Club, but I'm no longer with them, and my thoughts and views have no relation to that organization. But I'm here to express concern about, Plant Vogtle and the extreme level of costs that are being levied upon Georgia Power customers. As you all know, there's been multiple rate increases that Georgia Power customers have had to suffer from recently due to y'all's decisions. And it seems like there's almost no limit. They can thank you for being one of basically the most profitable energy utility in the nation with the extremely high earnings band y'all have provided them previously. And it seems like when any question of how much does the public have to cover, or how much are they held responsible for Georgia Power's mistakes and its imprudent decisions, it seems like the commission is always ready to grant them those funds from who? Us, the public. And then when people come here to speak in concern about how much money is being granted at our expense, it seems like our voices and our needs and our concerns are ignored on a consistent basis. This has occurred when the public has expressed concern about paying to clean up coal ash in Georgia. This has occurred when the public expressed concerns about having to cover these fuel costs for Georgia Power. This has, been a consistent theme for when the public has spoken out against the massive costs related to Plant Vogtle and how much our bills have gone up due to that. And countless other times when y'all have come forward regarding a decision on the rate cases in years past. And consistent bills have been raised, and it's put our citizens and our community members at risk for shutoffs. And this decision again will also further that hardship and put more people at risk from a shutoff in our state. So I ask you, at what point is it too much to say yes to Georgia Power? Is there a limit? Is there any question in your mind how much Georgia Power is just automatically granted from us as ratepayers and customers and citizens of the state of Georgia. And I ask you to consider that. Georgia Power should not be given an unlimited amount of money from us. It's time for you to hold them responsible and work towards your mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any others that have wanted to comment? I don't see any more on the sign-up sheet. Ms. Carroll?
I failed to identify myself as coordinator of Nuclear Watch South. My name is Glenn Carroll. And Commissioner Eccles, I had speech therapy too. I'm grateful for it as well. I'm deaf. Are you deaf?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we move on, I know I referenced earlier that it's not an easy task sometimes for everyone to come downtown Atlanta on a Monday morning and park and make it here. So I just want to let everybody in the room know that I just wanted to highlight a few of the letters that we receive. We receive a lot of letters and emails that are not taken lightly. They come from across the spectrum. Some are very opposed to what is going on, and some are very supportive, just like the cross-section of public witnesses here today. So I just want y'all to know that we try to read every one of them, all of us, because that's what Georgians deserve. I want to highlight a few just because I just think they're worth noting. Like I said, there's some for and some against, but this is from the mayor of Waynesboro that couldn't be here today because he's got a runoff election this week. He's talking about the generational improvements to his community that are resulting from the plant. We've got one here from Governor Rick Perry, former governor, former U.S. Department of Energy secretary, commending the tenacity it took to get this project to this point and its overall benefits for energy reliability, national security, and support of renewable energy backup. Like I said, we've received numerous letters from all across Georgia expressing concern about the costs. Other letters have suggested that it was a waste of money and we should have done more rooftop solar and accomplished more for climate change. Letters and emails have come to us that indicate the current economic conditions are making it very difficult for people to make ends meet, and the additional cost is intolerable. Over the years this project has been going on, there's been concerns about water use and its safety. Here's a letter from Sean McGarvey, president of North American Building Trades Unions, commending the skills and man hours that went into this project, along with the dignity that comes from being a part of such a critical infrastructure project. And the last one I'll feature or talk about, mainly I'll highlight it because of the significance of who it came from. As the words it contains, it's from the author. The author is the former head of Sierra Club's Southeastern Beyond Coal campaign, and the author highlights in great detail the critical importance of reducing carbon emissions and how we as a nation cannot meet our goals without adding more nuclear generation to our energy mix. And I hope that utility executives across the nation will hear that point. Just like was the case with the broad and diverse signatures for the stipulated agreement, these letters cover the spectrum of thoughts on Plant Vogtle. But I want you to know that I'm very mindful of these letters, and we all are, that have come to us opposing this project. I'm certain we will hear many voices over the next few days, and I'm thankful for all of them, but also appreciative for the many letters that from across the political landscape that have come to this commission. And I really do hope to have all of the voices on the table as this commission deliberates what we're about to do this week. So thanks for everybody that did make it here today, but I just wanted to give a shout out to all those that have sent us these letters over the years, both for and against this project, because we've tried to look at every one of them. Ms. Carroll, you got something else to add?
Did you name the former Sierra Club person that wrote?
No, I did not. But
well, Stephen, wasn't it?
Stephen Stetson. I got that. I got that yesterday.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just a comment, if I may make. You know, we enjoy around 13 million people in the state of Georgia. Georgia Power consumers consist of less than 3 million people in the state. And there's some 38 EMCs in the state of Georgia and municipal electric authorities that are also very much involved in these nuclear plants. Georgia Power owns less than 46% of these projects. So it's not just a Georgia Power issue. It's the state of Georgia people's issue, and all the work that has gone on over the years, and unfortunately with the delays and hiccups and the Westinghouse bankruptcies and the COVID and the many things that have affected us in life in many, many ways, in our own private homes and the cost of food and energy. But still, this is not, our part here is a Georgia Power part. But you got to look at the entire total part of it, that this includes all 13 million people in Georgia with, I think, 38 EMCs as partners in this, as well as the municipal electric authorities. And I just want to keep reminding people that it's a total project.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Before we move on, are there anyone else that has showed up that wants to comment as a public witness? All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break before we move on to the witness list. Allow all the panels to get ready. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in at 10:30. We're going to go ahead and get started back. We're going to go ahead and get started back. That was our cue. Did we have any other public witnesses that showed up during the break? Okay, we're going to move on. We've gone through the appearance list. So we'll, George Power, you want to swear in your first panel?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd call the Georgia Power Company witnesses on direct: Aaron Abramovitz, Jeremiah Haswell, and John Williams. I'll note for the record that we have filed the notice of publication as required by the Commission's rules. Gentlemen, would you please raise your right hands for me? Do you swear that to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Abramovitz, would you please start by stating your full name, your employer, and your responsibilities for the record?
Sure. Aaron Abramovitz, Georgia Power Company. I'm Georgia Power's Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer.
Mr. Haswell?
Jeremiah Cliff Haswell, Project Oversight Director for Georgia Power. Responsible for all filings on the project with the Commission, compliance with the Department of Energy Loan Guarantee Agreement Program, and also site oversight.
Okay. And Mr. Williams?
John Williams, I'm Southern Nuclear's Vice President of Business Operations supporting Vogtle Units 3 and 4. I'm responsible for project controls, budgeting and reporting, risk management, and commercial analysis for the project.
Okay. Gentlemen, on August 30th, 2023, did you file or cause to be filed Georgia Power Company's application to adjust rates to include reasonable and prudent Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4 costs?
We did.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Okay. As part of the filing on August 30th, did you file a 1-volume appendix which contains the minimum filing requirements in both trade secret and public disclosure format?
Yes.
Yes.
Were these documents all prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any corrections to be made?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to identify the application to adjust rates to include reasonable and prudent Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4 costs as here in Exhibit GPC 1, the trade secret minimum filing requirements as GPC 2, and the public disclosure minimum filing requirements as GPC 3.
So marked.
Gentlemen, on September 8th, 2023, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 50 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format in this case?
Yes.
As part of your testimony, did you pre-file one exhibit identified at the time as Exhibit 1, the NEI Economic Impact Report?
Yes.
Chairman Shaw, I ask that Exhibit 1 to the pre-filed direct testimony of this panel be identified as GPC 4.
So
Gentlemen, are there any corrections you need to make to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as are shown in your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I now ask that the direct testimony of this panel be copied into the record as if given here today.
So marked.
And with your permission, Chairman Shaw, I'll ask Mr. Abramovitz to summarize the pre-filed testimony for the panel.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Shaw and Commissioners. Mr. Haswell, Mr. Williams, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. This hearing represents the culmination of more than 14 years of construction monitoring proceedings in which this commission has overseen the historic construction of the first new nuclear units to be built in the United States in over 30 years. Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4 will provide Georgians with clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy for the next 60 to 80 years. Our testimony in this proceeding supports approval of the constructive and balanced stipulated agreement between the company, PIA staff, the Georgia Association of Manufacturers, Georgia Watch, Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, and the Partnership for Southern Equity. As outlined in the company's application in this proceeding, the stipulation addresses the prudence and reasonableness of the construction and capital costs of Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4. The stipulation in our testimony also addresses retail base rate adjustments associated with the financing costs, operating expenses, and other relevant costs related to Vogtle Units 3 and 4, serving Georgia Power's 2.7 million customers. In addition to this panel of company witnesses, 2 other witness panels will testify in support of Georgia Power's prudence application. Joseph Miller and Mike Skaggs are former utility executives who relied on their decades of management experience to consider and opine on the prudence and reasonableness of management decisions made during this project. Timothy Chester, Mark Gentry, and Kimberly Riome Our partners with HKA Global, a consulting firm with extensive experience in construction and major power plant projects. They will testify in support of their expert opinions regarding schedule, cost, and management decisions made on the project. In our application, Georgia Power requests approval of the stipulation and recovery of the reasonable and prudent construction and capital costs, financing costs, and operating costs associated with the completion and operation of Vogtle Units 3 and 4. Georgia Power incurred $10.2 billion to complete the project and bring these units online for the benefit of our customers. And we believe all these costs were prudent and reasonable. They were necessary to complete the project for the benefit of our customers. We take any change in rates seriously, recognizing the impact to our customers and seeking to balance the burden of the impact. The company elected to forgo recovery of some of these costs. While the company initially determined that we would request $8.826 billion in construction and capital costs for recovery from customers, with the stipulation, Georgia Power is requesting to recover $7.562 billion in reasonable and prudent construction and capital costs. It's important to note that the company's decision to forgo recovery of certain costs for the benefit of customers is not an admission of imprudence or a declaration that such costs were unreasonable. The stipulation appropriately balances impacts to customers with the cost to construct these units. And if the stipulation is approved, Georgia Power will forgo recovery of over $2.6 billion in prudently incurred costs to bring these two reliable, carbon-free baseload units through construction, testing, and startup and into operation to serve our 2.7 million customers. As you know, the company may recover project costs if they are determined to be both prudent and reasonable. We are here to testify regarding the decisions and actions that make the costs incurred and stipulated to appropriate for recovery. These costs include the amounts previously deemed reasonable in VCM 17, as well as costs associated with responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, changes in project scope, procurement of materials and equipment, additional engineering resources, productivity and performance, and the Vogtle Construction Monitor. As I mentioned earlier, Georgia Power, PIA staff, the Georgia Associations of Manufacturers, Georgia Watch, Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, and the Partnership for Southern Equity reached a constructive and balanced stipulated agreement. The August 29th, 2023 stipulation was filed by the PIA staff, and this stipulation resolves all issues regarding the reasonableness, prudence, and cost recovery for the remaining costs associated with the project. The stipulation was negotiated and signed by a diverse group of stakeholders representing the broad-based interests of our customer base, from manufacturing and industrial customers to retail residential customers, congregations and communities of faith, and the energy using and consuming public as a whole. The stipulating parties agree that $7.562 billion is a reasonable and prudent construction and capital costs for the project to be included in rate base. The stipulation accounts for multiple issues that we have discussed during the VCM process, including the length of time to construct the project, replacement energy costs incurred during the extended construction period, as well as other assertions raised, such as required rework, scheduling of activities, testing, and productivity. The stipulation also addresses the cost recovery of financing costs, projected operation and maintenance expenses, depreciation expense, nuclear decommissioning accrual, and property taxes, net of production of projected production tax credits or PTCs, as well as nuclear fuel plant and materials and supply inventory. The stipulation ensures that the cessation of the Nuclear Construction Cost Recovery Tariff, or NCCR, while providing for additional customer protections during the remaining Unit 4 startup and testing period, as well as the initial operating cycles for each unit. Finally, the stipulation provides meaningful provisions addressing demand-side management, expansion of the company's income-qualified senior discount, and the company's continued evaluation and support of renewable resources for the benefit of customers. The company and all other stipulating parties have recognized the stipulation as a fair and reasonable resolution of the outstanding issues in this proceeding. As with any settlement, no single party received everything it sought, and the stipulating parties worked together to look beyond single issues and reach this historic agreement. Stipulation is the product of a bona fide, good faith, give and take negotiations and considers many of the issues raised by PIA staff and interveners in the VCM proceedings over the last 14 years. This strikes an appropriate balance among complex technical issues and provides for the recovery of reasonable and prudent costs for the project. The remainder of our testimony addresses the retail base rate adjustments necessary to move the reasonable and prudent costs into base rates. Based on the stipulation, the company is requesting to increase base rates by $729 million annually, effective the first day of the month after Unit 4 achieves commercial operation. This change in rates will be allocated ratably across all base tariffs. Included in this rate adjustment are necessary operating costs to be recovered from customers upon commercial operation of Unit 4, which include depreciation, operation and maintenance costs, property taxes, and nuclear decommissioning costs. And these costs are significantly offset by production tax credits related to the unit's generation output. Regarding financing cost, and as addressed in the stipulation, financing costs under the NCCR tariff and the capitalized financing costs, or AFUDC, are associated with prudent and reasonable construction and capital costs agreed to in the stipulation, and should be deemed prudent and reasonable and appropriately recovered from customers. The stipulation also provides for recovery of financing costs under the NCCR tariff until the rate adjustment following in service of Unit 4. The month following Unit 4 in service, the NCCR tariff will end, and all financing costs will be included in the company's general revenue requirements and will be collected through base rates. Any over or under recovered balance from the NCCR tariff at its termination will be included in rate base and addressed in the next base rate case. As I conclude our summation, let me provide a brief update from the site for Vogtle Units 3 and 4. Unit 3 continues to operate well, with over 125 days of 100% thermal output. As we start the winter peak season, we are looking forward to Unit 3 serving our customers with clean, safe, and reliable energy. On Unit 4, nearly 2 months ago, following fuel load and during startup and pre-operational testing, we discovered a motor fault in one of the 4 reactor coolant pumps, necessitating a full replacement of the pump with one from our spare parts inventory. The team on site has executed a detailed plan to remove the impacted reactor coolant pump and install a spare pump from our inventory. With the spare pump now installed, the team is in the process of replacing the interferences above and around the pump. We expect to recommence startup and pre-operational testing in the coming weeks and expect Unit 4 to be in service during the first quarter of 2024. Once Unit 4 is in service, the completion of Vogtle Units 3 and 4 will be a monumental achievement for customers, the state of Georgia, the nation, and the entire nuclear industry. This project involved tens of thousands of workers and engineers, millions of labor hours safely performed, the development of a global nuclear supply chain, and a group of committed co-owners and regulators who had the courage and foresight to support new nuclear power when others did not. These carbon-free baseload units will provide safe, reliable, and resilient energy to this state and Georgia Power's customers for the next 60 to 80 years. Georgia is one of the fastest growing states in the country, driven in large part by Georgia's position as one of the best states in the nation in which to do business. As Georgia's economy and population continue to grow and thrive, Vogtle Units 3 and 4 will be critical to Georgia Power's ability to continue to meet the evolving energy needs of our customers and this state. At Georgia Power, customers are at the center of everything we do, and we are unwavering in our commitment to meet the energy needs of our 2.7 million customers in the communities we are privileged to serve. Georgia Power is grateful to the thousands of men and women who made this project possible. We are proud and excited for Vogtle Units 3 and 4 to join our generation fleet for the next 60 to 80 years. We ask the Commission to adopt the stipulation and approve the company's prudence request and rate adjustment plan for the project as reflected in the stipulation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are now available for questions from the bench as well as cross-examination.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Question. Jeremiah, to you, I had previously said that I'd talked to Jigger Shaw over the weekend from the LPO office, and we talked about 45 minutes, and he said, do you realize how much business Georgia is getting because you have the power to serve customers? He said it is unbelievable that these, and I hadn't heard this word used before, but hyperscale data centers. He said there's just states turning them away, and Georgia can get the Rivians, they can get the Hyundais because of this. Are you hearing this out there as well?
Yes, Commissioner Eccles, we are having requests from customers, large and small, for base load 24/7 that's carbon free. So many large industrial customers, large commercial customers, they all want 24/7 reliable, resilient, carbon-free energy. And so we're hearing this loud and clear from a wide spectrum of customers and potential customers.
Any other questions?
Mr. Amberich, I will wait on you to respond to this because I'll wait for the interveners, but I want you to elaborate in depth a bit more about these interest costs from what takes place from the NCCR over the period of time of construction, and then what's left with the AFUDC part of it. I need you to give me a little more information on that, please.
Would you like that now, Commissioner?
Well, I can wait till the end till the interveners, because there may be an intervener that might ask the same question. I'll let them have it first, but I want you forewarned.
Thank you.
Understood.
Understood.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, we'll move on. Georgia Public Service Commission.
No questions.
Concerned ratepayers of Georgia. Now, as we get started, I would just like to remind everyone to please try to pay attention to the questions that are being asked so that we don't repeat the same questions over and over in the essence of time. And also, let's please try to stick to questions across and nothing more. Mr. Privet, you doing all right? You ready?
Trying to get organized. Moment.
Good morning. Good to see you all again.
Good morning.
In addition to Georgia Power's $10.2 billion stated cost, what's the financing cost that goes with it?
So the capitalized AFUDC is roughly around $350 to $360 million.
But on the budget or so, it was like 3.5 billion, is that right?
It's approximately 3.5 billion. It's in table 1.1 in our BCM 29 report.
Agreed. Okay. So the total project cost then would be the 10.2 billion plus the 3.5, which gives us 13.7. Is that correct?
So I disagree with that. The cost for Georgia Power Company to construct this project was $10.2 billion. Yes, there was recovery of financing costs during construction. And with the NCCR tariff, it allowed the company to recover those financing costs to ensure that our credit rating stayed solid and substantial.
I understand.
Just like any other investment, there are financing costs associated with it, and we had an alternative. We could have just capitalized all that NCCR collections and then asked for recovery now.
Okay, but it's still 13.5 billion total, right?
I disagree. It's
Okay.
$10.2 billion to construct the
Okay.
facility.
And Mr. Haswell, do you remember a few years ago, I put that question to Mr. McKinney, and he kind of answered it was the capital cost plus the financing cost. At the time, it was 13.5 billion for a total cost. So all that went into the project, right? It's just accounted for differently. Is that a fair description?
That's a fair description.
Okay, so we kind of agree with just stating it differently. Okay. Fair enough. What's your estimate for all partners for the cost of Vogtle?
So the total estimate of the project is roughly $21 billion.
Okay, excluding financing, right?
Correct, because all of our partners have different financing costs and different interest rates and different arrangements with their customers.
I understand, but it would still impact the final cost, right?
You and I are going to have to agree to disagree here.
Okay. Well, let's go with that one. So 31 billion cap cost.
No, $21 billion.
Excuse me, you're right. 21 billion. Yeah, stand corrected. Okay. Mr. Haswell, you still report to Mr. McKinney?
No, sir. Mr. McKinney retired in April of this year
Really?
after over 42 years of service.
Oh, I'll miss him. Wish him well for me. Very tired. Mr. Williams, you still report to Mr. Kaczynski?
I do.
Okay. How come he's not here? He was testifying from, was it VCM 18 through 27?
So Mr. Kaczynski's focused on finishing Unit 4. And, we have the witnesses here today that can speak to the issues that are before the commission.
Okay. All right. There's a question I had for him and Mr. McKinney, so I'll have to direct it to you guys. Okay. Maybe you covered this in your summary, Mr. Baronis. You said the stipulation resolves all issues. How does it resolve all issues?
It's a constructive and balanced agreement with multiple parties that addresses the construction and capital cost recovery, the operations costs, and other costs related to Vogtle 3 and 4 going into rates for the benefit of our customers.
Okay. So would you agree that you and I are going to disagree on that one? That it resolves all issues?
According to multiple longstanding interveners, we've resolved all issues related to the project and asked this commission to approve that stipulation.
Okay, but also in the testimony of all of basically Kennedy, Grace, and Jacobs, they all said that they would have different recommendations had there not been a stipulation. Did you see that in their testimony?
That is correct. And they said, had there not been a stipulation, at the end of all their testimony, I think at the beginning too, they all recommended approval of the
Well,
stipulation.
I understand that. But we'll get into that. But they did say that basically had there not been a stipulation, specifically Kennedy, they were much stronger on that. I'll get to that with those guys. Okay. Could you turn to CRG Exhibit 1?
Do you have a copy of that?
No, I passed them out. I gave them. Did you guys get them? I did submit them to all you guys. Okay, could you? You need one? I've got one. I only have one. So.
I don't have a copy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just have one for me. But I did send them out the other day to all the attorneys. Did you guys get it? Okay, so here it is. No, I only have one copy.
I think I may have a copy. Which exhibit are you looking for?
CRG Exhibit 1.
And what's the title of that?
Charges that should be immediately disallowed.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Got it, cool, okay. If you remember, according on your financial statements from your, and this we submitted in our testimony previously, you reported from 2018 to 2022 on your income statements, we had a total reported loss for Vogtle of $3.24 billion.
I think your exhibit says 3.26 billion.
3.26, sorry, you're right. Stand corrected. We in agreement on that? basically, if you go back your income statement, 2018, it was roughly 1.1 billion, nothing in 2019, 2020, 325, 2021, 1.7 billion, and so on. Total 3.3 billion, 3.26. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and your amount that you guys agreed to when you disallowed the stipulation, what was that, 2 point what?
About $2.6 billion.
2.6. Okay, so all the difference between, you basically identified 3.26 billion of cost that should be disallowed, but your agreement with the stipulation was roughly 2.6 billion. So shouldn't it be another 600 million more, roughly?
So rightfully so, you've taken 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22 reported losses for Vogtle 3 and 4. And as I believe Commissioner McDonald mentioned earlier, this is not just Georgia Power. This is a jointly owned project, and we have a agreement, a joint ownership and operating agreement with our co-owners, and there's roughly $500 to $600 million of additional reported losses that's included in the $3.26 billion that you're referencing. So that's part of the.
Well, I'm not sure because on your income statement, you took a tax write-off. So wouldn't that be just Georgia Power's reported loss, and wouldn't Oglethorpe and Mead reported separately?
The loss was related to charges we took and related to the joint ownership and operating agreement and the sharing agreement associated with building and constructing Vogtle units 3 and 4. That was Georgia Power's responsibility. So we had to charge that to earnings.
And we are not seeking recovery of any of those costs related to that agreement with co-owners.
Okay, cool. Next one here. This one will go to Mr. McKinney and Mr. Kaczynski, so I have to deal with Mr. Williams and Mr. Haswell.
I can assure you we're all three qualified to answer your questions.
I'm sorry?
I can assure you all three of us are qualified
I
to
have
answer
no
your
doubt.
questions today.
I just asked who they were. And withdrawal symptoms when the guys weren't here.
I'll let Mr. Kaczynski know.
Please do. Mr. McKinney too. Okay. Going through on the, there's two components of this. On the construction reports that would come from the Kaczynski-Williams group. Each month on the reports, you got VCM 24, then you report how far they are on the project. So in VCM 24, engineering and procurement was basically 100% complete for both, right? VCM 25, 26, 27, and 8. Engineering procurement is still 100% complete, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now I go to Mr. Haswell. And VCM 25 was engineering costs of 55 million, and 55 million for VCM 26, 52 for 27, 48 for 58, total of 210 million. Procurement costs, VCM 25, 141, VCM 26, 96, VCM 27, 79, VCM 78, 57, total 373. It's total of $583 million. The question that I have to both before was Mr. McKinney and Mr. Kaczynski in VCM 26. If engineering and procurement were 100% complete in VCM 24, why would there be charges for VCM 25, 26, 27, and 28? It should be zero, should it not?
Yeah, so you're referring to our percent complete table, which was established in VCM 17, which, as we've stated many times, and I know we've discussed this before, the engineering costs associated that were related to the design engineering percent complete of the plant. So the design of the facility, which we believe during the period that you highlight here has been 100% complete. Yes, we have incurred engineering costs during that period of time related to engineering in the support of construction. And we'll continue to incur engineering costs in support of the operation of these units going forward. But yes, it's related to how this table was designed, how it was defined, and we've been very clear about that through all these years.
And I've been very confused about that for all these years. If you said a particular task is 100% complete on construction, we're not talking about operations, this is construction, then there should not be additional costs going forward. If there are additional costs going forward, then the engineering and procurement was not 100% complete. It can't be both. So what would it be?
So commissioners, the way we set this table up in VCM 17 was on a design basis. What percent of the design was complete? And we shared with staff how that calculation is made, the number of design documents completed over the total number of design documents estimated to complete the project. And so as we reached 100%, design was actually complete. But as you all know, we have field engineers and others in the field that are helping construction interpret the design, learn how to build it, change things for constructability, things of that nature. There is an engineering cost to that component, and that's where we tracked that as well.
And then the way it was presented originally was misleading. Is that right?
No, we were trying to show truly what the engineering design remaining to complete the project was. The field engineering and those kind of activities, they were captured in other areas of the project. They were captured in our project cost forecast. And we showed staff exactly how we calculated this, and we gave them updates to it on a regular basis at our monthly project review meetings.
Okay, that's staff, right? But this is public who we represent. And going by your data, you said the information you gave us, I don't know all the background in it, but you said this project, this component is 100% complete, 25, 26, 27, 28. Then you're saying, well, it's not really complete because we have this subset of engineering costs or subset of procurement that continues to increase, to accelerate, to generate cost. So going by this, going by your costs designated to these categories, it's inconsistent. And you're saying there's some adjustments that are made, and I believe you, but from going by these two charts that you present, this represents $583 million that really is not accounted for by going by the data that you gave the public. Is that a fair conclusion?
Mr. Chairman, this is now the fourth time Mr. Prudency has asked the question. You can also add that to the number of times that he has asked it in the PCM proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Ewison. Would you please stop interrupting me?
Well, this is the first time.
It'll be more. No, second time. You already started.
Mr. Prudency.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
the
Prudency.
question has been asked and answered.
Mr. Prudency, yes.
That's it.
You've asked that question enough. Please move on.
We all agree on the answer? Because I'm still confused.
The answer has been recorded in the record given by the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Ewison.
Move on.
Yes, sir. Okay. Could you give a quick overview of the stipulation process that led to the agreement that you made? Very briefly, I'll go into this in much more detail with the Jacobs-Rocher panel, but just give me a quick overview of the stipulation process. Specifically, who was involved and who wasn't? Obviously, CRG was not involved.
So I believe I addressed that in the opening remarks.
Go ahead. Maybe I'm
It's a
slow.
constructive, balanced, bona fide negotiations between multiple parties, including the PIA staff, Georgia Watch, Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, Association of Manufacturers. And if you think through, these are all parties to these proceedings that have been involved through numerous VCMs. And to be fair, who called who didn't call who, I don't really recall, but I do know that there was true give and take and back and forth, and nobody ended up with everything they wanted or asked for.
Okay. But not everybody, not all the interveners were included. So did Georgia Power select the interveners that were in this, or did the staff do that, or how did that work? Where did they come from? Where did the two interveners that signed, actually the three, specifically Georgia Watch and Interfaith Power, how were they involved?
They've been longstanding interveners of this process.
Well, so are we
And through
then, but-
communication, we ended up having a good constructive dialogue with those interveners.
Were they, did you invite them, or did somebody else?
I don't know.
That's fine. Okay, then you didn't, right? It just, they were there. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, I would just tell you that anybody that wanted to be involved in these stipulated agreements could have been involved.
Okay, we didn't know that. We weren't informed.
Just because we filed the stipulated agreement at the end of August,
Yeah,
other people could have called, other concerned ratepayers could have called.
That was after it was signed though, right?
It's okay.
What about before it was signed? Okay. Anyway, for the record, we were not invited. Explain this part. It says it's on page 6 and 7. It says recovering the rate pace of AFUD's financing on
Mr.
construction.
Prendergast, can you be a little more clear?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. You talk about recovering the rate pace of of your testimony. Yeah, your testimony. 4.4 billion up to 7.65 billion, approximately 437 million. What does that mean exactly? What's that 4.4 billion represent? I've seen that a few times.
Page 6 and 7.
Yeah, page 6 and 7.
You talking about on lines, starting on line 12 on page 6?
I have a line number, but wait a minute, maybe I do.
That would be helpful.
Hold on, let me see if I got it. Yeah, line 14, page 6. Can you explain that?
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Approved recovery rate base associated lines for funds of financing cost and construction cap above 4.4 billion certified cost up to requested 7.56, which is estimated to be approximately 437 million. Can you explain how you got there or what all that means?
Sure. So we've talked about a couple times over the past 30 minutes, included in our request is the request for recovery of allowance for funds used during construction, or AFUDC. We've been accruing or capitalizing those financing costs on amounts above the original certified amount of $4.418 billion. That amount equals $437 million and includes, if you will, a calculation of the stipulated amount for the $7.562 billion in construction and capital costs. So this paragraph, these 4 lines here, are meant to describe the AFUDC, if you will, amount that we're including in rate base.
Okay. So I'm saying the stipulated agreement amount that you're requesting into the rate base was 7.56. Now, is this 437 million in addition to that?
Yes, as we've talked about, it's construction and capital costs, which is $7.562 billion. And then there's additional rate-based items that we've included in our testimony that includes items such as AFUDC, inventory, deferred financing costs, regulatory assets, and other items.
Okay. I'm just trying to come up with a number. Okay. So we got 7.56 you're requesting to go into the rate base. In addition to that, you're requesting another 437 million. Is that a rate increase, or what exactly do you call that?
So we're talking about the amount of rate base, and then rate base, and the company earns a cost of capital or recovers a cost of capital on the rate base. That's part of the revenue requirement. And then the next part of the revenue requirement that impacts customer bills is what it costs to operate the facility, the taxes involved. A lot of those costs are offset by the production tax credits that we've gotten from the Department of Energy. So what we're looking at here is building up the rate base amount that the company has a cost of capital on.
So that's 2 separate things, or is it not? Again, the 7.56 that you're requesting to go into the rate base, okay? The 437 million is not from the rate base, it's this additional cost that's kind of, what I'm trying to do is come up with a final number of really what you're asking for in the stipulation. And what you're asking for is the capital piece, which everybody talked about, and then you got all these other costs in here, and trying to find what they are and how much they are and
Sure.
what that total is.
And so let me see if I can help here. In our testimony on pages 10 kind of gets us to how we got to the $7.562 billion. So that's the construction and capital costs that we've been talking about. And then in page 11, so table 1, is the summary of our request. And that takes the $7.562 billion and then lays out AFUDC, nuclear fuel, regulatory assets, spare parts, and accumulated deferred income taxes. And that gets us to a total rate base number of $8.58 billion. And then the second part of that table is the actual operation, O&M, operating expense required for operating the unit. And so if we think about the rate increase or the revenue requirement, the top table, table 1 on page 11, is the rate base amount. And that gets a cost of capital, and that's depreciated over the life of the asset. And then the second table is the actual operating expense, which really gets recovered currently each year as we run the unit.
Okay. Operating expenses, depreciation, all that type of stuff, that would come in once the asset is operating. That's an expense, right? Why would you bring that up now when it isn't operating yet? Wouldn't you wait until the cost was incurred before you claim it, as opposed to asking for it up front? Am I interpreting it right? You are asking for this up front now, is that correct?
So we're asking for recovery of the cost once Unit 4 goes online and is serving our customers, which is typically the way Georgia Power recovers its costs from customers. Is we have a used and useful asset that is an investment, so we recover the return on and return of that investment, but then also the cost to operate on a projected basis.
Okay, but you don't have that cost yet because you haven't operated it yet. Wouldn't you wait till you have the operation to identify the cost and then ask for it, as opposed to asking your customers or ratepayers or those that signed the stipulated agreement to give it to you before you generated the cost? Am I explaining this right?
So I appreciate the question and the confusion. Typical.
So it's not just me, right? I mean,
it may be, but let's see if we can work this out.
For layman's purpose, I'm sure if I don't understand it, others don't, but go ahead.
Similar to what we do in our base rate case proceedings, we project a cost of service to run our business.
Yes.
What we're requesting in these proceedings is not only the investment we made for Vogtle 3 and 4, but also the cost to operate the facilities, or our cost of service to run the facility for the benefit of our customers. It's a projected cost.
Okay. My understanding in finance and MBA and all this stuff is you record your costs when you incur the costs.
He's answered your question.
So we are not recording these costs. These will go into rates once the unit goes online.
Okay.
And we will recover that cost from customers as long as the commission approves the stipulation and adjust rates as the unit operates. It won't be recovered ahead of time.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we did with the Unit 3 rate adjustment proceeding back about 2 years ago. And Unit 3 is operating now. And
right.
So very similar to that.
So you got those costs up front?
Those costs were identified up front, and once Unit 3 went online, rates went into place.
Okay. Let me ask you this. On all of these points from 6 and 7, total, how much additional cost is it? You got the
you're talking about pages 6 and 7?
Yes, I am. All these bullet points. So you've got on bullet point number 2, you've got 437 addition, and you've got bullet point next to last, adjust rate base 729 million. So 729, what is that? That's about another 1.2 billion, something like that. Is that, am I reading that right? Is what you're asking for? Is additional cost. Also, other thing too, adjust rate base by 729 million on annual basis, effective following Unit 4. Is this the rate base that's generated from the 7.6 billion STIP agreement?
So
the right amount, excuse me.
I want to make sure we're reading that appropriately.
Yes.
Adjust retail base rates, not rate base.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is the revenue requirement that we are requesting associated with the investment for Vogtle Unit 3 and 4 and the operating costs associated with operating Vogtle Unit 3 and 4. This is the incremental increase in revenue requirement, or the cost to operate once Unit 4 goes online. That's what the $729 million represents.
Yeah, we laid this out in a couple of different places in our actual filing, back on page 40, and then also page 63 through 67 lays out all of these different elements and how they're accounted for.
Well, forgive me for not memorizing all of it, plus everybody else's testimony. There's 1,000 pages of testimony for everybody, so there's a lot to absorb. Okay, so all right then, the 729 plus the 4.4, what is it? Where am I at? I lost it. Where's the other one? 729, the AFUDC was, okay, 437, 729, 11. About 1.1, 1.2 billion.
So
You're
that's incorrect.
Okay, tell me what's,
So
correct me.
What I would encourage you to do, if you have a copy of our application, is turn to page 64.
I don't have that with me.
Okay.
I gotta streamline this.
All right, so on page 64, figure 2, we address the revenue requirement. That's the amount that impacts customer bills.
Okay.
And so that includes a cost of capital of the investment in the rate base, the O&M expense, property taxes, depreciation, other things. And that builds up what we would call the revenue requirement. That's what actually goes into tariffs and adjusts customer bills. And so I want to make sure that we don't mix and match numbers here. We have items that build up rate base or investment. And then we have items that it costs to run or operate the facility. The items that build up rate base, that's what the company earns a cost of capital on and then depreciates over the life of our investment. The items that build up our operations expense is what we use to operate the facility or charged or incurred cost day by day as we run the facility. Those two combined equal a revenue requirement. And that's what goes into bills and tariffs.
Okay, so let's make sure I understand now. And since you're not operating yet, you're not charging yet, but you're saying you need to, right? Because you are putting this right up front, but you're not incurring that expense yet until you're operating. And you're saying that's kind of how you do it. Is that right?
That's right. As I mentioned in my prepared remarks, once Unit 4 goes online, the month after, we're requesting for rates to be adjusted. And as Mr. Haswell mentioned, it's similar, almost exactly like how we handled Unit 3 in the common facilities once those units went online as well.
Okay. So would you request the rates like for monthly basis, or would you request the rate adjustment like upfront for a year or something? How does that work?
These are all based on annual projections. The rate base is a 13-month average.
Okay.
And then operations expense is based on an annual projection.
Okay. And you pay that up front, or you spread that out over the?
So we collect those costs to operate our facilities every month from our customers through customer tariffs and bills.
Okay. So it's spread out over monthly. You don't hit them with it all at once.
Correct.
Just want to make sure I understand. Page 8, you say safety is our #1 priority, never outweighed by cost and schedule. Does that mean that cost and schedule is of secondary importance at best?
I think this statement speaks for itself, is that the priority that we have used in building this plan is safety and quality first. That's what we've said since the beginning, and that's what we've done. And cost and schedule has been a secondary priority to safety and quality.
Okay. Next question. Does that mean then, as long as the project is built safely, it does not matter how much Vogtle costs or how long it takes to complete, since safety has to be the paramount driving force?
That's not what that statement says, and that's not the intention.
Okay.
Safety is everyone's #1 priority. We want our workers and our staff to be safe, to be able to go home to their families every day, and to also be able to come back to work, to build our facilities and run our facilities. That's why safety is the #1 priority.
Okay. But it's also very expensive, correct?
Being safe and having a goal to be as safe as possible is good business, and I would argue that it's actually less expensive. If we ran an unsafe operation, we'd probably be more expensive.
I wouldn't expect you to run an unsafe operation. What I'm saying, though, is that the safety requirements for nuclear are so extraordinary that it may make the project fiscally unfeasible from a cost basis, right? Isn't that possible?
I don't agree with that. That's
Yeah, building quality into the plant, also safety of the public, having that as our #1 priority, just that that is good business. That's what you've got to do to build nuclear.
That's not just nuclear, that's any asset that's on the Georgia Power system.
But any asset in a competitive industry that, wasn't a regulator or monopoly would have to build this in the, like the airline industry. They have to build their planes safe.
Mr. Privet.
Yes, sir.
Stick to the.
I'm just trying to explain it a
This
little better.
isn't an airline case.
What's that?
This is not an airline case.
Okay. So, the agreement then that basically, the safety requirements that you apply to standard can be very expensive. Let me put it this way. Would that have contributed to Vogel's, $21 billion capital costs? All of the safety requirements that you have to build into it?
I would contend that the safety requirements that were included in our projections and in our practices, a safe and quality work environment, actually ensured the cost wasn't more. It actually was, it actually leads to the lowest cost option.
Okay, so we'll get into cost overruns. Okay. Next question. Well, you probably answered, but anyway.
If it's already been answered, don't ask it.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to streamline it. This is a challenge.
It's pretty simple.
Really? Okay. Would you please turn to CRG Exhibit 2, please?
It's going to take a second again.
That's okay. Take your time.
And the title of that exhibit is?
Vogtle project schedule and cost. And it has 3 sections. Section 1, Kennedy, Section 2, GPC schedule, Section 3, schedule cost adjusted for state.
We have it.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Do you agree with these numbers? The first section 1, was Kennedy and Associates, which I thought was a pretty cool exhibit. They have that in their VCM 28 testimony. And what they have was, they break it down by, this is just Georgia Power as part of it. So they break it down by construction, by financing, and total. All right, so certification, which would have been VCM 1, the construction cost was $4.4 billion. The financing cost was $1.7 billion. Total cost was $6.1 billion certification. That would be for everything. Do you agree with that number?
I haven't had a chance to audit Kennedy Associates testimony. Subject to check, I'll agree.
I can show you your budget if you want. Do you have a copy of your budget?
Subject to check, I'll agree.
No, I have your budget if you want to see it. Okay, if you agree. You're all, do any of you have a copy of the budget?
Table 1.1 in the VCM, yes.
We have that.
Okay, you have VCM 1? Okay. The number's right then, is it not?
Yeah, the certification number in there looks correct. I noticed that VCM 17 is not included in there, where we reforecasted the cost and schedule post.
That's correct.
The bankruptcy of Westinghouse and the loss of our fixed price protections in the EPC agreement.
That's a different chart. Okay, I'm cool. All right. VCM 28. Total cost. This was before the Toshiba rebate. They had 11.6. Financing cost 3.5. We agreed on that before. They had a total cost of 15.2 billion. Does that look right?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. Then we got the cost overrun. It's just the math. So basically, we're looking at a total cost overrun of 148%. Went from 6.1 billion to 9.0 billion, or 148% overrun. Okay. Section 2, I adjusted for you guys. What I did was I took construction cost at the number that you gave us, which is 10.2 billion. All right. And the financing cost stayed the same. The certification cost stayed the same. We just redid the math, and basically we got a cost overrun for construction at 7.8 billion. And again, this is adjusting for the 10.2 billion that you have identified as Vogel's current projected cost. Financing cost increased 1.8 billion. We have a cost overrun of 7.6 billion. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, are we just going through the numbers that have been presented on the exhibit, or are there questions about the actual costs in the project for the witnesses?
You have a question in there somewhere?
Yeah, I do. How do you account for 124% cost overrun for the total project, adjusting for the 10.2 that you said is the capital cost?
So as Mr. Haswell mentioned, we did have a proceeding in VCM 17 where we all made a decision to continue on with this project. And this commission approved an estimate as reasonable of $7.3 billion with much detail and much rigor.
I strongly disagree, but we'll get to that later. Okay, but anyway, so we're right though, okay? Cost overrun, just that we're in agreement, was basically $7.6 billion from certification to VCM 28. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's been asked and answered.
So it's correct, just say it's correct.
Actually,
Thank you.
no.
It's not
The
correct?
record reflects
Thank you.
that your chart is missing key information.
Like hell it
that
is,
Witnesses
sir.
have pointed out.
Move on, next question.
It's missing nothing. Section 3, okay, we adjust for the stipulation, all right, which is 7.56. Okay, do the same calculations. You guys have the exhibit in front of you, by the way?
Sure do.
I'm glad. Thank you. Okay. Construction, 4.4 billion with the stipulation, 7.6. Cost overrun capital, 3.1 billion. Financing, pretty much stayed the same. Total cost overrun, adjusting for the Toshiba rebate and the stipulated agreement that you agreed to, or the parties agreed to, my fellow consultants agreed to, we strongly disagree to, we're still $5 billion cost overrun. Is that right?
So what I think is very important for the commission to recognize, and I've already mentioned this, is in VCM 17, we asked for approval to continue on with this project. This commission approved and deemed reasonable an estimate of $7.3 billion. And that's what all the parties, including the co-owner's share of that, went forward on and completed this project on in VCM 17. Yes, the project cost has increased since certification. Yes, it has taken longer, but there has been rigor and transparency and oversight along the way in multiple decisions along the way where we checked in and this commission either said yes or no for us to continue along with this project.
I'll get to that. But for just the numbers, we're in agreement. All right?
Objection. These are statements, not questions, and the question that he asked has actually been answered.
Okay. Just for the
Sustained.
record. Okay, so basically $5 billion cost overrun, we all agree on. And qualified why.
Ask a question, please.
Okay, I did.
That hasn't been asked.
Regardless of what happens at VCM 17, which we'll get into, if everything Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear did was reasonable and prudent regarding Vogel's cost, how do you explain a $5 billion cost overrun after the STIP agreement and Toshiba? Would you concede that maybe Georgia Power did some things wrong?
So everything that Georgia Power has done to bring these 2 units online for the benefit of our customers has been prudent and reasonable. That doesn't mean that we didn't learn things along the way. That doesn't mean that we didn't take the time and effort to overcome the bankruptcy of our prime contractor. That doesn't mean that we didn't have to go through multiple years of a global pandemic and incur costs associated with that. Variables change, items change. Every time we've been in front of this commission, we've given our best estimate we knew at the time.
Taking what you just said, things change. How do you explain the fact that every other utility in the United States of America that was building nuclear power plants stopped, specifically South Carolina after the Westinghouse bankruptcy, that Georgia Power chose not to. Why?
Because it was the right thing to do for our customers in this state. And I can't opine on what other utilities were thinking. Georgia Power acted on behalf of our customers in this state. And that's the recommendation we made in VCM 17. And that's what was approved in VCM 17.
Okay. Did you also have consenting views in VCM 17? Because I was very much a part of that one, and we'll get into why I remember it so vividly. Was it basically, said, also, and what Kennedy said is all of the data that was presented at VCM 17 and much going forward was seriously flawed, led to erroneous conclusions, and basically should not be relied upon. How do you respond to what Kennedy said about the validity of the data that was presented to this commission in VCM 17?
In VCM 17, we brought company experts, we brought multiple groups that estimated the ongoing cost to finish the project. So Bechtel, ourselves, PwC, Kenrich Group, we brought all those estimates to you. It was our best estimate at the time. We had staff look at it. We had other people look at it. And then we went forward on that estimate. Yes, in VCM 19, we acknowledged that estimate was lower than what we thought it should have been. And we, as a company, elected not to seek recovery of that $700 million in increase.
We got a $5 billion cost overrun even with the stipulation. And that you are seeking recovery was, are you not?
So the commission approved as reasonable in VCM 17, $7.3 billion, approved the project structure, approved the updated schedule for the units. The company is now asking for approval of the stipulation at $7.562 billion.
I understand.
Which is very little difference to what we came here in VCM 17 nearly 6 years ago and promised we would complete this project with quality and safety first. And here we stand today with that project complete, with Unit 3 operating, and the cost change that we're asking for is very little than what we had difference from what we asked for in VCM 17.
You know, what you said is correct. If you start off with the, what was the commission approval, $7.3 billion, we challenged that on the following reasons. Number one,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Prudence, 1 second, Mr. Hewitt. I'm going to ask you one final time. I think you and I both can agree on one thing, and that is that I can put a limit on you.
I'm sure
when
you
you're
can.
getting pretty close.
I hope you don't.
Because I'm going to say it one more time. I need you to ask questions and not testify.
Okay.
And those questions need to be pertinent to the testimony sworn witnesses are here to talk about.
Okay. You do mention that you're very concerned about the rate impact on your customers. Could you please turn to CRG Exhibit 3?
And the title of that is?
That is cumulative rate increases for Georgia Power. And it's a chart, kind of goes like this.
Okay.
Get it?
We have
it. This was from Patty Doreen's testimony on page 1718. And one of the things that we're asking is all of these decisions, as you said, impact rates. Okay. So these numbers look right to you. Going to the top part, was your rate, did you get a rate increase of $1.8 billion in 2019?
So I believe that is the cumulative amount of the 2019 rate case approved amount.
Okay. 2022, same amount, 1.8 billion. I know you basically asked for 3 billion, then it could cut down to 1.8. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Fuel cost adjustment, 2022, 2 billion, correct?
So I believe the $2 billion revenue requirement, and these are all revenue requirement numbers that you're talking about, that was only the under-recovered portion of the fuel case. So
Okay.
it might have been a little larger than that.
Okay. You got an estimate, or is that close?
It's close.
I'll take your word for it. I try to be reasonable. Okay. The coal ash cleanup, that was a projection, because I remember in the IRP 19 and 22, they were kind of saying it's going to be about $7 billion spread over a few years to clean up all the coal ash. And from IRP 19 to 22, they still didn't know how much it was going to be. Do you have a number on what the estimated coal ash cleanup would be?
That has nothing to do with this docket.
Okay. Well, with all due respect, sir, it does because we have to, every decision they make impacts customers' rates. And Georgia Power has consistently said that everything we do is in the benefit for our customers. So part of doing this project or any project, you have to understand the cumulative impact on customers' rates. And this just shows the context in which Vogtle is now operating in.
I'm trying to give you some flexibility, but I need you to move on to questions that
Okay. Okay, on the other thing, well, we're dealing with rates, which is basically very relevant, I believe. On this chart here, do you agree with this? Just take, and if you don't, tell me.
No, it's grossly flawed.
Okay, what's wrong with it?
So you're mixing, this chart, this exhibit mixes and matches a topic that we talked about several minutes ago, revenue requirement and investment. Possibly the first three bullets are revenue requirement, but the bottom two, Global 3 and the coal ash cleanup we just talked about, that's investment cost. That's not revenue requirement. The $5.68 billion that we're asking for recovery for is an investment cost, not a revenue requirement. That's not what we charge customers. And then going down to the green chart, we're missing some stuff on here. This is, looks like it's only the increases. It doesn't account for almost $20 of decreases from the fuel surcharge or the fuel cost rider, the FCR, in 2020.
Okay.
Also doesn't note that the fuel cost increase of $16 is expected to be temporary. That's not going to be there forever. Also doesn't talk about the fact that as we make investment, we have declining revenue requirement, and the revenue requirement should go down for all these investments that we're making. The cost to customers should decrease over time, but we do also make other investments to serve our customers. I just think it's a one-way or one-sided chart and doesn't tell the full story.
Okay, well, this is Mr. Rand's testimony, and council will certainly have the opportunity to cross-examine her.
Mr. Chairman, again, these are comments made after responses are given by the witnesses.
Just trying to help you out.
Mr. is not under oath. He had that opportunity. He chose not to take it. Please.
Wait a minute.
Hey, sustain, move on.
Okay, no, I want to respond to this because they specifically had a rule in my favor, honor, as Commissioner Wise said, the Prenovitz rule, where he said, if you do cross, you cannot do testimony. If you do testimony, you cannot do cross. So don't tell me I had the chance.
Actually, the Prenovitz rule is that he's limited to 30 minutes of cross-examination. And I would ask that that be put into place for this proceeding as well.
And I would ask that you sit down.
All right, we're going, Mr. Prenovitz, come on.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's not take it personal.
Okay, you're right. Okay. Mr. Williams. Page 12. Produce more carbon-free electricity each year, avoid 103 metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2057. That would come out to 4.3 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. What is that? How do you measure? How bad is 4.3 metric tons of carbon dioxide a year?
So you said page 12 of
page 12 of the testimony.
Testimony line.
I don't have the line, but it says produce more carbon-free electricity each year. Page 12, and it says avoid 103 million metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2057.
And so these are numbers coming out of the NEI reports. How you measure the metric tons of carbon dioxide avoided is you would compare Vogtle 3 and 4 going into the company's generation mix versus the current generation mix. And with nuclear, there is no carbon. And so there is an offset of that type of generation being selected and going into our energy mix.
I understand that, but 4.3 metric tons per year, what exactly does that mean?
4.3 metric, I mean, where are you at right here?
Just bad stuff. I just did the math. We said 103 million metric tons by 2057. So just divide that, get a yearly rate of basically.
So
my math right?
that means we're avoiding over 4 million tons of carbon a year.
Okay.
That's a huge number.
Okay, now, Mr. Williams, Vogtle 1 and 2 in a comparable time period, how much nuclear waste is produced each year by Vogtle 1 and 2?
So, Vogtle 1 and 2 refuel every 18 months like most power plants do. Roughly 40% of their reactor core is discharged as part of that, and we safely store that fuel at our facility. And we have safely stored all of the spent nuclear fuel that we've ever generated at Vogtle 1 and 2 at our facility.
Okay, you put a number on the carbon dioxide. You put a number on how much nuclear, what is it? It's called spent fuel, isn't it? Is that what it is?
That's correct.
How much of that is produced each year or each 18 months?
I don't know a number off the top of my head.
Okay. Can we make a request to get that number?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see the relevance of that number to the rate request or the prudence review.
Well, because basically he's saying that nuclear is much better than coal, and maybe it is, but basically coal had a cost, instead carbon dioxide, but nuclear also has a cost with nuclear waste. What's the cost? That's a reasonable question.
The objection is sustained. Move on.
Okay. You mentioned you dispose it on site, right?
We store it on site. That's
Okay.
correct.
What's it go, like in a big swimming pool, basically? Is that how it works?
Fuel is stored in a spent fuel pool for a period of at least 5 years, and then it's moved into dry casks for storage outside.
You say outside of where? Outside on the plant site or outside?
It's on the plant site. Yes, sir.
Okay, so everything stays on site, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, didn't at the beginning of nuclear, it was all supposed to be in Nevada or Yucca Mountain or something, and then they didn't want to do it, and nobody wanted the stuff going through their state. So in essence, every nuclear plant is a nuclear waste disposal site, is it not?
So the ratepayers of Georgia Power and our other co-owners have paid a lot of money for the permanent storage of the spent nuclear fuel produced by Plant Hatch and
How much?
Vogtle. It's over $1 billion. And
That's
Southern
just the interest.
and Southern Nuclear seeks to recover that cost, all the costs that are associated with the storage of that fuel. We seek back from the federal government for their failure to perform under those contracts.
So is that $1 billion total for the life of the 30 years of Vogtle, or is that $1 billion ongoing, or over what period of time is that $1 billion?
That's over the life of plants Vogtle and Hatch.
Okay. So what would your estimate be going forward, say for 2023 or 24, on how much it would cost to store the nuclear waste?
Mr. Chairman, this sounds like a line of questioning that might have happened during certification, but the units have been certified and they've been built. One of them's operating. I don't see the relevance of that to the previous procedure.
Let me help him out.
I agree with you.
Can I help him out? Because you're building a new 3 and 4 unit. You want to know how much it's going to cost? Yes, sir.
Move on,
Okay.
please.
Okay. You talk about lessons learned from what you learned from Vogtle 3 to Vogtle 4. What lessons has Georgia Power learned in these major cost overruns have experienced over the life of the project?
Well, we've learned a lot. Really, the buildup of a new nuclear industry, being the first ones out with new NRC regulations and adhering to those appropriately so, ensuring that we have a good quality workforce in this country, ensuring that we have good quality manufacturing, and building that industry and hopefully sustaining that industry in the long term. As well as planning work. As you know, I think Mr. Williams could probably elaborate on if we think about the progress of Unit 3 versus how Unit 4 has gone. It's been a marked improvement, all because we have taken day by day, month by month lessons we've learned on Unit 3 and applied them to Unit 4, whether that's how we test, how we do documentation, how we sequence our work. There's been a healthy dose, if you will, of lessons learned on this project that I hope don't go to waste for the rest of the nuclear industry.
Okay. Now, as one finance guy to another, dealing with the cost part of it, what have you learned on how to control costs of major capital expenditure projects? Because obviously, well, the numbers speak for themselves. The costs weren't controlled.
Is there a question?
Question.
How did you learn from Vogtle's cost overruns on your next capital expenditure projects to avoid the high costs and cost overruns that permeated this project.
So
what did you take from that, apply to your next project that you're doing?
So we've learned a lot about project controls during the course of the Vogtle project, and that includes both cost and schedule controls. And we are taking those lessons learned, we're wrapping those up, and we are preparing to roll those out over the entire Southern Company enterprise to improve all of our project controls for all capital projects going forward. So yes, we have learned a lot building the first of a kind nuclear facility that hasn't been built in more than 30 years. And we are absolutely taking those learnings and passing those along for the benefits of all of our projects.
Now, since you asked for the finance guy's opinion, the amount of detail, the amount of rigor that we've had in the project control process on this project, at least since VCM 17, since we took over the project, I can't speak for Westinghouse, has been pretty impressive. And it has allowed us to be as open as transparent as possible and provide all the detail we have. It allows you to question us with the amount of detail that you have. So you have all the information, you have all the details. It allows this commission, the staff, all the interveners to have open and transparent information. The amount of information, the rigor behind this process is impressive. And as Mr. Williams said, we look to continue it.
Let me see, you keep referencing VCM 17. What was the estimated total cost to complete capital cost from VCM going forward? And where did it come out at, basically? Do you know those numbers offhand?
I know the
I don't, by the way, so that's why I'm
the
asking.
company had spent approximately 4.4 billion at that time.
Wait, we say 4.4 billion up to VCM 17?
That's correct.
Okay.
Through the VCM 17.
Okay, and then going forward from VCM 17 to completion, what was the estimate then?
Our estimate was 7.3 billion.
Okay, what is it? What did it come out to? Where are we at now?
We're at 10.2 billion in table 1.1.
Okay, so basically about a 40-50% increase over what you projected from VCM 17.
Mr. Panovich, you have 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you, sir. You're gonna cut me off?
I'll cut you off. Only if you use profanity, then you won't have any more
I
time.
never use profanity in this hearing, and I never will. I don't know why you say that.
You got 6 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm at the end. Okay. I'd like to go back to last year's rate case with Mr. Womack testified, and he kind of reiterated what you said today, that everything you do is for the customer's benefit. And what Mr. Womack said is, we understand this request, this was last year, will result in additional costs for customers. With this in mind, I am committed to ensure that Georgia Power continues to operate efficiently and responsibly and to manage our business in a way that minimizes costs to our customers. Okay. Remember last year, basically the second day of Rosh Hashanah, so we kind of each remember that day.
You got 5 minutes, Mr.
Yeah, I can do it in 5. And I asked Mr. Womack, is this a strong commitment from Georgia Power or is this a PR piece? He assured me it was a serious commitment. I then mentioned that over the years, I've spoken with you, Mr.
Ask your question, Mr.
I will do it, sir. Give me the 5 minutes, please. Over the years, I've observed considerable opportunities for improvement and asked if he would be willing to meet the confidence. Yes, sir.
You're done.
No, I'm not.
Have a seat, sir.
I am not finished. Throw me out like you did before.
Have a seat, sir.
Yes, sir. Basically, let me finish my
Witnesses,
question.
you won't answer any more questions.
Okay, let me ask it anyway and don't answer it, okay? Basically, the offer's still good to meet with you guys, Mr. Womack. Mr. Echols, thank you, sir. I am done.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
No question.
Georgia Interfaith Power and Light.
No questions.
Georgia Watch.
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. How much time you need, Mr. Jacob?
8 minutes.
You got it.
That's it for that. Hi, Brian Jacob for Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. If a party simply says that costs are prudent, does that make it so?
No, it is our assertion and is to the judgment of this commission to determine if our costs and decisions were both prudent and reasonable.
does the fact that some, but not all parties have agreed to stipulate a certain amount as prudent and reasonable, does that relieve the commission itself from the responsibility to independently determine that value?
It does not, but that's also why we've asked the commission to, if you will, evaluate the stipulated agreement that we've reached with multiple intervening parties that have long standing in these VCN proceedings.
Since there are witnesses testifying about different values, how should the commission decide which figure is right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
As I understand it, there's pre-filed testimony that suggests a different prudency figure than the one that you and some of the other stipulating parties are putting forward.
So all the stipulating parties, including the PIA staff and their consultants, agreed that $7.562 billion was both prudent and reasonable and should be recovered as part of the stipulated agreement. I'm not sure the other parties you're referencing.
I believe that a witness for Concerned Ratepayers of Georgia has put forward a different figure. And so I'm asking your perspective on what the commission should do when there are conflicting numbers in the record. How do they decide which one's right?
That's why we're here today and for the next couple of days is to have these proceedings to discuss that and for people like you and this commission to ask the witnesses questions to defend their position.
The different question, the stipulation says that the rate adjustment will be implemented in the same manner as the Unit 3 in common rate adjustment. And I believe, Mr. Abramowitz, the term you used in your summary was ratably. Can you explain that term for those of us that aren't accountants?
Sure. So just like Unit 3 in common, the tariff and the rate increase of cost or rate change of cost of tariffs will be allocated and appropriated based on the size of each customer class. That's what I mean by ratably. And I do remember back in the Unit 3 in common proceedings, I think you and I had a similar exchange. And we talked about the residential class. And the residential class has some of the largest revenue requirement because it is our largest class of customers for Georgia Power Company. So the math would say that from the amount of cost allocated to the residential, it is higher, but that's because they're our largest class. That's not because we're putting a disproportionate amount to our residential customers. We are spreading it based on the tariffs and the customer base that we serve.
So would you say that the NCCR had also been ratably allocated?
Yes.
Were any tariffs exempt from the NCCR?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know for sure.
Will any tariffs be exempt from this rate increase?
No.
Thank you. Did I do it,
When you're
Nate?
saying tariffs, exactly what are you meaning by that?
Well, like GS1 and R26 or whatever we're on, each of those individual rate plans that someone can subscribe to. Less than 8. Yeah.
Redirect?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go back to my original question, please. 437 million that dealt with the AFUDC, with NCCR being a part of the cost, the interest cost on the construction cost. Help me through that 13 months of getting to that particular cost, 437 million.
So the $437 million is inclusive of the $7.562 billion that we're requesting the stipulated agreement. And so it is increased from what we've shown in table 1.1 in the VCM proceedings by, I believe, roughly $20 or $25 million. It's not based on a 13-month average. It is a number that gets put into rate base and added to rate base, just like inventory or other items. It does if you will, decline over time. It is depreciated, so year by year, the amount will get lower as we collect recovery on that. Does that help?
Well, I'm not as confused as I've been, but I'm close. Thank you.
Any other questions? You have any redirect?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. I do ask that exhibits GPC 1 through 4 be moved into evidence. And I would also like to remind the panel that they will be back up on rebuttal, so they will remain under oath.
All right. All your exhibits are marked and in the record. Since it's lunchtime, I think we'll go ahead and just take a lunch break before we move on to the next panel and start fresh. So we'll see everyone back in here at 1 o'clock. Okay, it's 1:00. We're gonna get started back. Georgia Power, you want to swear in your next panel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd call Georgia Power Company's next witnesses, Mr. Joseph Miller and Mr. Michael Skaggs. Gentlemen, will you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Miller, would you please start by stating your full name, your employer, and your responsibilities for that employer for the record?
My name is Joseph Miller. I'm President and CEO of Pegasus Global Holdings.
Okay. And Mr. Skaggs?
I'm Mike Skaggs. I'm retired and energy consultant.
Gentlemen, on September 8th, 2023, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 125 pages of testimony in question and answer format?
Yes.
As part of your testimony, did you pre-file 6 exhibits identified at the time as JAM 1, MS 2, and exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Yes.
Yes.
Were those exhibits prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections that you need to make to your pre-file testimony or exhibits?
No, sir.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as are filed in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has previously been given a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I now ask that the pre-filed testimony, Mr. Miller and Mr. Skaggs, be copied into the record as if it were given here today.
So marked.
For the record, I would also like to identify the pre-filed exhibits as Georgia Power Company's exhibits GPC 5 through GPC 10, and have them admitted into the record subject to cross-examination.
So marked.
Okay. And given their unique backgrounds, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask that Mr. Miller and Mr. Skaggs each provide a short summary of their experience and testimony in this proceeding.
Very well.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Miller. I'm President and CEO of Pegasus Global Holdings, an international consulting firm that provides services in the power, energy, and infrastructure industries. I have over 30 years of experience in the electric power generation sector, including engineering, operations, resource planning, and regulatory. In the last 12 years, I have sponsored 65 testimonies in regulatory proceedings in multiple states. The purpose of our testimony is to address fundamental concepts of prudence as they apply to decision-making during the planning and execution of the construction and startup of Vogtle Units 3 and 4. I will speak to the processes and procedures used by Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear, the review performed by Pegasus Global, and our overall findings. My colleague, Mr. Skaggs, will speak to the project execution strategy and several of the project challenges evaluated as part of our review. Our evaluation also considered whether Georgia Power management reasonably and prudently implemented its decisions. This evaluation included an assessment of the management processes used by Georgia Power to plan, execute, manage engineering, procurement, and construction activities, including those of its contractors. A determination of reasonableness of overall design, procurement, and construction management practices, and the extent to which these management practices avoided, mitigated, or resulted in cost and/or schedule impacts. We were specifically asked by Georgia Power to testify as to the differences in planning, managing, controlling, and completing a mega project. This included a comparison between a first-of-a-kind project and typical construction projects. We were also asked to opine on the project controls tools used to oversee project progress, specifically those processes Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear used to measure and monitor the status of construction of the Vogtle project, and whether those project control tools met good utility practices and industry standards and were appropriate for the stage of the project when the respective project control tools were developed and implemented. While we are not lawyers, our understanding of the question of prudency in this case is informed by Georgia law in OCGA section 46-3A-7A, which provides that inclusion of costs in excess of 100% of those approved by the Commission shall not be permitted unless shown by the utility to have been reasonable and prudent. In performing prudence evaluations, Pegasus Global has adopted this definition of prudence, which is consistent with this commission, with those this commission has used. Decisions are prudent if made in a reasonable manner in light of conditions and circumstances which were reasonably known or reasonably should have been known when the decision was made. Our prudence evaluation assessed the reasonableness and prudency of Georgia Power's decisions regarding Vogtle Units 3 and 4 for the period of time starting from December 31st, 2015 through fuel load of Unit 4. The December 31, 2015 date is based on the Commission's January 3rd, 2017 order adopting the SIR stipulation, which established that Georgia Power had the burden of proof to show that costs above $5.68 billion are prudent. These are the costs that we have focused on in our prudency review, including the value of this project to customers of Georgia Power. We reviewed the process utilized and decisions made from VCM 17, which documents Georgia Power's efforts following Westinghouse bankruptcy and the resulting project changes. Our review is predicated on what was reasonably known or knowable at the time of VCM 17. We also understand that in the VCM 17 order, the Commission found all costs up to $7.3 billion to be reasonable. For practical purposes, we reviewed all costs above $5.68 billion for prudency and reasonableness. Based on this review of policies, procedures, processes, reports, detailed schedule and cost files, and other project documentation, we found that the project controls, including scope and change control management, schedule management, cost management, risk management, project controls reporting, and lessons learned, either met or exceeded what would be expected on a project of this size, magnitude, scope, and complexity, and generally align with common utility practices. Specifically, we evaluated subcontract, procurement, and supplier management for the project, concluding that while COVID-19 pandemic created challenges in all these areas, Southern Nuclear had processes in place typical for the size, magnitude, and complexity of the project and took actions to address the challenges in these areas. We identified several challenges and key areas that the project faced. Our conclusions related to those challenges and decisions are included in detail in our testimony and can be summarized as follows. One of the largest impacts unique to Vogtle 3 and 4 was the Westinghouse bankruptcy filed on March 29, 2017. Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear made key decisions related to the Westinghouse bankruptcy, including the decision to self-perform the work with SNC overseeing the completion of the project on behalf of the co-owners. As part of that decision, Georgia Power and SNC undertook the substantial effort of developing a new estimate to complete, including commissioning several outside experts to provide opinions concerning the likely cost and schedule of various scenarios that were being considered. Also, as part of the transition from Westinghouse to the SNC Bechtel project structure, SNC and Georgia Power made the decision to adopt an aggressive schedule, which provided schedule contingency and focused the collective project team. We find the estimate to complete developed at the time of the project transition, as well as the decision to adopt an aggressive schedule to be reasonable based on what Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear knew at the time and based on the independent assessments it had taken. With regard to cost challenges, we find that Georgia Power and SNC had strong processes in place to monitor cost and continually update both the estimate to complete and the estimate at completion. We focused on whether decisions were made in a reasonable manner in light of conditions and circumstances that were reasonably known or knowable, or reasonably should have been known when the decision was made. Our conclusion is that the decisions made and the actions taken by Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear related to controlling costs were reasonable and prudent. With regard to schedule changes, we find consistent with best industry practices, periodic rebaselining to be typical of large complex projects over the course of execution, and is normal with projects that fall behind schedule, and especially those working with an aggressive target schedule. We conclude that Southern Nuclear and Georgia Power exercised appropriate oversight and monitoring of the project, and that the project is reasonable and prudent. We further agree with the company's determination that $8.826 billion is reasonable, resulting in value to customers. Additionally, we noted Georgia Power has been very transparent with information regarding the project, providing information to the Commission, the construction monitor, the PIA staff, and the staff's consultants on an ongoing basis. In addition, it is our understanding that the construction monitor and PIA staff attend the monthly project review meetings, meet monthly with Georgia Power to review the Vogtle Project Management Board monthly presentations, and are provided project documentation regularly throughout the month. PIA staff and their consultants often attend meetings at the site and for several years had an on-site observer at the project. Nuclear energy is the largest source of zero carbon energy in the United States, providing half of the country's clean energy. Nuclear energy is also one of the most reliable and efficient sources of clean energy. Georgia Power customers will benefit from the addition of Vogtle as an additional source of reliable clean energy.
My name is Michael Skaggs. I'm a utility industry consultant with over 35 years of experience in the industry. My experience includes manager projects, Watts-Bar Nuclear Unit 1, during the design, construction, startup, and initial operation of that unit. Was also the site vice president at all three of the TVA nuclear sites. I was a senior vice president over the Watts-Bar nuclear site, which included the operation of Unit 1 and also the Unit 2 design, construction, testing, and placement and operation of that unit. And at the end of my career, I was the chief operations officer for TVA. As previously noted, I have been involved with construction on several plants, responsible for safe operation, maintenance, and leadership of operating units, and serve in the executive decision-making role. Additionally, I served on the Vogtle Construction Review Board. I found the decision-making on the Vogtle project was consistent with my experience on other first-of-a-kind and mega projects. While there were challenges encountered throughout the execution of the project, appropriate processes and resources that were in place to plan, monitor, and actively manage the execution efforts on the project. As part of the review of construction oversight, we evaluated the quality assurance and quality control processes and concluded that policies and procedures used for quality assurance and quality control on the project align with industry standards. We note several improvements to initial testing and concluding that the project's commissioning and startup process is typical of what we have experienced on other large projects of this size, magnitude, and complexity. An evaluation was performed on several execution strategies and key decisions that the project encountered. For example, while the productivity targets and manpower requirements were challenging throughout the project and were further impacted with the first-of-a-kind nature of this project and the bankruptcy of Westinghouse, we find that the planning assumptions used by Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear were reasonable based on the information known at the time, and that the companies took appropriate action through the project to mitigate these risks and their impacts. We find that the decisions made and actions taken by Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, including implementation of site protocols and the scenarios conducted, allow the project to continue in a safe manner during the pandemic. We agree with the assessment that partial leases for testing would allow earlier discovery and correction of any defects or nonconformances in the work to help in maintaining target commercial operation dates. Given the challenge related to energy here and abroad, Vogtle is a project that the state of Georgia should be proud of. The decision to complete Vogtle places Georgia at the forefront of advancing nuclear power and will provide energy security to the customers of Georgia. Our review has demonstrated that as the first new nuclear project completed in decades, the project is reasonable and prudent and will provide valuable carbon-free energy and capacity to Georgia Power and its customers for the next 60 to 80 years.
Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are available for questions from the bench as well as cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So just to provide me with clarity, you both have a great deal of experience, and so I'm going to ask you both the same question based upon your experience. Mr. Miller, you were vice president with Duke Energy, and you managed their generation fleet. On page 8 of your pre-filed testimony, you give your advice to this commission that this project is both reasonable and prudent. And that's predicated off of, on page 8 of your testimony, the Georgia definition of prudency as defined in OCGA 46-3A-7A. Your experience with Duke, you've worked in other states. Does that definition of prudency in Georgia differ in any way from other states, or prefer on a large scale, or is it just minor differences?
I would say that it's similar to that of other states.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Skaggs, your experience as COO with TVA, I would expect that you're familiar with Tennessee law. Talk to me about prudency in Tennessee and how the Georgia definition of prudency measures up.
Well, unfortunately, in this case, the Tennessee Valley Authority was created by a federal act, and those costs don't get tested by prudency in the same manner. We have similar hearings to what is being conducted here, and it's very similar to the challenging and the questioning that is performed here as it is in Tennessee, but the rules and laws are different.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Skaggs. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen, I come from a business background myself, and I understand procurement and cost of supplies and cost of a lot of different things in operation. And of course, during this process, I understand the reasonableness of Westinghouse going bankrupt and what impact it had on the company or the project. I understand the COVID situation that hit us and the amount of cost that was involved in that for health purposes, testing purposes, security purposes, all the way down the line. With your experience in managing, and you relate in your testimony about lessons learned quite a bit over the project time, in your evaluation of the decisions that have been made by powers to be, did you ever find anywhere where that some of the management decisions were not up to standard and should not have been implemented, or maybe there should have been a slap on the hands, or even as a TVA executive, did you ever have to fire anybody for not carrying out their work? I just need to find out if you go beyond just the fact that we learned this, but we're not saying this should have been done this way and another way. Can you kind of elaborate on that for me, Mr. Miller or Mr. Skaggs, either one?
Yes, I'll go ahead and get started. So like in what I talked about earlier, I did spend time at the Vogtle site in the 17-18 timeframe, as noted earlier. And there was opportunities where not every lesson learned was being, approached maybe as finitely as one would expect. And so the independent or the construction review board would point those out, and Vogtle Southern management took the appropriate actions to continue to learn.
What were those appropriate actions? What did they consist of, please?
Okay, one example would be helping the craft be able to get to the job site in a timely manner, helping the craft with support of engineering, field engineering, to help them understand drawings, to be able to read the drawings more efficiently, help them implement their work, be more successful than they were being successful. Another example would be performance of the test program, like I talked about in my testimony, doing the early testing, doing partial turnovers or partial transitions to allow early testing, so you can vet out your procedures in such a manner that you know if they need any correction or revisions, and be able to test out the testing, or challenge the testing staff and performance of tests, so that you can understand if you have any weaknesses there that need to be changed, or maybe folded up a little bit, either through training programs to give them some additional advanced knowledge. So yeah, there were opportunities to improve, but that's what nuclear power is about. It's a state of excellence. It's driving toward high levels of excellence. It's about excellence in safety. It's about excellence in quality. It's about excellence in reliability, so that when you do perform these processes, these programs as prescribed, which are extremely difficult and tenuous, you are left with a product that is going to have a high level of reliability, a high level of safety performance, and it's an asset that will be able to perform for many years and provide a good product. So,
was there ever any observation of negligence on anyone's part? And if so, what was the outcome of it?
So I define negligence as where a person is performing something that they're doing purposefully wrong. I did not observe negligence in the case. I am sure that they observed negligence, and I am well aware of many people being fired at Plant Vogtle 3 and 4 for those types of instances, but that was a small percentage that was noted. But I do not have personal collection of that, but I'm positive it happened.
I certainly understand the fact that you say you helped engineers or whatever to redesign whatever they're doing, because craft labor during this entire period was very, very limited, is what you could have.
Yes, sir. And I mean, you got a great point. You know, the last time a nuclear power plant was finished up was 2016, which was Watts Bar 2, which I was associated with. We had a very difficult time getting craft with experience. That doesn't mean that the craft were not high quality, they were not proficient. It just meant that they were not used to the day-to-day challenges of performance of nuclear work. And prior to 2016, when Watts Bar 2 finished, you know, the previous nuclear work, a large construction effort was at Browns Ferry, which I was associated, but that was in the early 2000s. And prior to that, it was in the late 80s. And so what that, as you recognize, what that led to is a dwindling population of craft, a dwindling population of engineers, a dwindling population of management and leadership that are, you know, had been well versed in performance of the tasks that it takes to finish one of these nuclear plants. Yes, and that was a challenge.
And I would concur. We saw no indications of negligence on this project. We saw this project being managed with policies and procedures in terms of managing costs, schedule, changes, risk that were consistent with what we would expect for a project of this size, consistent with industry standards. In terms of learnings, you know, one example of learnings is the policies and procedures that we reviewed were continually updated. As the project team learned things, learned better ways of doing things, those learnings work their ways into the policies and procedures. And so that's just one example that I would share with you.
Well, when you invest authority and invest responsibility and management, you expect management to produce, correct?
Certainly.
And if management does not produce, then you expect something, a change or move or something, or even the worst thing I ever had to do in my business was fire somebody. Never did like to do that, but it did happen. And it's not right for the ratepayer to have to absorb management's decisions that are not correct. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know of any management decisions that were incorrect that were not corrected, per se. We all make mistakes. Humans are fallible. But what I saw when I was participating with Vogtle and when I was participating with that leadership team, I saw a leadership team that was aggressive in understanding what others had learned or how others had failed in constructing and testing a nuclear plant. I saw a leadership team that valued not repeating those lessons. That did not mean that they didn't make some errors in judgment along the way, but they were aggressive about making appropriate decisions and doing the right thing. And they used a series of performance indices and metrics to provide oversight and to measure performance that gave them a day-to-day, hour-by-hour ability to make corrections and changes whether that was with, they had the wrong people in the wrong slots. And I saw a lot of changes with leadership and management to continue to reinforce improved performance day in and day out. That's what I saw.
A lot of that's reflected even behind this bench up here too.
Yes, sir.
When, you got a country hardware man sitting up here making a decision on a nuclear plant. Of course, I manage a lot of people. They were Georgia Tech graduates that I manage. But other than that, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one. I didn't really hear anything in your summary about the stipulation that's before us. So do you think that the stipulation is a reasonable outcome?
Absolutely. Yes. I would say that we believe the stipulation is good for customers and reflects a balancing of needs of customers and needs of the company. Absolutely.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, we'll move on. Public Service Commission.
No questions.
Concerned ratepayers of Georgia. Mr. Prudency?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, you got any idea how much time you need on this panel?
I think yes. Somewhere around 30 minutes, or something like that.
All right.
Morning, Steve Prudency, and got a background in finance and economics, so we could have a pretty good discussion, I hope. Great to see you. Mr. Miller, you mentioned that your colleague was involved in the, I guess, the original Vogtle hearing dealing with a risk-sharing mechanism with the PIA staff. Can you explain that a little bit, what he did and what it was about?
So that was
Way back.
That was before my time.
I understand, as best you can.
Yeah, but it's my understanding that Chris Nielsen, one of the co-founders of Pegasus, was involved in evaluating the risk sharing associated, I believe, with the Westinghouse agreement.
Okay. And my understanding of risk sharing with the PIA staff wanted was you're committing to a certain budget, you need to stay within it. And apparently Georgia Power and your colleague opposed that. Why would he oppose that? That sounds pretty reasonable, is it not?
I'm not certain of those details.
What?
Mr. President has just asked this witness to opine on what somebody who is not on the stand was thinking about, I believe, 30 years ago.
No, actually it was 15 years ago.
Mr. Prudency.
You're right, it was.
I'm going to ask you to move on from that one.
Okay. Mr. Skaggs, you mentioned you worked on a planned summer, the review board from 2017 to 18. Is that right?
No, sir. I referenced I was on the Vogtle Construction Review Board.
Because it said summer in there, I believe, didn't it?
No, sir. If I did, I don't. Yeah, if I did, I didn't mean to.
I believe it. Okay. I don't have I just have the reference. So.
No, the written word says Vogtle. So if I misspoke.
Okay. Well, I had a whole bunch of questions that aren't relevant now. Okay.
And I'm glad you have recognized that.
I'm trying to, comment you guys, This really is an accelerated process, though, Okay. All right, you mentioned prudency in your application of Vogtle 3 and 4. And you said you the project met or exceeded industry standards, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it wasn't the industry standard that after the summer, which you did not work on, that I thought you did, every other nuclear power plant in the country had stopped. So wasn't the industry standard maybe not to continue building them?
I would say that when we say met or exceeded industry standards, we were speaking about standards such as those established by the Association for the Advancement of Cost Engineering Project Management Institute standards, the CMMA with the Construction Management Association of America. Those are the types of standards we were speaking of.
Okay. Now expanding your definition of standards, if you're comparing Georgia Power with all the other utilities in the United States of America, and they've all decided for one reason or another, it is not feasible, wise, or prudent to continue the constructions project and spending billions of dollars, isn't that a standard Georgia Power did not meet?
There were a number of utilities involved, I would say, in very early stages of development of nuclear. Georgia Power was in the front. In my assessment, I've not seen the economic evaluations of the other utilities. I did evaluate the economics at the time of VCM 17 and strongly agree with their approach in developing that estimate to complete. We found that to be very thorough, especially given the use of independent experts. And then the resulting economics that led to the decision by all owners to continue, and the unanimous decision by the commission to continue, found that to be very reasonable.
So basically, the decisions made by all of the other utilities, in the past, I had a list of all of them. I think there were like 28, 30 different plans under construction. All of them concluded it was the best interest of the company and their customers to stop construction. You're saying that that particular trend, industry experience is not relevant to Georgia Power?
I don't know the economics of those other utilities. Again, I did see the economics at the time of VCM 17 and strongly agree with that. I would also offer that, again, Georgia Power was much further along in the construction of Vogtle. Most of those other utilities were in very early stages of development. And so, relatively speaking, Georgia Power had more cost behind it on Vogtle 3 and 4 than was in front of it.
Okay. It was my understanding, though, that Plant Summer and Plant Vogtle were pretty similar in their completion rates. Is
That would not be true.
agree with that?
Yes, I've looked at it. That's not a true statement.
Okay, where am I off?
Southern was more advanced than, Georgia Power was more advanced than the Summer unit was.
Okay, when Summer was canceled, how much did it cost?
I'm sorry.
So what was the cost up to the date when Plant Summer was canceled? Do you know?
Summer had, the owners of Summer had invested approximately $9 billion and decided to pull the plug.
Okay, because my understanding was closer to 20.
Nine-
All of the partners, not just, you had all of them together. It may have been, Scanner was the main one,
Mr.
right?
Prudency, we're not here to talk about BC Summer, okay?
Just doing the comparison, sir.
So compare.
Okay. Mention use similar prudency standards for Vogtle 1 and 2, is that correct?
I believe I'm not sure the timing of that statute that I reference on page 8.
All right, could you please turn to CRG Exhibit 4?
I don't have those CRG exhibits.
Did you give them a copy? Last year?
14 years, you've known to bring exhibits.
No, I didn't. I sent them to, Mr. Chairman, I submitted the exhibits on Thursday and saying, here's what I want to use. Please pass them out to the, to the witnesses. And that was not an unreasonable request. We've done that before, and Mr. Ewenson doesn't want to deal with it. And I only have one copy.
You don't have any copies?
I sent them in on Thursday, including to the commission. I sent copies to all of you. Do you have those? The CRG Exhibit 4 says Prudency Cost Summary, Georgia Power versus Georgia Public Service Commission.
That'd be fine.
Oh. Do you have one, Mr. Johnson, you could share?
Mr. Prudency, can I step in here and just remind you that the commission does not make copies for the interveners and for the parties. You, as the intervener, are responsible for bringing your copies of things that you want commissioners and witnesses and the other parties to see.
I understand.
Okay?
But also in the past.
No, not in the past, because we don't make copies and distribute for witnesses. We don't do that.
I always thought if I send it in and prior to that, by electronically, that's done, as we've done in the past.
No, I'm sorry.
saying
We we're.
Well, that's how we do it. Okay, do you have a copy
We're not
now?
the clerk.
I understand. But, you know, it was, so I'll adjust to that. But for this hearing, that's what I did, so based on that previous way we did it. And I thought it was easier to do it that way.
It's never been that way, sir.
Do you have a copy now?
I have a copy of what's listed as CRG Exhibit 4.
Okay, thank you. Here's what happened, though. Basically, the commission made a ruling that went against Georgia Power. Georgia Power appealed the ruling to the first court. They lost. The Georgia Power appealed again to the Superior Court of Georgia. They lost again. This was their ruling on how prudency should be applied to the Vogtle Project 1 and 2. Say, quote, the concepts of prudence, this is on the second part, applies a standard of duty of care owed to the others. What are you objecting to?
Well, what you're reading from is from your brief in VCM 18. That's what it states on the exhibit. You're not reading from the Court of Appeals decision. If you want to read from the Court of Appeals decision, you need to provide them a copy of the Court of Appeals decision.
The Court of Appeals decision was 17, about 15 pages. I reference it on the bottom right here. If you want a copy of that, you can get it. This is, hold on, let me finish. This is we have done this. Hold
Your
on.
objection is
Wait a
sustained.
minute, let
Move
me
on.
finish. We have done this on several VCM testimonies, starting on VCM 16, on VCM 17. Wait a minute.
Move on. Please.
Mr. Jacobs referenced it. Okay. What they said was, it's not about prudency, it's about who's responsible for the
Mr. Chairman,
cost.
I've objected to that.
I know you've objected. You always
We're
objected.
here to talk about Vogtle 3 and 4.
It's basically a prudency standard that should be applied to Vogtle 3 and 4. Okay, and the standard should be applied in 3 and 4 was set by the Georgia Court of Appeals in 1990. And Mr. Lewis
Chairman, this is-
knows this because we have stated this for years.
Just because he stated it doesn't make it true.
It is documented.
Well, then, for the record, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, the Court of Appeals decision preceded the amendment to the statute that instituted the construction monitoring statute. Mr. Prentice could look that up himself and then he can read it. But he is incorrect on his assumptions. He's incorrect on what he's providing.
Objection sustained. Move on.
Okay. We covered this, we'll state it. The industry standard was to stop building nuclear projects, correct, after the Westinghouse bankrupt. Everybody else stopped except Georgia Power. Is that a standard for the industry to follow?
That's been asked and answered.
What's the answer? Yes or no?
They said they disagreed that was the standard.
It's not a
That's
standard?
what the record rule reflects.
Should it be a consideration, not a standard, part of the decision-making process, that if everybody else stopped, you know, that maybe they should have stopped too? Is that reasonable?
Mr. Miller answered that by providing information that he had not reviewed the economics for all the decisions of the other utilities, and he couldn't
All right.
comment on that.
Okay.
Question's been
Let's put it this
answered.
way. Okay, you've reviewed the economics provided in VCM 17, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, did you look at the testimony by the Kennedy Associations, who said basically all of that data that was provided in VCM 17 and before and after was seriously wrong, and basically it pretty much invalidated all of the conclusions that they drew? Are you familiar with that?
I do not believe I've read that.
Okay. So you're not aware of the quality, so you don't know if their decision, the data that you relied on, you don't know if that was reliable or not, you just relied on it because Georgia
No.
Power gave that to you, is that
Are
right?
you trying to put
Okay, what am I,
answer the question? If you can stick to questions.
that is a question,
Well, it's been asked and answered, Mr. Chairman.
it's always asked and answered.
We conducted what I believe is a thorough review of the evaluation done at VCM 17
Okay.
and agree with that process and agree with the decision made to continue.
Okay, and you based that on the data that they gave you, is that correct? Is that a fair statement? They gave, I mean, you didn't provide your own data, Georgia Power gave you this particular data, you evaluated it, and based on that, you came to the conclusions you came with, is that right?
We evaluated that primarily based on the data provided in the VCM 17 proceeding.
Is that a yes?
Could you ask your question again?
Yeah, you relied on the data that Georgia Power gave you, it was in the VCM 17 proceeding, to come to the conclusion that the project should continue.
I don't believe that was the only data we relied upon.
Okay, what else did you
We
rely
didn't
on?
rely strictly on the data. There was also independent review groups that came in and looked at the data, provided data. Those were also considered by the team when we looked at the VCM 17 analysis. So it wasn't, we just didn't fully accept all the data. Clearly, there was data provided and it was cross-checked, and we had been involved enough that we were we were assured that it was correct to be used for that analysis.
Okay, and then we have others who, basically the staff consultants, who came to a very different conclusion that it was incorrect. But you're not familiar with, okay, so you relied on that data. Okay. Now, you mentioned.
No.
One thing you said, you mentioned an independent.
Mr. Chairman, you can't interrupt the witness.
I'm sorry, you're right.
I agree with you sometimes.
The confusion I have is what data are we referring to? We're talking about a large set of information. What data are we referring to?
Financial data that would recommend that the project should be continued or not continued.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses are not here to testify about what happened in VCM 17. Their testimony, if Mr. Prentice read it, said that they started at the VCM 17 proceeding and went from there. We're not back in VCM 17, we're not back in 2017 litigating whether to continue the project or not.
Mr. Prentice,
okay,
can you just stick to asking questions that pertain to their testimony?
Okay, in VCM 19, I believe there was testimony that they changed the estimates again. Did you view it then? Should it go on or should it be canceled?
Did you say VCM 19?
Yeah, after VCM 17, VCM 19, I think there was like a $1 billion plus increase or so.
I believe it was a $1.1 billion increase on the projection, of which approximately $700 million was being absorbed by Georgia Power.
Okay, so you evaluated, you took that into your analysis too?
I looked at a number of the VCM proceedings up through VCM 23, I believe, all contained an economic evaluation of whether or not to continue. And I evaluated those as part of this effort.
Okay, from going on after VCM 17, did you ever come across any data or anything that suggests that Vogtle should have been canceled?
I did not.
Okay. You mentioned Vogtle is a project to be proud of, correct?
We believe that, yes.
Okay. Also, are you familiar with that many public witnesses have appealed in the past, not too many today, that said that basically the cost of Vogtle is, going to create hardship for them, basically. You familiar with that?
I would object to the question
I'm
outside the
sure
scope of the witness's testimony
no,
or
it's-
expert opinions.
Wait, he said it's something to be proud of. Is it proud of to have big rate increases? Okay, let's put it that way. If this results in massive rate increases, is that something to be proud of?
I would not characterize it as massive. I think what you're going to have here is 1,000 megawatts of clean nuclear capacity and energy that will be providing power to customers for the next 60 to 80 years.
How do you know it's 60 to 80 years?
That's typical.
Because we have a witness that said it's not, but we'll get to that. On page 34, exhibit 4, you mentioned you conducted key interviews with Georgia Power staff. You listed their titles, but not their names. Why was that?
I don't know. We thought titles was sufficient. The role they were in, we felt was more important than the name.
Did you do both?
Pardon me?
Could you do both, the name and title?
He answered your question.
Okay. Please turn to CRG Exhibit 2.
I don't have that.
I got one. Mr. Johnson, you're saving me. Thank you. What this is, it 3 phases. It sets the construction costs of Vogtle at inception, which you were involved with, right? Because that was the beginning. 728. Then you had your cost, which would basically post the current. Okay. Let's go down to section 2, which is Georgia Power's cost history. The certification we've identified with Georgia Power witnesses is 4.1 billion cap costs, 1.7 billion financing, total 6.1. Okay. VCM 28, we're using Georgia Power's number at 10.2 billion. Financing costs, were also, they've identified as 3.5 billion. That comes to 13.7 billion. So 6.1 billion to 13.7, we have a $7.6 billion cost overrun and a 124% cost increase. Is this prudent financial management?
I'm not certain I agree with all of the numbers and how they're depicted on this chart.
Okay, where would you disagree?
Well, first of all, the 10.2 projection at VCM 28, the $10.2 billion is not what's being sought by Georgia Power in this proceeding.
I understand, but that's what they, that's what the cost was. Now they're adjusting it. Number 3 deals with the adjustment. Number 2, all right? Georgia Power's cost, and we would drop it down from 11.76 to 10.2 was the Toshiba rebate. So this gives them credit for the Toshiba rebate. We see them too before the stipulation, right? The cost increase was 125% or 7.6 billion. My question is, would you consider this sound, prudent, reasonable fiscal management?
First of all, I would disagree with your characterization that they are adjusting the 10.2 down to 7.56. They are absorbing $2.6 billion of the cost of this project, a full 25% of the cost of this project.
Great.
But we do believe that the $7.56 billion ask is reasonable and prudent.
Okay, let's go back to number 3, all right? With the stipulation, accepting your position, Georgia Power is absorbing, no, Georgia Power wants to be recovered $7.6 billion cap cost. They still want the financing cost. We covered that with the previous panel. So it's basically 11.1 billion, accounted for maybe different ways, but the net impact is you've got 7.56 from the STIP adjustment or agreement. Finance stayed the same, it's 3.5, so basically 11.1 billion. Now, going from that, 6.1 billion certification cost. STIP cost, 11.1, total cost overrun with all these adjustments and agreements of $5 billion, 81% cost increase. Same question from a customer point of view, right? Was this reasonable, sound, fair, effective fiscal management of this project? Even using numbers in section 3, which is basically dropping the cost overrun from 9 billion to 5 billion. Is it still reasonable, fair, prudent, just, and so on?
So I would go back to the economic analysis that was conducted in VCM 17 based on a projection of $7.3 billion. This $7.56 billion is only 3.5% above that projected amount that was developed 6 years ago.
That is absolutely true. And well, go ahead.
I do believe the 7.56 is reasonable and prudent.
Okay. No. They jumped from a commitment, and that's just the cap cost. You got to have the financing cost. So 7.6 plus 3.5, you got 11.1. You're saying that's reasonable, prudent?
Mr. Chairman, that's been asked and answered.
What's the answer?
Mr. Miller just gave you the explanation.
Just sit down. Let me get questions. We're not, this isn't going to take long.
Well, it's.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to ask questions 2 and 3 times, every time we're going to have extra time that we need to move over.
Extra time. You condensed 8 weeks into 3 days or less.
Let's move on to a question that hasn't already been asked and answered.
Okay. So let me make sure I got the question right. So basically, even though it went from 6.1 to 11.1 billion, that's okay. That's reasonable. That's fair. Is that the answer? That's fine. Yes or no?
The financing was not a part of our evaluation, just the capital and construction.
I understand. They're still part of the cost, right?
It is.
Okay, fine. That's So this is not unreasonable to put the financing cost of the total plant, cost of the project.
All right, move on.
Okay, if you have an estimate of how much total cost of Vogtle is now? Where we stand?
The estimate is that it will end up costing $7.2 billion.
No, the total cost, I mean, because the press is coming in like, numbers over 30 billion or something like that. Everybody together, all the partners and so on. Did you look at it? Because some of the consultants did.
We're just here to talk about the
next consultant did do that.
industrial.
Okay, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
you can
okay.
ask questions from their testimony, and this would go a whole lot better.
Yeah, I'm asking
Hey, I'm gonna
questions.
ask you this, Mr. Do you have any questions that are relevant to their testimony?
Well, a whole bunch.
Well, let's go to the next one.
Okay. Let's see. Prudent. You said the aggressive schedule is reasonable, correct?
Could you point them to their testimony?
Page 102, right here, see? Page 102, aggressive schedule. Hey, you don't need a line number.
Hey,
He said it's.
I wanna tell you, I want the page number and the line
I
number.
don't have the page number, the line number. I got the page number. You said the aggressive schedule consistently was, I think you said that in your summary too, that the schedule they used was reasonable, right?
Could you repeat the question? I don't know what the question is.
Basically, on page 102, you said the aggressive schedule adopted by Georgia Power for Vogtle is reasonable. Yeah, is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. We need a line number for that. So anyway, okay, now, how do you reconcile that position with that of witnesses Jacobs and Grace, who said that their schedule was totally unreasonable and unachievable and proven in over a number of years? Were you familiar with their testimony?
I'm familiar with their testimony, yes, sir.
How do you respond to their analysis?
I'm not here to talk about their testimony. I'm here to give you my opinion. My opinion is based on the work that I've done.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So with my background and my experience, a schedule that is not slightly aggressive, doesn't challenge the staff, doesn't challenge the workforce, and you can't maximize the amount of hours you can earn for the amount of money you're paying. So it is a fine tuning process to pick a schedule that's aggressive enough, that's doable, that's achievable, but not too aggressive. And so they spent a lot of time adjusting and modifying to find the right level of aggressiveness. And I agree with that. And my experience is that is a good approach.
Okay, and you are aware that consultants Jacobs and Grace took a very opposite conclusion from this.
Yes, sir, I'm
correct?
very aware of that.
Okay, and you're claiming you're right, and I suspect they'll claim
I
they're right.
believe I said I was right. I
Okay.
told you my opinion.
Your opinion, fair enough. Okay, thank you. You've also said that Georgia Power and Southern Company exercised appropriate oversight in managing the project. Is that correct?
We did say that.
Okay. And my point would be, how can this be correct, given the fact that the project total cost for all partners is about 17 billion over budget and over 7 years behind schedule? How can that be appropriate oversight in managing the project?
Because we evaluated actions that Southern took. They went after the best people in the industry and they put them in the appropriate positions at the site. They constructed a sound estimate and a sound schedule. They utilized the best risk management processes or practices that were available at the time. They utilized a full suite of performance indices to help identify and correct performance and then identify areas that they could continue to improve performance on. They used independent oversight, much like the construction review board that was made up of people that had just completed construction work. They welcomed feedback, and like Mr. Miller said earlier, they were transparent around their performance. And then their efforts around COVID and the actions that they took in the pandemic were admirable and were as good as what I've seen. That doesn't mean that their performance was flawless. It doesn't mean that their performance was always the best, but it did mean that they were taking the actions necessary to be as good as they could be. And based on what knowledge is available in the industry right now to build a nuclear power plant, in my opinion, that was reasonable and prudent.
Okay. But your best wasn't very good in controlling cost or schedule, was it?
I did not say that.
I did. What's the, I mean, is it? Is their best, was that good enough to control the cost and the schedule?
You can't, in my opinion, you can't look at the end product and then compare it to where it was originally and to make a determination whether it was good or bad. You have to look at the day-to-day practices that were put in place, the day-to-day decisions that were put in place, and the way they were able to handle issues and challenges and emergent issues. And that's how you compare whether their performance was good or bad. In the way your words, I don't use good or bad because it's not appropriate in my opinion. It's whether you meet your objectives or not, and I believe they met their objectives. They were able to build a safe nuclear power plant that has demonstrated it's reliable. It's run 126 days, which in my experience, I haven't had that level of performance on a brand new nuclear power plant. My plants that I finished, which I found to be successful, ran up to 10 days, 12 days. They have 126 days. That is quite a feat. In fact, it sets a record for the industry, both in the United States and in the world. So I don't know that I can judge in the way that you're asking me to judge that question.
So the conclusion is that the fact that it cost billions more than they said it would and took 7 years longer, that's not how you measure it. You measure it just by the criteria that you mentioned. Is that how you do it?
You're just asking the same thing over and over.
Okay. All right. Okay. Corporate,
You said 30 minutes. That's about up.
no, I'm at 24 and a half.
That's good and close.
I got
I
five
just
more.
wanted to tell you, just
I got five more.
make sure I just want to make sure you got time for all your questions.
Just give me my 5 minutes. That's it. Okay, just a little bit. Bear with me on this one, okay? You mentioned lessons learned from China and other places, right? Dealing with nuclear. I'd like to turn to a lesson learned from Japan dealing with Fukushima. And here was their conclusion.
Before we get into
Will you
this, could
sit
we?
down? Let me ask the question.
Before we get into this, could we identify where in their testimony or their opinion this question derives from?
If you let me ask the question, it'll become
Sure.
obvious even to you, okay? It's dealing with the corporate mindset, the philosophy, the approach to solving complex problems. Let me read this, and then you can respond or not respond any way you want. Fair enough?
Can you tell us where that's relevant to their testimony?
Yeah. It talks about being receptive, open, dealing with complex issues, listening to information that you don't want to hear. Let me just read it. I go through this, but here's what key points, and let's see if you agree. It talked about Fukushima and the tsunami, and obviously we're not going to.
Before we get into he said it talked about it. What is it? What's it? What's it come from?
I don't know.
My objection is there is no foundation for this whatsoever.
There is a foundation for this. The foundation is that basically the testimony is everything Georgia Power done was smart and reasonable and prudent and well done and considered all the facts.
If Mr. President wants to ask a question, he can, but he can't read something into the record unless there's a foundation for it.
Let me ask this and then object, okay? Here's the issue. It is a philosophical.
What I need you to do is I need you to go to their testimony and say whatever question you're trying to ask, where it relates to their testimony, then you can ask your question.
All right, let me phrase it this way. Is part of the problem of their multi-billion-dollar cost overruns is they had a reluctance to question authority, a devotion to sticking with the program, groupism, narrow-mindedness, our arrogance, pushing for our ego, saying basically everything we've done in the past is right, therefore what we're doing now is right. Was that impacts their decision making at all, or did you find that they're not subject to any of these negative characteristics that a lot of other companies and corporations and countries are?
So I wasn't retired when Fukushima occurred. In the industry, the nuclear industry saw quite a revolution because of Fukushima. And the short answer to your question is no. Those lessons learned from Fukushima apply to the U.S. nuclear industry did not lead to the examples that you are providing. Even though I don't agree with your examples, I will leave it like that. Fukushima was, that condition was built upon not accepting the risk associated with an earthquake occurring in the ocean and a tsunami wave coming into the plant and causing impacts. Those are already part of the regulation that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission requires in the United States. So you can't make the leap that we're discussing here associated with Vogtle 3 and 4 from the Fukushima event. But the nuclear industry, including Georgia Power and Southern Nuclear Company, has done many actions or taken many actions both through NRC policy and regulations and INPO regulations to put in place programs and policies that would minimize those type of issues that occurred at Fukushima from occurring in the United States. I hope that answered your question. The answer is no, but we also learned from it.
Okay, because what the report said was, though all the natural, everything you said was true, but we screwed up because we should have anticipated.
What report said?
Thank you. What report? I got that right there.
That's all I asked for in my objection. What are you reading from? What are you trying to put in front of the witnesses?
Can't find it, sorry. Okay, final question. And don't take offense by this. How much were you paid for this assignment?
That's not a relevant question.
It's a question that's all expert witnesses are asked every time there's a trial.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Sure.
How much are you paid, Mr. Prenovitz?
Nothing.
And who are your members? Who do you represent?
I represent real estate investors.
You represent real estate investors? Can you get us a list of those members that you represent?
If you want to, I can.
Yes, I would like that. I would like that before you can appear tomorrow.
Okay, well, I can get you some of them. I don't have the whole list, but it's Georgia's Association of Real Estate Investors.
Are you paid? Are you paid by those gentlemen?
I get basically contributions.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, here's the piece. By the way, here's the report that was referenced. I did find it. This was from the chairman of the report. This was kind of a summary. This was the name of the report. Fukushima Nuclear Reactor Independent Investigation Commission Report 2012, and it's in English. You can check it out online.
Was that your last question?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
No question.
Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and Partnership for Southern Equity.
No question.
Georgia Watch.
No question.
Resource Supply Management. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
No question.
All right. Redirect.
No redirect for this panel, Mr. Chairman. I do ask that exhibits GPC 5 through 10 get admitted into the record and that the witnesses be excused.
Okay. So Mark, gentlemen, thank y'all. You can be excused.
Thank you. Thanks for the copies, sir.
We're just gonna keep rolling, so we're not gonna take a break yet. Mr. Hewitson, you want to bring up your next panel?
Yes, I'll just speak slowly while they enter the room. Mr. Chairman, I'll call Georgia Power Company's next panel of witnesses, Timothy Chittister, Mark Gentry, and Kimberly Riome. And before you sit down, if you want to just stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a request going forward that Mr. Prudency be limited to 15 minutes due to the disrespect that he's shown the chair, the commission, the attorneys, the witnesses, the profanity, and all the other things, the mockery that he makes of our proceedings. I'd like to ask that he be limited to 15 minutes each and every time that he cross-examines.
I'll grant that request, Commissioner.
Mr. Gentry, would you please start by stating your full name, your employer for the record, and perhaps since you're the first of this panel, could you please give the commissioners a little background on HKA?
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mark Gentry. I'm a partner in the Minneapolis office of HKA and providing expert opinions and testimony on the delays that have occurred on Vogtle Units 3 and 4 on behalf of Georgia Power Company. HKA, where Ms. Riom, Mr. Chittister, and I work, is an international consulting firm with significant experience in construction and major power plant projects in the United States and internationally. HKA professionals, including myself and my colleagues with me today, have substantial experience with the public utility industry, nuclear power plants, design and construction, and have sponsored expert testimony with respect to damages, schedule analyses, and other topics before state and federal courts, domestic and international arbitration tribunals, as well as state utility commissions. I have a significant amount of experience working and consulting on large-scale construction and energy projects. More specifically, I have previously consulted on nuclear, coal, gas, hydroelectric, solar, and wind generation facilities, as well as battery energy storage projects. The nuclear power projects I have been involved with include retrofits, such as replacing steam generators, upgrades, such as power uprates, construction, and decommissioning. I've provided expert testimony on matters involving schedule delay and productivity issues in federal and state court proceedings, as well as in domestic and international arbitration settings for several of those energy projects.
And Mr. Chittister, will you please state your full name and employer for the record as well?
My name is Timothy Chittister. I'm a partner at HKA Global LLC in the Philadelphia office, and I provide advisory, consulting, and expert services in the energy field.
And Ms. Riom.
My name is Kimberly Riom. I'm a partner at HKA Global. I'm based in our Chicago office, and I provide cost and damages, financial, economic analysis.
Okay. On September 8th, 2023, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 21 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And together with your testimony, did you each file an expert report in both trade secret and public disclosure form?
Yes.
Yes.
And were those reports prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections that you need to make to your pre-filed testimony or the reports?
No.
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as are set forth in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has previously been given a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I now ask that the pre-filed testimony of the panel be copied into the record as if it were given here today. And for the record, I would like to identify the pre-filed trade secret exhibit or trade secret report of Mr. Chittister as Georgia Power Company's exhibit GPC 11, and the public disclosure report as GPC 12. The trade secret report of Mr. Gentry is GPC 13, and the public disclosure as GPC 14, and the trade secret report of Ms. Riom as GPC 15, and her public disclosure report as GP 16, and have them admitted into the record subject to cross-examination.
So marked.
Okay. And with your permission, Chairman Shaw, I'll ask the panel to provide short summaries of each of their expert opinions for the commission.
Go ahead.
The details of my delay analysis are provided in my expert report dated September 8th, 2023, which I understand was filed by Georgia Power and is available to you. As described in my report, I concluded that commercial operation of Unit 3 was delayed approximately 20 months from November of 2021 to July of 2023. I also concluded commercial operation of Unit 4 was projected to be delayed approximately 13 months from November 2022 to December 2023. As I mentioned previously, since the submittal of my September report, I guess as the panel before me mentioned, commercial operation of Unit 4 has now been pushed into the first quarter of 2024. To analyze the delay to commercial operation of Vogtle Units 3 and 4, I utilized critical path method schedule analysis techniques. The critical path is the series of activities and corresponding logic relationships that determine when a project can be completed. I used the June 2nd, 2018 schedule as the baseline schedule for my analysis, which reflected the project's team's planned approach to meet the target schedule dates approved in VCM 17. I determined this plan schedule produced in June 2018 represented a reasonable plan to complete the project. I then utilized the July 2023 schedule update and other contemporaneous records for the as-built information for my analysis. I relied on formal status reporting documents, project control tools, and other contemporaneous records to arrive at my opinions regarding delay. In addition, I've spoken with many members of the project execution team to gain a deeper understanding of what occurred on the project. Overall, I determined the as-built project critical path following VCM 17 is through the Unit 3 auxiliary building concrete construction, then transitioned to installation of Unit 3 containment and/or auxiliary building electrical commodities to support electrical system turnover to achieve key milestones such as cold hydro testing, hot functional testing, and fuel load. Around that time, the project critical path transitioned to the installation of Unit 4 auxiliary building electrical commodities to support electrical systems turnover to achieve major milestones like cold hydro testing, hot functional testing, and fuel load. Meanwhile, around the time of Unit 3 fuel load, the Unit 3 critical path transitioned to Unit 3 testing and startup to achieve commercial operations. My analysis determined that the most significant impacts which resulted in a delay to commercial operation of Units 3 and 4 included the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, the identification of additional scope required to complete the project, the need for more rework than anticipated, Vogtle's inability to achieve planned production rates, and finally, greater than anticipated Unit 3 testing and startup issues following fuel load. The COVID-19 pandemic necessitated implementing stringent safety measures to protect the health and safety of employees and the surrounding community following its onset in March of 2020. These safety measures included a 20% reduction in the workforce in April 2020 to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and resulted in increased absenteeism rates, nearly double the rate from the prior year at its peak in the spring of 2020. Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic caused unavoidable production impacts, which contributed to delay on the project. The project was also delayed by the identification of additional scope not recognized in the VCM 17 estimates. The cost and schedule estimates for the VCM 17 proceeding were robust, but were prepared in a relatively compressed time frame after receipt of new information from Westinghouse following its bankruptcy in March 2017. As work progressed, the project team discovered scope that was not captured in the VCM 17 to-go quantity estimates that required additional direct craft hours to complete. HKA specifically identified added scope for the civil and electrical commodities, which coincided with work on the project's critical path. The increase in direct craft hours necessary to complete the critical path work contributed to the delay on the project. In addition to COVID-19 and added scope, HKA identified the project was delayed by Vogtle's inability to achieve planned production rates, greater than anticipated rework, and Unit 3 testing and startup issues following fuel load. For example, the project team periodically encountered difficulties in attracting and retaining qualified craft personnel and encountered first-of-a-kind constructability issues that contributed to the project's team's inability to achieve the planned production rates. We also identified that electrical commodity installation quality issues, including IEEE 384 cable separation and inspection record nonconformances, were rework-related impacts to the project critical path following Unit 3 hot functional testing, which completed in July 2021. Despite these challenges, many of which were identified as key risks during the VCM 17 filings, the project team addressed each of these issues encountered and successfully reached commercial operation of Unit 3 in July 2023. As previously mentioned, this was a delay of 20 months from the planned in November 2021 Unit 3 commercial operation date. As described further in the expert report of Mr. Chittister, Unit 4 has benefited from the lessons learned from Unit 3 and is projected to be delayed approximately 14 to 15 months. with its anticipated COD at the end of the first quarter 2024.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Timothy Chittister. As I've stated, I'm a partner in Philadelphia office of HKA Global. I hold a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh, and I'm a registered professional engineer in multiple states with over 45 years of experience in engineering design in the construction industry. The first 25 years of that time, I was in design build roles for nuclear power projects, including with Vogtle Power Corporation and Stone & Webster Engineering Corporation. I have actively worked on site at 4 nuclear power projects, including filling utility roles as a supervisor of nuclear design and as a director of nuclear design. I've provided engineering and construction services on an additional 12 nuclear plants. I've provided consulting service on advanced reactor, first-of-a-kind projects, including the AP1000, the Advanced Boiling Water Reactor, and the Evolutionary Power Reactor. I'm currently providing services on post-Fukushima station blackout projects as well as steam generator replacement projects. As stated in my report, I endeavored to answer 2 primary questions to determine whether SNC's actions to finish the project were reasonable and prudent. First, beginning with VCM 17, what were the identified risks to completion of the project, and what measures were taken to track, manage, and mitigate these risks to the extent possible? Second, what was the implementation of lessons learned between the lead first-of-a-kind units, Unit 3 and Unit 4, and was the program managed successfully? First, in considering project risks at VCM 17. VCM 17 identified 12 key risks that were outside of Southern Nuclear Company's control that, if materialized, could have an impact on the cost and schedule of the project. I determined that 7 of the key risks did not impact project completion, and 5 key risks did, in fact, materialize. I've evaluated 5 key risks that actually materialized and provided a technical evaluation of representative examples of each in my report. The 5 key risks identified in VCM 17 that actually materialized included the risk that the labor force and craft would be unable to maintain their productivity improvements, the risk that the project was unable to continue to meet first-of-a-kind challenges, procurement risk specifically involving major manufacturing defects or necessary design changes to long lead time equipment, components, or materials with the ability to significantly affect the price and timing of the delivery. Unidentified scope risk specifically for commodity quantity changes and growth that was unforeseen and not predictable at the time of VCM 17. And finally, testing and startup risk. In reviewing the project contemporaneous record for each of these 5 cases, I have found that SNC identified the risks, monitored the risks, managed the risks, and mitigated the risk where possible, all while in a transparent manner tracking through the VCM process. As far as SNC lessons learned programs, the lesson learned program was used to funnel lessons learned experienced from the AP1000 fleet lead plants in China into Vogtle as a method to help inform project teams on previous and current issues experienced by the fleet. The lessons learned program further reinforced lessons learned from Unit 3 to enhance the quality in Unit 4. For example, Unit 4 had less electrical and piping nonconformances than Unit 3, which demonstrates Unit 4 work benefited from the lessons learned in Unit 3. The review of earned hour reported for installation of piping and electrical bulk commodities at the annex building was well as within the nuclear island demonstrated that lessons learned from Unit 3 translated successfully to Unit 4, as evidenced by the improvement in the labor productivity cost performance index. When compared to Unit 3 milestones, Unit 4 start and finish milestone dates improved. The implemented lessons learned program helped the project achieve improvements, reduced the risk of repeated mistakes, and increased the chance of successes were repeated. I concluded that the lessons learned program created a positive feedback mechanism on the project and contributed to improved performance on Unit 4. In conclusion, considering the proactive management of the risks identified in VCM 17 and the improvements through the Lessons Learned program, it is my opinion that the actions and mitigations undertaken by SNC to finish construction and startup of Unit 3 and Unit 4 at Vogtle were reasonable and prudent.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kimberly Riom. I'm a partner at HKA. I have a Master of Business Administration from Northwestern University Kellogg School of Management, and I have a bachelor's degree in finance from Michigan State University Honors College. I'm a certified construction industry financial professional and a certified fraud examiner. I have over 30 years of experience analyzing accounting, financial, and economic issues in various types of disputes, mostly in the electric power and construction industries. I have a significant amount of experience in nuclear power cost analysis. I provided consulting and expert services on over 75 matters related to over 40 nuclear power plants. I also have significant experience analyzing costs for coal, natural gas, wind, solar, and hydroelectric plants. I was asked to opine on the cost growth of the Vogtle Units 3 and 4 project, specifically to calculate the overall cost growth for the project from VCM 17 to the present, to calculate the cost categories with the greatest cost growth, and to determine the causes of that cost growth. My opinions are as follows. In VCM 17, Georgia Power estimated total construction and capital costs, net of the Toshiba parent guarantee, of $7.293 billion in Georgia Power's share. The most current data I analyzed was as of May 2023, where the comparable estimate at completion is $10.188 billion, an increase of $2.895 billion. Of the $2.895 billion of increased costs, Georgia Power is seeking recovery for $269 million. Looking at the to-go costs from July 2017 forward, in VCM 17, Georgia Power estimated that the project would have a to-go cost of $4.244 billion in Georgia Power's share. The May 2023 estimate at completion is $7.044 billion, an increase of $2.8 billion. The cost growth of $2.8 billion in Georgia Power's share equates to $6.127 billion in 100% of dollars for all of the owners. I determined the primary drivers of the $6.127 billion cost growth, which are delay-related costs, productivity performance, craft labor per diems and wage incentives, rework, technical changes, scope increase, COVID-19 impacts, and other issues. Each of these cost growth quantifications I'm about to describe are in 100% of dollars. First, the project experienced delays, as Mr. Gentry explained. I calculated the time-related cost rate for delay to be $94 million per month. I applied the rate of delay to the months of delay that Mr. Gentry calculated to reach a total delay cost of $1.6 billion. Second, the project had lower than expected productivity, which caused an increase of $1.3 billion. Productivity loss was caused by COVID-19 impacts, rework and emergent scope, subcontractor impacts, and other issues. Third, Bechtel incurred an additional $606 million for what it referred to as excluded costs. This includes craft labor per diems and wage incentives, rework, and other issues. Fourth, design and technical changes caused an increase of $335 million. These included design changes, first-of-a-kind issues, and increased procurement costs. Fifth, the quantities for certain material grew, including rebar, formwork, and embeds. This scope increase caused an additional $130 million. Sixth, direct mitigation of COVID-19 cost $82 million, including infrastructure and workforce isolation. This is in addition to the productivity impacts of COVID-19, which I described earlier. Seventh, costs grew by $764 million due to a rebaseline and reallocation of scope at the time of VCM 19. Finally, other discrete issues caused cost increases of $94 million. After accounting for the cost increases I previously described, the remaining uncategorized impacts are $1.2 billion. I analyzed the remaining amounts by each cost category, and I provided examples in my report that explain the remaining $1.2 billion in cost increases.
Thank you, panel. Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are available for questions from the bench as well as cross-examination.
Commissioners, any questions for this panel? All right. Georgia Public Service Commission.
No questions.
Concerned ratepayers of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prudence, when you stepped out a few minutes ago, Commissioner Eccles made a request that we limit you to 15 minutes per panel, and so I have granted that request.
Object strongly. That is grossly unfair.
Mr. Prudence, I've tried to work to give you flexibility, but
I am the only one that's doing cross of these witnesses.
Can you let me talk, please?
Yes, sir.
I've tried to give you as much flexibility as possible, but you have continued to ask the same questions over and over, most of which were not even relevant to the testimony at hand. And you've been disrespectful. You have just questioned the whole decorum that we're trying to maintain and uphold here. And also in the future, when you have a grievance, just address it with the bench. Don't start arguing with, in this case, Georgia Power's lawyer right there beside you. So just let's me and you. Let's try to keep it going.
15 minutes is not enough time for this panel.
Well, let's just see how it's going.
Okay. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Ms. Ram, I was very impressed with your financial analysis, by the way. So maybe you can kind of help me fill in some of these numbers. At the time of VCM, what was Georgia Power's actual cost expenditures to date, both cap costs and finance?
At which VCM?
17.
I analyzed the entire estimate at the time of VCM 17, which was $7.293 billion.
Okay,
Of that, the original EPC was $3.257 billion, and interim payments and liens were $493 million. And I'm not sure about some of the other costs, how much had been expended at that point.
The first number you said was 7 what?
The total construction capital cost for Georgia Power at the time of VCM 17 was estimated at $7.293 billion.
7.3, okay. Do you know what it was for all the partners? Because I know you did a lot of 100% analysis.
Well, some of that included Georgia Power only costs, so I'm not sure about that. What I did analyze was the site estimate to complete at the time of VCM 17 for 100% of dollars for all the owners was $9.287 billion.
Wait a minute. Let's round off. 9.3?
That would be the correct rounding of that.
Okay, and that was that was cap cost or total cost?
That was the site estimate to complete at that time, so it doesn't include the amounts paid to the original contractors. It doesn't include Georgia Power only costs, et cetera.
So at the time of VCM 17, the total cost was 7.3 billion, Georgia Power's part. And cost to complete was another 7. I'll tell you, do you have an estimate of what the total project is now? It's coming in at both Georgia Power and our partners, including the finance. Because numbers are all over the place.
No, I did not analyze the financing costs, but
Okay.
for Georgia Power's share, At May 2023, the estimate at completion was $10.188 billion.
Okay, 10.2. Okay, and all partners?
I don't have those figures.
Okay. So conclude, okay, original estimate, okay, it's hard to do, okay. Because it is hard to get, good number, everybody's coming up with different assumptions and so on, and what they're including or not including. Okay. From a finance point of view, because there was a question on the relationship between, upfront investment or sunk cost versus, potential savings like fuel savings. How do you evaluate, from a conceptual point of view, if a capital cost, say with high cost or moderate cost, is cost effective measured against the potential savings that it would have? The question is like nuclear has a high upfront cost, but the argument is saves a lot of money on fuel costs. From a finance point of view, how do you do that analysis conceptually?
Well, that's outside of the scope of what I analyzed here. I was analyzing the capital and construction costs of the Vogtle plant, but conceptually in a financial analysis, you would analyze the projected cash flows under different circumstances and compare the net present value of those cash flows to one another under the different decision-making options.
And a simple way would be the payback approach, right? Where it just, here's what it costs to invest in it, here's how much you save, divide that into it, you get basically how many years it would take you to recap your investment. Is that correct?
No, I would be I would explain it the way I just explained
Okay,
it.
but there's a couple of ways to do it though, right?
There are several ways to do financial analysis.
Okay. The question, how accurate is to say that nuclear energy remains one of the lowest energy cost sources without accounting for the high upfront capital costs? But you'd have to do both, wouldn't you, to assess the feasibility or how cost effective it is?
That's outside of the scope of what I analyzed here.
Okay. Mr. Chittister, did I pronounce your name right?
Chittister, yes, very good.
Thank you, I tried. Mentioned you worked in over 60 nuclear power plants. And these were in the old days, right? Because around 60 nuclear. Are these under construction or just basically after they were finished?
Well, I think the testimony was HKA has experience of over 60 nuclear power plants. I myself have worked on approximately 16.
Okay. Of your experience with them, how well have they done in controlling costs?
It's certainly a mixed bag, and I would say the current vintage plant hasn't been so successful when you look at places like OL3 in Finland.
Okay, how about in the U.S. though?
There haven't been any new plants in the U.S.
Okay, so we're talking the old ones. Okay, are you familiar? In 1985, Forbes did a cover article basically saying nuclear construction program was the largest managerial disaster in the history of American business at that time. You familiar
You
with
would
that?
have to show me the article.
Okay. I can give me a card. I can send you a copy of the article. But if you're interested, if you're not, it's okay. Mr. Gentry, you testified in VCM 17.
That's correct.
Okay, I was there. I don't know if you remember me or are you?
I do.
Really?
Yes.
I'm semi-close. Anyway, what was your conclusion on VCM 17? Should it go forward or not go forward?
I don't think that, as I recall, was how our the scope of our analysis. It was much more about the estimate to complete from a cost and schedule perspective.
Yeah, right. And actually, I got an excerpt from your testimony. And as you said, you did not offer an opinion because some of the witnesses, I think previously said, there were 5 consulting firms that did an analysis and they concluded that the project should go forward. You didn't do that, right? You just basically came with a range of testimony.
I'm going to object to the characterization of prior testimony. The record will speak for itself.
Okay, basically.
Can you rephrase that? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to rephrase it. What you said then on VCM was that you had a range of 7.4 billion to 10.1 billion, the cost to complete Georgia Power's piece of Vogtle. Does that sound right?
I don't recall. Most recently, I've been looking a lot more at the schedule, as you saw in my report. Okay. I don't recall the cost range we had.
Want me to give you a copy of this?
If you want to, for some reason, I'd be happy to look at it.
Well, it's a take on my time. Anyway, we'll take my word for it, 7.1 billion, the low range, 10.1 the high. Does that sound reasonable?
Again, it's been some time since I looked at the cost piece.
Okay. Did your analysis at all consider the feasibility of Vogtle, given its high cost?
The analysis of ECM 17 was again associated with the estimate to complete from a cost and schedule perspective. And the analysis that I've testified about today and the report I offered was about what has transpired since VCM 17 as it relates to the delays on the project.
Okay. You mentioned key risk identified in VCM going forward, trade labor productivity, first of a kind challenges, risk in procurement, unidentified scope, risk testing, and so on. How effective was Georgia Power in not only navigating these risks, but responding effectively to these risks?
Well, I think I've answered that. I think that they responded quite well to them. When you say effectively, that's a very subjective terminology. The key for the management is to identify the risks, measure them, monitor them, and put into place mitigation efforts. Effectiveness of an effort isn't the measure. The measure is recognition and mitigation techniques.
Isn't part of risk assessment, though, evaluating whether you should or should not take that risk?
Not necessarily. The point of risk assessment and risk management is to identify the risks to track, to manage, to monitor, and to mitigate. It isn't a go, no-go decision.
I'm confused. When you're evaluating a project, right, even the prudency of it, don't you have to know the risk that you said they've identified, but don't you also have to identify your capability of successfully overcoming that risk to accomplish the objectives that you originally committed to, which is a budget? Right? Isn't that part of the or if it's not risk analysis, what is it? It's prudent management, is it not?
Well, I think that is exactly what was done at VCM 17. At VCM 17, those risks were identified, the ones that were not measurable to any finite degree, to say these are the ones we do have to manage and monitor and keep our eyes on. And I believe that's what was done.
Okay. How effective were they in doing that?
I think they were effective in doing the monitoring and the managing of the risk. Outcome is not a measure of effectiveness of monitoring the risk.
Okay, what is outcome? How do you measure the effectiveness of outcome or the importance of it?
Well, the outcome is really the measure of what happens at the risk, and can you actually ultimately control it to the degree that you would like to. So if you look at CPI, for example, the fact that CPI gets worse isn't an indication of a mismanagement. It may be an indication of a risk that you were unable to fully mitigate.
If this was a private corporation and they managed the budget by billions of dollars and they did all of the analysis that you said Georgia Power did, would that be acceptable? Or don't they have to say, hey, this is the final result? You committed to do it at 6 billion, you came in at 12 or 15 billion, depending on which numbers you're using. Isn't that a criteria that they should all be measured by?
Mr.
No,
Chairman.
Why not?
Mr. Chairman, this is outside the scope of their testimony, and it's a hypothetical question about a private corporation that they are not here to testify.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question.
Please do.
Given the public utility whose obligation is to serve the public and present its product in the most cost-effective way, even if they did all the risk assessment that you said they did, and their outcomes came out like they had a 100 to 150% cost overrun, or they had cost overruns of like 9 billion for Georgia Power, or 18 billion total, should they not be held accountable for that?
Well, that's not something that I've evaluated. What I've evaluated is that if the risk materialized, was it a known risk? It wasn't managed. And so the outcome is a pure hindsight review. What I'm talking about is the foresight of looking at each risk at each VCM to determine what's the path forward and how do we control that path forward as best we can. That's what my analysis is.
Okay, and when you said as best we can, how good was their best?
Well, I think that, again, the ability to measure, monitor, and attempt to mitigate the risk was done quite well.
Okay, so the end results were not what they wanted. Is that a fair conclusion?
I would say that is, yes.
Okay, thank you. You happen to have CRG Exhibit 2?
No.
No.
Did we get, Mr. Johnson, they give it back to you from before? Anybody have it? All right. If I had a break in between, I could go get copies, but I didn't, so. Anyway, all right, take my word for it then. On certification, the Georgia Power's cost was $6.1 billion for finance and capital costs. Right? At VCM 17, it went to 15.1 billion, not counting the Toshiba rebate. And then the overrun was basically 9 billion on
Got about another minute, Mr. President.
Anyway, basically, as we talked about, I'm almost done. I don't have all the charts. We had a cost overrun with our Toshiba impact of 9 billion. We had a cost overrun with the Toshiba contribution of about 7 billion. You had a cost overrun of total cost accounting for both and the stipulation and Toshiba of about $5 billion. Should Georgia Power be measured on those results where they basically, under the best of circumstances, we had a stipulation, you had the rebate from Toshiba, they still had a $5 billion cost overrun from their original estimate. Should they be held accountable for that?
Chairman Child, this has nothing to do with their testimony.
Let him
If he
answer,
could-
please. They're very
if he-
experienced.
There is an objection to it being outside the scope of their testimony.
Oh, come on.
It is outside of the
Right.
scope.
They're experts in the industry. They've got, I mean, you've got massive qualifications here. They can render an opinion.
That's why we're here, not to waste their time, but to ask them questions.
Nobody
relative
else
to
is
their
going to
testimony.
question them.
All right. That it? That's it.
15, 16 minutes.
See there, I told you I was being nice.
What's that?
If you want some help making some copies of your exhibits in the meantime, let us know.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Can I just go up to Sally and see her? How do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Again, that's not a normal practice for us to make your copies. I'll let you, you've been coming down here for a long time, so you know who the folks are that might be able to help you.
Some of them even like me.
I like it. All right, moving on. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light Partnership for Southern Equity.
No question.
Georgia Watch.
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
No question.
Do you have any redirect?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that the Georgia Power exhibits be moved into evidence and that the panel be excused.
Gentlemen, ladies, y'all can be excused. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Mark. All right, we're just going to keep going. Georgia Public Service Commission, call up your first panel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call the panel of Donald, Grace, Wayne, Collin, Stephen Roker, and William Jacobs to the stand. Is it working? Is it going over the system? Yeah.
What do you want the rest of us? Steve, why don't you sit right down the end? There's not a seat up there for you. Right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
I don't think. Is this working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Probably more than happy to sit by myself. Not gonna say.
You got the wrong name.
Let's go, Tom. All right, let's go. Well, combining them all together was supposed to be more efficient, but, gentlemen, please raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Grace, I will start with you. Can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and your responsibilities for the record?
Be seated, gentlemen, if you like.
My full name is Donald Nelson Grace. I'm employed.
Now, don't be afraid of that microphone, please. It's not gonna bite you.
Okay. My name is Donald Nelson Grace. I'm employed through the PIA staff, working in support of the commission. And what else did you ask me?
Just for your full name, who you're employed by and your responsibilities.
Yes, and I work for the Vogtle Monitoring Group. And since April of 2018, we have been employed as an independent monitor of the Vogtle 3 and 4 project.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, same question.
Yes, my name is Wayne Collin. I work for J. Kennedy and Associates. I've been involved on behalf of the PIA staff in the Vogtle review process since the certification proceeding for 15 years.
Thank you. Dr. Jacobs.
My name is William Jacobs. I'm employed by WRJ Associates. I am the independent construction monitor selected by the Commission and Georgia Power to monitor the project on their commission's behalf.
Mr. Roker.
My name is Stephen D. Rutger. I work with the public interest advocacy staff, primarily on the Vogtle project. I've been the lead analyst.
Steve, is that turned off? It's not working now. Did you turn it off for some reason? Try it now.
My name is Steve Rutger.
Yeah.
I work for the commission as an analyst for the Vogtle construction monitoring process, and I've been the lead analyst since certification.
Thank you. And Mr. Roper, on October 27th of this year, did you file a cause to be pre-filed 40 pages of testimony and question and answer format along with 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Grace, on October 27th of this year, did you file a cause to be pre-filed 14 pages in testimony and question and answer format along with 1 exhibit and a 33-page report?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, on October 27th of this year, did you file a cause to be pre-filed 4 pages of testimony in question and answer format along with 1 exhibit and a 62-page report?
I did.
Does anyone have any corrections that they need to make to the pre-filed testimony at this time?
No.
No. And if I were to ask you all the same question today under oath, would your answers be the same as set forth in your pre-filed testimony? Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has been provided with a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I would ask that the direct testimony be copied into the record as if given here today, and I would ask that the exhibits and reports be marked for identification purposes as staff exhibits 1 through 6.
So copy.
And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Roker, Mr. Grace, and Mr. Collin be allowed to give summaries of their testimony.
Please do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I would like to present a brief summary of Dr. Jacobs and my pre-filed testimony. Our testimony focuses on the stipulation agreed to by PIA staff and the company and 4 additional interveners. We have presented the stipulation, the value of the stipulation to ratepayers, the reasons for wanting to stipulate, and some of the history of issues that have occurred with the projects since very early in the construction process. First, let me state that Dr. Jacobs and I are in a uniquely qualified position to opine on the reasonableness and prudence of costs, in that we have been solely focused on the plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4 expansion project since the beginning, and continue to this day to monitor the completion of Unit 4. That's a total of over 15 years. Together, we have studied the project by reading and evaluating countless documents, developing analyses and reviews, issuing over 250 data request sets, each containing many individual questions, walking the site down on countless days, observing work throughout each unit, and holding countless meetings with the company personnel, Southern Nuclear personnel, and contractor personnel. We have seen the non-compliances with the design basis for the AP 1000 or applicable codes, and observed the remediation work that was necessary to bring the work back into conformance. No project can be built to perfection. Every project has its challenges and compromises. But by being there, it has allowed us to form our opinions early with regards to a fair and reasonable cost for these units. Because of the reporting allowance set forth under OCGA 46-3A 7B for new plant construction, with agreement with the company, we established the Vogtle construction monitoring process, whereby each party to this docket had the opportunity to review the work completed on a semi-annual basis and to status and forecast the balance of work to complete the project. Our 28 BCM pre-filed testimonies and accompanying cross-examination are a record for this commission to, in part, base its decision on what amount should the company be permitted to place into rate base for recovery from ratepayers.
Please put that microphone up like this. There you go.
Okay. It is our belief, oh, wow. It is our belief that the amount should be $7.562 billion. One derivation of the $7.562 billion is quite simple. The $7.3 billion deemed reasonable in the 17th VCM plus $200 million for COVID relief, $33 million for monitoring fees, which were deemed reasonable and prudent in the certification docket 27800 and in VCM 19, and $36 million for ad valorem taxes. However, by the company conceding to absorb every capital construction dollar for the project above the $7.562 billion agreed to for stipulation purposes, that does not imply that every dollar that the company spent over $7.562 billion was unreasonable and or imprudent. Conversely, it also does not mean that every dollar below the $7.562 billion was reasonable and prudent. Additionally, while it is accurate that staff focused its investigations beginning around the 17th VCM period of January 2017 through November of 2017, the spend to date as filed by the company as of the 17th VCM was $4.592 billion. Therefore, staff and its consultants encompassed approximately $5.6 billion in capital construction spend by the company, which represents the $10.188 billion forecast to complete the project, less the spend to date as of the 17th VCM of $4.597 billion for vigorous review. As we stated in our testimony, the post-Westinghouse bankruptcy dollars were a focus because prior to the bankruptcy, the level of detail needed to meet the importance evidence burden was not available. And most important is that the consortium absorbed the vast majority of the cost overruns, except those approved in the supplemental information review proceeding. Irrespective, staff would have put forward evidence and recommendations to disallow EPC period dollars. However, given the evidentiary requirements to prove imprudence, these recommendations would not have had the same strength as those recommendations post the Westinghouse bankruptcy for reasons we discussed in our testimony. With the stipulation, the staff is recommending that $7.562 billion is a fair and reasonable resolution and concedes, like every signatory, that staff did not prevail on every issue, but that on balance, it represents a fair settlement. Additionally, from staff's perspective, the $7.562 billion does not represent the first $6.562 billion spent on the project by the company. Rather, it represents that $7.562 billion is reasonable and prudent for the company to place in the rate base. This stipulation, when viewed on a 60-year life cycle basis and based on forward-looking assumptions used in the analysis, will ultimately save ratepayers somewhere between $5 and $6 billion on a present value basis, or somewhere between $12 and $13 billion on a nominal basis. That value, we believe, is expressed by the other co-signatories, interveners that chose to recommend approval of the stipulation. Based on the experience and knowledge of the project that Dr. Jacobs and I have, the totality of the project, the litigation risks that we described in our pre-file testimony, and the concessions the company was willing to accept on the front end of the prudency process, it is our opinion that the stipulation is a fair and just, reasonable and prudent resolution of all the remaining issues related to the Vogtle plant units 3 and 4 expansion project. We recommend approval of the stipulation in its entirety. Thank you. That concludes our summary.
Mr. Chris?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm testifying on behalf of the Vogtle Monitoring Group, which has been contracted by the Commission to assist the PIA staff since April 2018 as an independent monitor of the Vogtle 3 and 4 project. Prior to starting our efforts, in January 2018, the Commission had issued VCM Order 17. The primary substance of that order was that based on a forecast $7.3 billion cost for GPC's, Georgia Power Company's, portion of the total project construction cost, and commercial operation dates of November 2021/November 2022 for Unit 3 and 4 respectively, Commission approval was provided for continuing on with the project. Further, the primary focus of our monitoring efforts have been the project cost and the project schedule, and the reasons for increases in both the cost and schedule. Given that the large majority of GPC's $7.3 billion cost is due to Georgia Power's 45.7% share of the 100% equity shared cost among all the co-owners, our cost review is focused on the 100% equity shared total project cost, which at the time of VC Order 17 was $17.1 billion. Given that the schedule has major impacts on financing costs, the other major focus of our review was on the schedules for achieving the Unit 3 and Unit 4 CODs. Finally, given that we were not involved with the project prior to VCM Order 17, and prior Commission decisions regarding the detailed elements of financing costs, such as the NCCR tariff, AFUDC, and return on equity, we have simply provided our recommendations regarding the schedule to the PIA staff and J. Kennedy and Associates so that they would address the impacts on what should be the prudent and reasonable financing costs. Soon after our initial April 2018 engagement, we had concluded that by following conventional good construction practices, the November 2021, November 2022 CODs were not achievable. For this effort and all our further monitoring efforts, we relied primarily on project status data as provided by the company in developing our own forecasts of the total project cost and CODs. VMG's forecasts over time were, until more recently as the project nears completion, were for increased costs and later CODs. This testimony is supported by the more detailed report that we've included with this testimony and makes many statements regarding what VMG perceives as imprudent management practices. These practices were, in VMG's opinion, taken in a failed attempt to shorten the schedule and encompass the many aspects of project management, including project planning, execution, and reporting. These practices then contributed to our current forecast total project cost at completion of $21.1 billion versus $17.1 billion. The actual Unit 3 COD of late July 2023 versus November 2021, and the currently forecast Unit 4 COD of late February, the company's current risk-adjusted schedule, I think it's more likely March of 2024. Although VMG is of the opinion that there were imprudent practices employed by the company which served to increase both the project cost and schedule, VMG notes that the conditions upon which the Commission via their VCM Order 17 approved continuation of the project, that provides a basis upon which to determine the capital construction costs allowable for rate recovery. More specifically, this approval at VCM Order 17 was based on a forecast company capital construction cost, Georgia Power's share, of $7.3 billion and forecast November 2021, November 2022 CODs. And in fact, we look at it as being representative of a non-binding contract. Further, when considered from this perspective, and for reasons as follow, VMG finds a commission decision to accept the terms of the proposed settlement as expressed by the current stipulation to be both reasonable and prudent. The reasons are as follows. With a relatively minor upward adjustment for non-controllable COVID cost impacts and minor adjustments to the company's non-shared costs, the GPC capital construction cost of $7.562 billion is consistent with the $7.3 billion basis upon which the Commission approved continuing the project. With respect to COD-related financing costs, VMG has limited its input to providing recommended CODs for Unit 3 and Unit 4, which together with a company capital construction cost of $7.562 billion would facilitate J. Kennedy and Associates developing a funding profile. This funding profile was a basis for analyzing what a reasonable and prudent decision would be regarding all of the financially related costs. In other words, the NCCR tariff, AFUDC, and allowed return on equity. These recommended CODs are March 22, March 2023 for Unit 4 and Unit 3 and Unit 4 respectively. And these dates represent slipping the regulatory approved November 21, November 2022 dates by 4 months to account for the company's analyzed schedule impact due to COVID. The third reason for accepting the stipulation, given Southern Nuclear Company's relatively strong operational performance in managing the operation of its 6 other nuclear plants and the current operational performance of Unit 3, it is reasonable to expect that Unit 3 and Unit 4 will provide a reliable source of carbon-free energy for decades to come. Fourth reason for accepting the stipulation is, given that J. Kennedy and Associates has analyzed the financing costs based on our recommendations of the later CODs, B, they together with the PIA staff have also evaluated the risks of not accepting the stipulation, and C, both are advising to accept it. VMG finds the stipulation in its entirety to be a fair, just, and reasonable resolution of the Commission's investigation into the prudence and reasonableness of the costs eligible for recovery through rates. This concludes my opening statement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lane Collins. I I have personally and my firm, J. Kennedy and Associates, have been involved in the Vogtle 3 and 4 process since the certification proceeding. So we, like Mr. Rutger and Dr. Jacobs, have been involved in this from the beginning for 15 years now. I submitted testimony and also attached to that testimony the J. Kennedy and Associates report. And this is a summary basically of our findings and conclusions and recommendations as a result of the work that we have done on investigating the prudence and reasonableness of the construction costs. Our report includes an extensive review of the prudence and reasonableness standards for rate-making recovery of the costs, including the Commission's prior application of those standards in the Vogtle 1 and 2 and the Rocky Mountain rate proceedings. The Kennedy report includes a review of the Commission's prior orders in this proceeding, in which it addressed Vogtle 3 and 4 prudence and reasonableness issues in response to the company's construction cost overruns and schedule delays. In those orders, the Commission set forth standards for the company's recovery of the Vogtle 3 and 4 construction costs and set the burden of proof for prudence and reasonableness between the company on the one hand and PISA staff and other parties on the other hand. In those orders, the Commission also systematically reduced and thus partially disallowed the recovery of incremental financing costs through the NCCR and thus partially disallowed the recovery of incremental financing costs through the NCCR and accruals of AFUDC. And you did that through ratcheting down the return on equity down to the point where it's at presently, which is the cost of long-term debt, among other rate-making actions that you took in that series of VCM and the SIR order. And the Kennedy report addresses the company's management failures that led to the repeated construction cost overruns and schedule delays. Moving on to the stipulation incorporates the effects of your actual disallowances resulting from your orders, as well as prior company concessions, namely the $694 million that the company conceded that it would not seek to recover. The stipulation also reflects additional construction cost disallowances that address and resolve PIA staff's imprudence and unreasonableness findings, conclusions, and potential recommendations in the absence of the stipulation, all within the framework established by this Commission in its prior orders. In addition, the stipulation addresses and resolves potential disallowances or clawbacks of the financing costs recovered through the NCCR tariff, replacement fuel expense recovered through the fuel cost recovery tariff, and other expenses that were incurred due to the imprudent and unreasonable delays in the commercial operation dates, or what we refer to as CODs. Based on the work performed by PAA staff, including Kennedy, JS Held, and VMG, I conclude in my testimony and in the Kennedy report that the stipulation provides a fair, just, and reasonable resolution of the Commission's investigation into the prudence and reasonableness of the costs eligible for recovery through rates. In the absence of the stipulation, the PIA staff, Kennedy, JS Held, VMG, Dr. Jacobs, and Steve Rucker likely would have recommended greater disallowances of the construction and financing costs, including additional disallowance and or refunds of excessive financing costs and fuel expenses recovered through the NCCR and FCR, as well as other expenses due to the imprudent and unreasonable construction costs and delays in the CODs. In my testimony and in the Kennedy report, there are numerous quantitative comparisons that will allow you, if you look at the tables, to review and assess the rate impacts and the value of the stipulation against the effects of your prior orders, the company's prior concessions, and the effects of potential PIA staff recommendations in the absence of the stipulation. The Kennedy report includes numerous tables and graphs that summarize a range of actual and potential rate-making outcomes, including actual and potential specific imprudence and unreasonableness disallowance of construction costs, financing costs, and replacement fuel expenses. These tables and graphs will allow you to quickly assess the effects of your prior decisions in the form of actual disallowances and the effects of potential additional disallowances resulting from the PIA staff's review compared to the stipulation. These tables and graphs demonstrate that the stipulation provides a what I would characterize as a midpoint resolution of the company's potential claims for recovery compared to the PIA staff's potential litigation position in the absence of the stipulation. As a point of reference, I include a table in my testimony from the Kennedy report that provides an all-in comparison of the actual and potential disallowances over 8 cases on a sequential and incremental basis, starting with the total construction and financing costs incurred or that would have been incurred by the company in the absence of prior commission orders. In short, I recommend that the commission approve the stipulation. Again, it provides a midpoint resolution that's fair, just, and reasonable in comparison to what the company incurred, the costs that the company incurred, the commission's prior orders, and the framework that you have established through those prior commission orders, and what the potential disallowances would have been based upon the PIA staff's prudence and reasonableness review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are available for questions from commissioners and cross-examination.
Any questions from commissioners? All right. Concerned ratepayers of Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, since there were 3 separate filings, Kennedy, by Mr. Grace, by Mr. Jacobs, I prepared questions for each of these groups. We have 3 folders. I'd pretty much like to do each one separately. There might be a little bit of overlap, but so I need the time to do that.
It's just one panel here.
Chairman, 3 different sets of testimony, and this is the first time that they've ever combined the 3 panels. It was combined before with, first of all, Mr. Jacobs was separate from Mr. Grace, and there was Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Grace. This is the first time ever all 3 have been together, so I need more time.
Go ahead.
Let me try to find I have an exhibit, exhibit 2. Do you have that by any chance, guys?
No.
No.
All right. Jennifer made copies for me and now I can't find them. Give me a minute. First I gotta find it. Thanks. Ah, I got it. Thomas graciously offered to pass them out, and I appreciate it. Sorry. Oh, is it okay for Mr. Thomas to pass them out?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let me start with Mr. Collin. Good to see all you guys. Mr. Grace, I missed you the last 2 times. I even put that in the testimony that I missed you. So glad you
I
came.
missed you too.
Thank you. I don't know if you'll say that at the end, but at least for now, we're cool. On page 3, you mentioned, and also in your introduction, that the stipulation is fair and reasonable. And you also go on to say, in the absence of the stipulation, the PIA staff, Kennedy, had Grace and Jacobs would recommend greater disallowances of construction and financing costs due to imprudent and unreasonable costs. Is this kind of a contradiction? You know, first it's reasonable, but if you didn't have any restrictions, it wouldn't be reasonable?
I don't think there's any inconsistency whatsoever. You essentially have a range of rate-making alternatives that the commission has available to it within the framework that it previously established in prior commission orders. And that range of rate-making outcomes goes from the $3.5 billion deemed prudent in the SIR stipulation all the way up to the $7.3 billion deemed reasonable in the VCM 17 proceeding, all the way to potentially the company seeking recovery of every construction dollar that it incurred and the financing costs on those construction dollars, which it did not. And so essentially, with the work that the other consulting firms did and the work that our firm did and the work that PIA staff did, the outcome could have arguably been between $3.5 billion and $7.562 billion, and or as much as $10 billion plus the financing costs on that. So the $7.562 billion essentially represents a midpoint resolution of the range of rate-making outcomes. And I've described that throughout my testimony. I have a series of tables that compare 8 of these different rate-making outcomes that demonstrate why the $7.562 billion in construction cost is reasonable and prudent.
If there were no stipulations, plural, what would your conclusion have been?
We, based upon the work that we did, we identified significant, what the various consulting firms considered to be imprudence and an unreasonable cost result. Where those dollars would have landed, we did not finalize those recommendations, but it's likely, and based upon the range of outcomes that I've set forth in the tables in my testimony and in the Kennedy report, the range would have been less than the $7.62 billion, all the way up to the company's total incurred costs, including the full financing costs.
Okay, could you take a look at CRG 2 that we passed out? Mr. Collin, this was really your exhibit. You had the top part of it, which I thought was great. I mean, you took something very complicated and really presented it in a very effective and understandable way. And what you had, this came from VCM 28. I've been here.
Is there a question?
Yeah, let me
I'm
go
sure he
through.
appreciates the flattery.
I'll get to the question. Okay. But based on that, then we adjusted that for the Toshiba rebate. Then we adjusted it for the stipulation. So on the top part there, you come up with a certification cost of $6.1 billion, which is correct. Then you had the VCM 28 at 15.1, and that did not account for Toshiba, right? That was basically the.
I don't have that in front of me, and I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, but this was an exhibit that you guys prepared in VCM 28. It was on table 4, I believe. Table 1, excuse me.
I just don't recall that from memory.
Okay. Well, you got the table in front of you, though. Does that look right?
Again, I don't know that this is a copy of the actual tables or a replication. I just don't know.
This is what I have. I mean, I don't have his VCM 28 testimony in front of me, but if you give me a copy, I could show you.
Right, but if you want to refer the witnesses to something, you need to.
Well, I did. This is from him, basically. This was his testimony. Well, let me go, just accept it without verifying. Does this look reasonable to you, Mr. Grace? Basically. Certification cost was $6.1 million. Without the rebate from
This was long, we came on board long after certification.
Okay. From VCM 28, when you were on board, does that look about right? 1.1 billion without the Toshiba piece? Roughly.
I would refer to Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to object. The witnesses have expressed that they need the document, that they are not familiar.
Yeah, Mr. Prudency, please just go ahead and move forward to something that they have the information at hand. They've already said that they can't recall that.
They did do it though, so. Anyway. you've mentioned that, page 4 and page 26 of Mr. Cohen. The company materially underestimated the cost of Vogtle 3 and 4 to the commission the first 13 years. Georgia Power provided 11 cost estimates beginning with VCI, et cetera. They were all wrong. As a result of this inaccurate cost information, both the company and staff's economic analysis, conclusions, recommendations were inaccurate. You also mentioned that basically the commission relied on this inaccurate data when they approved VCM 17 for the project to continue. And I think you also mentioned that they approved it again in VCM 19. I believe it was you, but it could have been one of your colleagues. Question, given that, if there was not a stipulation, wouldn't your recommendations for being disallowance been much higher?
There's a significant likelihood they would have been much higher,
Okay.
based upon the work that all of the consulting firms did along with Mr. Rutger.
Okay.
But that's why we view the $7.562 billion settlement on the construction costs to be a midpoint of, and why we consider it to be a reasonable outcome.
Do you feel obligated, I guess all of you, to accept that stipulation? Or could you do what we did and just analyze it from the beginning to this point and saying, if there were no stipulations, this is what our analysis and findings would have been?
I think Mr. Rutger wants to answer that question.
Yeah, I'll start with, yes, we do, because we signed the stipulation. So by definition, we're okay with it. Otherwise, we would not have signed the stipulation.
Let me ask you this.
And I think just doing a simple variance analysis between data points and coming up with a difference in percent over is just it's not the framework within which we have to operate. We have to operate with the statutes. We have to operate under the previous stipulations that we had entered into. We have to operate under the previous orders that were issued by the commission.
I understand what you're saying, and you have to, as staff, but as independent consultants, are they bound by the stipulation, or could they say independently, despite the stipulation, this is our conclusion?
First of all, I think that's been asked and answered.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the same question you just asked.
And let me add that any consultant that works for PIA staff works under the direction of PIA staff. They are not independent of PIA staff. They're not here to do an independent job for themselves or for anyone else. They're here to work in conjunction with staff. We give them the authority through the contract, but we get the ultimate decision-making. And that's expressly stated in the contract. So no, they can't give you an independent analysis. Now, maybe if you guys meet 5 years from now and you want to talk about it, one might be able to give you one, but
Well, we have
not here and not today.
Well, actually, we do. We have testimony that's going to do that because we're not bound. Let me ask you this. Each of you three, were you involved in this stipulation or any previous stipulations, or were you kind of informed after it was finalized? Were you part of the negotiations?
I personally was not part of the negotiations. However, I did comment on draft of the stipulation.
Same response for me. I was not part of the stipulation, although I was, offered the opportunity to review it, and I put my conclusions based on, as Mr. Rotker said, there were previous agreements or stipulations made with respect to issues such as financing costs and how they would be treated. And we accepted all those. This is the administrative legal process. So we had to, we had no choice. And as I've also said, that at VCM 17, with the establishment of the 7.3 billion in the CODs, we looked at that as the contractual basis, if you will, although it's not a formal contract per se, upon which the approval was to proceed.
And so we took that as our base starting point, really.
Yeah, no, the consultants generally are not part of the negotiation process. But we do rely on their expertise extensively during the process to inform us that we are making good decisions on behalf of ratepayers. So as we were moving through the stipulation process, each of the consultants or each of the groups were provided every step that we had received, and so that they could in turn provide us feedback with respect to, based on what you've seen, based on your investigations, is this looking like a reasonable resolution?
So just to make sure I'm clear, you're saying that they did not have the latitude or the independence to do anything other than follow the stipulation. Is that correct?
No, we were relying on their expertise to inform us that the results of the stipulation as they were being developed were in line with what their expectations would be with respect to a just and reasonable stipulation. So no, we expect them to be honest with us.
Yeah,
If they come to a conclusion that is significantly different than what we're thinking, we want to know that, and they have that independence to inform us of that.
Maybe I need to clarify a little bit too. In terms of prior stipulations, we weren't involved and we accepted that as a requirement. With respect to the current stipulation, we were provided drafts of the stipulation, and then that was the basis upon which we came up with our final positions.
Okay. And I could clarify even further that as our firm was involved in every one of the certification and each one of the VCM proceedings, we were continuously reviewing the economics, the assumptions, the results as the construction proceeded. And we were very involved with the PIA staff, and we had a significant amount of independence in that process. So all of that knowledge, all of that information was cumulative. It wasn't just based upon the company's filing in this proceeding.
All right, let me get to the bottom line. What would your disallowance recommendation be if there was no stipulation? I believe you talk about that in your testimony. You're not?
Has been answered. He already asked this question.
No, the number. I need the number.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
And Mr. Cohen said that that number was not finalized because of the stipulation.
It was not what?
Was not finalized. They had not finalized that number. That was his answer to your question.
Okay, in your exhibit.
The first time, yes.
In your exhibit. You can find it. There's so many. There was 1,000 pages of documents to review. Here it is. Table 4. History of charges in construction and financing cost commercial operations. Basically, well, there's 2 of them I have. Come to a cost of 15 billion, but here it is. Table 2, excuse me. Table 2, do you have that one, Mr.
I
Cullen?
have table 2 from from the Kennedy report. Yes.
Okay, that's
I have that.
Okay, cumulative disallowances, bottom line number 8, 5.66 billion. Would that have been your recommendation had there not been a stipulation?
This is a list of potential rate-making outcomes. And if the PIA staff had utilized the $5.68 billion presumed prudent from the 14th VCM, then the amount would have been $5.68 billion of construction costs. And then we calculated the AFEDC on that, and that would have resulted in a $5.66 billion total disallowance on plant and service. And so these were some of these cases, like the deemed reasonable case number 7, the presumed prudent case number 8, were the boundaries that we had to work within based upon the prior commission orders. So we would not have gone below the presumed prudent unless we had evidence of imprudence between the 3.5 billion deemed prudent and the 5.68 billion presumed prudent, because that was the framework that the commission established in prior commission orders. So our recommendation of PAIA staff with all of the consultants would have been no less than 3.5 billion and likely no more than 7.562 billion.
Wait a minute. So the disallowance was 2.56, correct?
Where are you finding that?
Well, basically what everybody's been saying for the most of the day. All right, you had the 10.2 minus the stipulation agreement, and the difference was, I think, 2.6 billion.
I think that's
About right?
roughly correct.
Okay,
yes.
and you're saying that in your analysis, you could have gone as high as disallowance of 5.6, is that right? What was the
Well,
number?
there's a sequence of 8 cases. The first case being a full cost case if there'd been no stipulation and Georgia Power Company had presented that case for every dollar it spent and a full financing cost during the construction period. And but the company did not come in and ask for that, all the way down to a presumed prudent case based upon the 5.68 billion that the commission established in VCM 14. And if the collective results of the PIA staff's consultants and recommendations had been to utilize the 5.68, then with all of the financing costs and everything, the disallowance would have been 5.66 billion as shown on table 2. So that basically provided a lower boundary, if you will. And the case 1, which is the Georgia Power Company full cost case, would be the upper boundary. And so you can see where this proposed stipulation falls in terms of the construction cost, not at the 10.174 billion that the company incurred, and not at the 5.68 billion at the low end that the commission previously presumed to be prudent, but rather the 7.562. And you can see that that is essentially a midpoint resolution of the competing claims.
I understand. Is that the best approach?
Well, I think
From a
it's a
point of
fair
view.
approach to assess the reasonableness of the stipulation.
And again, did you want to say something, sir?
Yes, let me be very clear here. What Mr. Kennedy and his colleagues at J. Kennedy and Associates did is they bounded based on prior orders and stipulations, and essentially the then current forecast of $10,188,000,000. And they, at each threshold, they essentially priced what the disallowance would have been. But that analysis, in a sense, and I'll ask Lane to follow on with me, you can view that in a vacuum, because what it does not take into consideration is that for much of those dollars, the burden rested with staff. And when you look at the 2 standards, costs have to be both reasonable and prudent. And as Dr. Jacobs and I point out, when you look at the results of Vogtle 1 and 2, the vast majority of the costs that were disallowed were based on the reasonableness standard. But we had a floor that was established in the 17th VCM of 7.3 billion. So anything below that, we would have had to have shown as being imprudent. And at that point, it brings into the reasonable manager decision what was known or should have been reasonably known. Was a decision made that fell outside of that particular zone of reasonableness, or were there a series of decisions that should have been made but were not made? And that would have been a challenge for us. We would have accepted the challenge, but I think if you look at the kind of spectrum of our weakest argument to our strongest arguments. Clearly, our strongest arguments would have encompassed the reasonableness standard, but that was a floor of 7.3. Now, we would have challenged the ability to claw back NCCR tariff and so on and so forth. But what we were seeing as we were going through the negotiations is that we were getting pretty close to what our consultants were telling us was a very good number on capital construction costs.
Mr. Prudency, so we're at 23 minutes now, so I'm giving you twice the amount of time. I'm gonna give you 30 minutes, so you got 7 more minutes, so.
This is per witness?
No, this is total.
I can't do it like that. Just cut me off if you want to. Okay, on the court piece, where you mentioned you were concerned that you couldn't prove the justification to go higher than this. The exhibit I gave you guys, and I can't find a copy of, but anyway, it was the Georgia Court of Appeals thing on prudency. What they laid out was the issue is not prudency; it's basically who's responsible for the cost. And what their finding is that utility has much more control over it than the ratepayer. Hence, the utility should be the one responsible for it.
Yeah, it's our belief that the appellate court was referring to the reasonableness standard.
Well, both, I think. But anyway, why concede? I mean, in the past, Georgia Power has always taken things to court they don't like. And when this happened in the 1990s, you won twice. So why assume you're going to lose?
Anytime you go to litigation, especially a litigation when we're talking about billions of dollars, we're going to have arguments and recommendations that would have been firmly grounded in fact, had substantial evidence. There's a spectrum of strength of argument that we would have encompassed within our recommendation. But I think it's a little naive to suggest that simply because we made a recommendation that this commission would have accepted every argument. And that's the litigation risk that we were facing. So when you compare what we were able to achieve via the stipulation and you start going below that, we began to realize that any additional reduction, there would have been a higher risk that those recommendations would not have been accepted by the commission. Because you have to remember that in a contested litigation, the company would have vigorously defended every dollar that they spent. They would have vigorously challenged every argument and recommendation that we would have made. And at the end of the day, the commissioners would have had to have sorted through all of that and come to decisions on more discrete items. I'm not of the belief that we would have won on every item. And that's what drives counterparties towards a stipulation, because there is real risk there. There would have been risk for the company if they had come in at a number very, very high. And then they would have known that not all of our arguments may pass muster with 3 of the commissioners. So that's what drove us together, is that in a case like this, there is a lot of risk. I believe. I felt like there was a lot of risk. The evidence that we would have needed to have made very strong arguments for dollars that were incurred under the EPC period for reasons that we've stated in our testimony, I believe would have been very difficult to attain the adequate documentation and evidence. And then we would have had to have breached a hurdle where the company simply could have said, well, we only paid the milestone amount. And you're calling that imprudent. Any cost over and above that milestone was to the account of the consortium. So during that period, in essence, excluding additional costs that the company came in with about 300 million in BCM 8, and then the definitive settlement agreement, because everybody at that point was suing everybody, which was about 500 million in additional capital construction costs and a $200 million contingency that was built into the 5.68. But ultimately, you know, we have to sort through all of this and collectively come up with an answer that we believe is in the best interest of who we represent. And that's all ratepayers, whether they're individuals, corporations, whoever. And we believe that through this stipulation and the company's willingness to negotiate, we were able to achieve that.
Let me ask you that, going back to Kennedy's analysis, quoting you, the company materially underestimated the cost of Vogtle 3 and 4 to the commission during at least the first 13 years of the project. GPC provided 11 cost estimates from the beginning, etc., that were inaccurate. Based on this inaccurate information, the conclusions and recommendations were inaccurate. Within that context, could you not make a strong argument, if you had to go to court, that basically you should, it's more appropriate to go to the 5.6 billion disallowance than it was the 2.6, because basically Georgia Power either, you know, innocently or naively or incompetently or deceptively, I don't know what, but they consistently provided bad information to this commission and to the consultants that you guys relied on. Shouldn't they be held? I mean, isn't that a pretty strong argument if you had to go to court and say, hey, we made these decisions, but it was based on bad data, and Georgia Power may or may not have known it?
Let me just address the court. Are you referring to this venue, or are you referring to an actual
I'm referring,
Supreme Court?
No, I'm referring to the conclusions that the Kennedy group said in their testimony several times. And I remember once we asked about that, and I said, hey, do you want to make a recommendation? And I said, no, but even in their testimony, they said this should be seriously considered at the prudency hearing. So what they're saying, they documented, is you got bad data for years, and then you made decisions based on that, and the commission made decisions based on that. But should there be, when you found this out, kind of reevaluating all this and coming up with a lower, you know, disallowance than the 7.65? I mean, maybe 5.6 is better. That's my question. And if you had to go to court, isn't that a strong argument, saying, hey, they screwed up all this? And we know that by looking at the cost estimate, you know, that table too. You know, they started.
Is there a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
That's the wrongest question.
Well, you know.
I know
Anyway,
that's taking you past your time too, so.
I'm not sure what the question was in there, but these were all considerations in landing on the 7.562 billion. And the case, the reasonableness case and the company's actions and the information that they provided are all detailed in the Kennedy report, in the VMG report, and in the JS Held report. And we likely would have come in at a greater recommendation for disallowance if it had been fully litigated. But the company, on the other hand, would definitely have come in at a higher dollar amount in its request. So, you know, that's the situation you have with diametrically opposed positions. And then when you resolve that through compromise, you hope for a midpoint. And I think the evidence in the J. Kennedy and Associates report shows that the resolution is at the midpoint. You also have to consider the fact that the commission has already imposed significant disallowances on the company's recovery of financing costs, very significant, in excess of $2 billion in terms of both the NCCR recoveries through the lower rates of return and through lower AFEDC. So I think that, you know, you have to have a comprehensive understanding of the issues that are in play. You have to review and assess the entirety of the circumstances and the potential outcomes. And I think that we've laid out a case why we believe that that stipulation is a fair and reasonable resolution of the competing positions that Georgia Power could have and likely would have taken, and the positions that PIA staff could have and likely would have if we had fully litigated. And then if you assume that the commission ends up someplace in the middle, we're at the midpoint. And this, stipulation resolves all of those issues.
You know what the impact is on the ratepayer with the 7.56, how much that's going to increase rates, and also the
Is that your final question?
to this panel, but I got two more.
Excuse me?
I said that was Mr. Cole, and I also have Mr. Grace and Mr. Jacobs.
No.
It's up to you if you want to cut me off. I strongly object.
I'll give you one final question.
No, I don't have any
All
more
right.
questions for Mr. Collin.
All right,
I do
we'll
have
move on.
questions for Mr. Grace and Mr. Jacobs. I'd also acknowledge that we are the only ones that doing cross-examination in this. We might even finish today. We're going to condense the entire, multi-billion-dollar prudency hearing to one day before it was 8 weeks.
Mr.
Is that what you
President,
want? Okay, if that's your ruling.
you did this to yourself.
No, sir. I disagree. As I said, I have questions for Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Grace.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
I have no questions.
Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and Partnership for Southern Equity. Georgia Watch. Resource Supply Management. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
All right, thanks. Brian Jacob for Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. So I'm going to do my best to, a few questions up front that may help me stitch together the various pieces of testimony that y'all filed. So I heard Mr. Collin express a range of potential rate-making options. And I guess this is really, Mr. Rutger, for you. Did staff rely on that as the basis for negotiating the stipulation?
In part, I think would be the best answer. But what we really relied on was the investigations that we had performed. I don't know if anybody recalls this, but in July of last year, I stated from the stand that in order for us to do a thorough prudency review, we would have to start now. And that's when we started. It was shortly thereafter that we contracted with JS Held because we realized we had a gap in our review process. We had BMG that did a more of a top-down approach, but we wanted to add a qualified consulting firm that could do a bottoms-up approach. And we have been working very, very hard for the past 13, 14 months, reviewing just thousands upon thousands of documents. And what that leads to is an informed decision as to where and what dollar value are we moving towards with respect to recommendations for particularly prudence. We knew the floor for reasonableness was 7.3, so we couldn't go below that. So it was a combination of simply working with these consultants for 13, 14 months, and then working through the stipulation with the consultants to keep us informed as to their opinions with respect to how it was being resolved ultimately.
Did any of those bottom-up analyses start at zero, or did they always start at one of the various floors that have been referenced?
No, what I mean by bottoms up is, so you can look at a project many different ways. One of the highest levels would be, say, table 1.1 in the company's VCM filings. You can put them all next to each other, do variance analyses, et cetera, et cetera. That's more of a top-down approach. What JSL specializes in is they actually go to the source documents. So the condition reports, the engineering service requests, the E&DCRs, which engineering and design coordination reports, the actual source documentation that drives a lot of the cost growth. I helped them review, I believe we chose 6 complete systems. And we requested top to bottom every document that was related to that system. And they went into those systems and reviewed, every work package, the associated documentation that was required procedurally, any E&DCRs that were issued against the design drawings, any engineering service requests that resulted in an as-built condition that was different than the design, because ultimately those have to be reconciled. So it's from a very granular level moving up, as opposed to a very top level moving down. At the same time, they were also doing what's called a window analysis, where they define the project over periods of time. And I have a good understanding of what it is, but they're the experts and you can ask them. Essentially what that does is it looks at top to mid-level information. And if something looks out of the ordinary, they bound that window and ask themselves, okay, what happened during this time period? And that's when you drive down to the source documents. So it was going to be a very thorough and absolute analysis. I mean, we were working very hard, very long hours together. So does that help?
It does, but I'm still not clear on whether your overarching presumption was that you couldn't go below 5.68 billion that had been deemed prudent or the 7.3 billion that had been deemed reasonable.
No, we understood we could go below it. The problem we had was where the burden would have laid. It would have laid on us. So between 3.5 and 5.68, those dollars had been deemed prudent, or had a presumption of prudence, not deemed prudent, I apologize, had a presumption of prudence. So staff would have had the burden to show that those dollars and some or any of those dollars were imprudent. And that brings in the difference between, just applying a reasonableness standard, is that a reasonable amount to pay for a series of activities, as opposed to a much more rigorous standard, which is the prudency standard, where you actually have to look at decisions that were made. One of the problems that we had these problems back then. The company had the same problems. The company wasn't allowed to peek over the fence and ask Westinghouse, or depending upon time period, either the Shaw Group, CB&I, or Rectech, which was all the construction contractors, to provide them with the underlying granular data to assess performance, to develop key performance indicators, all of that. S&C and Georgia Power had to rely on their own resources to develop their own set of performance indicators. So there wasn't a well we could go to. So our concern with those dollars was they were relatively small when you consider the fact that we were looking at dollars that were above 3.5 billion and starting with the spend to date at the 17th BCM, which was about 4.8 billion. So that's about $1.2 billion of very difficult dollars that we would have had to have tried to investigate. It would have taken, I think, a disproportionate amount of time, effort, and money. So we focused on the 4.8 moving forward and would have gone back and, did a review, and we would have thrown ideas in the hopper to see if they would have carried any muster. I think some would have. We would have made some arguments with respect to some dollars, but like I said before, they would not have had the same weight of evidence simply because it just wasn't available. Nobody had it, and by now, CB&I doesn't even exist. Westinghouse is owned by a Canadian company, and I'm sure they didn't keep any of that. I wouldn't, because it wasn't good. So, and then we also had to consider the fact that during that time period, because of the nature of the EPC agreement, which was fixed firm, the consortium was in effect, if there was significant imprudence, the consortium was eating those dollars anyways. Because they were getting paid on a milestone basis. And the milestones had been established at the beginning, at contract signing. So they were established probably in sometime 2007, 2006. Now, the reason we call them firm as opposed to fixed is because there was a mechanism within the EPC agreement to escalate these payments. I can't divulge how they were being escalated. But when you think of a long-term project, you can imagine that if you're the construction contractor and you've been given so many cubic yards of concrete to pour, you don't want to get fixed on to a price if the price of concrete starts going through the roof. So this index basically represented a basket of heavy construction costs for the Southeast. And that escalation, if there was any, would be applied to the milestone payment. After that application of the milestone payment, that's all the consortium got. Let's say that totaled 1.5 million, but it costed 3 million to build. They didn't get paid for the extra $1.5 million. So that's a significant, and quite frankly, a lot of the reasons it did cost a lot more was because they weren't effectively managing their side of the fence. And so I think
Mr. Rucker, can you just try to make your answers a little more concise?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I do ramble.
Me too.
So anyways, that's why we had to make decisions. We were going through a negotiation process. It was moving along quite quickly, and you just have to make a decision. I think we made the right one.
Yeah, well, thank you. And that was a much more comprehensive answer than I was actually even looking for.
Once you get a microphone in my hand,
well, keep it there so I can make sure that I get to the bottom of this. So where I intended for that to go was those various thresholds that have been established.
Right.
Deemed prudent, presumed prudent, deemed reasonable. Was there a comprehensive bottom-up analysis of all the costs and disallowances when those were established, or were they all set by stipulation in each of those cases?
No, we did not do a bottoms-up analysis, because if you remember at the time, it was primarily Dr. Jacobs, myself. We had a wonderful lady that worked for us, Kate. We were the full-time people on this project. Lane and Jay Kennedy was focused on the economics, but in terms of day-to-day monitoring of the project, all we could do was a top-down analysis. But that spoke to the fact that there was an EPC agreement that was fixed firm in place. You know, we didn't care how much it cost CB&I to do something. What we cared about was how much ratepayers were going to pay for it.
All right, so I'd like to get your answer to the same question I asked the company panel this morning. Does the fact that some parties have agreed to stipulate a certain amount as prudent and reasonable relieve the commission itself from the responsibility to independently determine that value?
So we are making, us and all the co-signatories are making a recommendation to adopt the stipulation. The commission is within its full rights to accept it in its entirety, to reject it in its entirety, or to modify it. So that decision will be made by the commissioners.
And does the evidence that you've put into the record build a strong enough record for them to make that decision?
I believe we put sufficient evidence into the record over the years that, yes, the company should have a dollar amount disallowed. We've reached a settlement with respect to that dollar amount, and that we recommend that the stipulation be adopted in its entirety.
Okay. Shifting gears to an entirely different line of questioning. The proposed stipulation purports to, and I'll quote, resolve all remaining issues for determination by the commission, unquote. Does staff agree with that characterization?
Yes.
The stipulation at the end of point number 1 says that the rate adjustment will be implemented in the same manner as the Unit 3 and common rate adjustment. So is that what staff agreed to?
Yes, it is. I don't know the details. That's when you start talking about the MFRs and the tariffs. I'm not an MFR or tariff expert, but Mr. Collin could probably speak to that if you want to know more.
Is there anyone that can describe how that rate adjustment was allocated?
The allocation to customer class, it's specified in the stipulation itself in the same manner that the Vogtle 3 initial rate increase was allocated. So I think if you go back into the record on that, the Vogtle 4 and the remaining costs of Vogtle 3 in this next Vogtle increase that would go into effect the month after the commercial operation date of Vogtle 4 would be allocated in the same manner. I have not personally reviewed that allocation process in conjunction with Vogtle 3 and 4, the remaining costs of Vogtle 3 and all of the prudent and reasonable costs of Vogtle 4, but it is in the record with respect to the initial rate increase for Vogtle 3.
If you're asking across tariffs, it's going to be done ratably.
Yeah, I had trouble with that term when Mr. Abramowitz used it today. Yeah.
Which basically means by proportion.
And keep in mind, if you will, that there's a base rate increase, but there's also a reduction in the NCCR all the way down to 0 contemporaneously with the base rate increase. And I think that's a reduction of about $289 million. I'm sorry. It's in the MFR filings that the company has made in this proceeding. And then the FCR, the fuel cost recovery mechanism, already has a reduction in effect for lower FCR rates based upon the presumption with respect to the commercial operation dates for Vogtle 3 and Vogtle 4. So customers are already getting that value today. So you've heard today that there was a $729 million base rate increase based upon those minimum filing requirements. But the net after the reduction to 0 on the NCCR and the reduction already reflected in the FCR is $233 million. So instead of the 26% rate increase that you've heard described today. It's really effectively an 8.3% increase net.
When the Unit 3 rate adjustment went into effect, do you recall if the allocation took into consideration the way that the NCCR had been disproportionately collected over the construction years?
I don't recall.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach the witnesses?
Sure.
That's order from that rate adjustment proceeding. How many do I need? This is already in the record. It's the final order from that Unit 3 and Common Cost Rate Adjustment proceeding, docket 43838. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everybody?
Hey, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, so as I was explaining, that is the final order from that rate adjustment docket 43838, which has already been incorporated into this docket by reference in the PSO. Could you turn to page 9, and I've highlighted a section I'd like you to read.
Are you asking me to do that or?
Mr.
or
Collins, Mr.
Rucker?
Rector, whoever
Okay.
you think would be most appropriate.
I'll leave it up to Steve.
What's your question?
Would you mind reading that section that I highlighted?
Oh, I did.
Oh, sorry, out loud for the court reporter, please.
Oh. Okay, SACE requested that the commission consider the historically disproportionate allocation of the NCCR rider when deciding on the allocation of rate increases, arguing that an equal allocation is not an equitable allocation.
Now, if you flip over to page 10, I've highlighted how the final order addressed that point. And if you could read that highlighted section, please.
The issue regarding the impacts of the allocation of the NCCR rider on rate increase allocation should likewise be raised by SACE in the upcoming rate case proceeding.
So now that we've refreshed our memory on where we left it then, were Vogtle 3 and 4 online before the 2022 rate case proceeding?
No, they were not.
Were the Vogtle 3 and 4 costs included in any way in that rate case proceeding?
I wasn't involved in that rate case proceeding. I would suspect not. But I think I don't know. I'm just going to stop at that.
Am I correct that that case was similarly decided by a settlement?
I don't know.
Do you have any, I don't know how to phrase the question now. Was SACE's recommendation from the 43838 docket that was punted forward into the rate case resolved in the rate case or not?
It would appear so.
It would appear so.
Well, I mean, if the rate case was in 2022, the units weren't up and running.
Correct.
So I presume that issue will be, you'll raise that same issue in the next rate case. And then that's when you will have an opportunity to make your recommendations, whatever they are.
Why should we wait until 2025 when we have the opportunity to resolve it here, in this case?
I don't think you have any restrictions on not raising it, if that's what you want to do.
But the stipulated settlement already says, just do it the way you did it with Unit 3 costs. That's what's before the commission now.
Okay, I see your point. I quite honestly, I am not a rate specialist. I was not involved in a rate case. I'm like
But
the last person you want to ask.
so maybe I can conclude with this. If the issue wasn't resolved in the 43838 rate adjustment docket, and it wasn't resolved in the 44280 rate case docket, is it appropriate to reconsider that and address it now?
I will say yes, with the caveat that I don't know.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect. But I would, Mr. Chair,
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No question.
Georgia Powell.
Oh.
Sorry.
Just to make sure it was on the record.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that staff exhibits 1 through 6 be entered into the record and that the panel be excused. Thank you.
All right, so marked. Gentlemen, thank y'all. I just want to personally thank Dr. Jacobs and Steve Rutger and the consultants. You two gentlemen have lived and breathed this project for a very long time, and I just want to, on behalf of the commission, just thank you both for everything you've done.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'll let you move forward and call up your next panel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Jenny Davis, for the record. At this time, I call the panel of Reza Nikane, Mark Cohen, and Rob Straley.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
If I may just swear them in real quick.
Please, go
Gentlemen,
ahead.
could you please raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May I lower your hands? And Mr. Nikane, I will start with you. Could you please state your full name, spell it for the court reporter, state who you are employed by, and your responsibilities for the record, and then I'll go through all three of you.
My name is Reza Nikane, R-E-Z-A. Nikane is N-I-K-A-I-N. I'm retained by JS Health as consultants to the staff. I'm a senior managing director at JS Health.
And Mr. Cohen?
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, Cohen, C-O-H-E-N. And I'm retained in a similar capacity to Mr. Nikane. I'm a senior managing director and the construction advisory practice leader at JS Health.
Thank you. And Mr. Straley?
My name is Robert Straley, R-O-B-E-R-T-S-T-R-A-H-L-E. I'm a managing director with JS Health, similarly retained to Reza Nikane and Mark Cohen. And I'm the construction advisory practice US lead.
Thank you. Mr. Nikane, on October 27th of this year, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 21 pages of public disclosure and trade secret testimony in question answer format, along with a 310-page report accompanied by attachments 1 through 3, which are 22, 138, and 2 pages respectively?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections you need to make to your pre-filed testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, under oath, would your answers be the same as set forth in your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has been provided with a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I would ask that the direct testimony be copied into the record as if given here today. And for the record, I would also ask that the panel's report and the corresponding attachments 1 through 3 be marked for identification as staff's Exhibit 7.
So marked.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would ask that the panel be allowed to give a summary of their pre-filed testimony.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Mr. Cohen, Mr. Straley, and I led the team of JS Health experts on this matter. The three of us are registered professional engineer, each individually with over 30 years experience in construction matters, including having worked on preparing construction claims, construction cost assessments, forensic investigations, reviewing project controlled processes, and assisting in resolving disputes and expert testimony. Additionally, us and many of our team members have worked on various nuclear power projects. JS Health is a global consulting firm with expertise in a broad range of services, including construction advisory, dispute resolution, forensic architecture and engineering, financial investigations, and forensic accounting. We have over 1,500 professionals in 95 offices around the globe, including an office in Alpharetta, Georgia, about 25 minutes north of here. Our team of experts are often involved in matters relating to management of construction projects, assessing the level of risks on projects, management's actions relative to industry practices, issues relating to project schedules, resource and labor productivity and performance, disruption, inefficiency, and issues relating to scope changes, cost of performance, and various types of insurance-related matters. All of us and many of our colleagues have been qualified and have presented expert testimony on various issues and venues on topics relating to design, fabrication, manufacturing and procurement of major equipment, site access and logistics, adverse weather condition, schedule sequencing, construction management, and more recently assisting with issues relating to COVID-19 pandemic. Our team also has extensive experience having worked on nuclear power plants, as well as other major power complexes such as natural gas, coal, heavy fuel oil, hydroelectric, and other types of renewable projects. For this project, our team was composed of 15 to 20 professionals since being retained last year in August 2022. Our analysis was in a few different work streams, including assessing how the project was managed, evaluating how time was managed, how work was coordinated, prioritized, and eventually how various issues influenced the completion of the project and the project costs. We relied on documents and interviews that included reviewing contracts, agreements, policies and procedures, project reports, BCM reports, monthly status reports, and other contemporaneous project files such as logs, schedules, general correspondence, and emails. Specifically, we focused on the period post-VCM 17, starting on or about December 2017 through completion of Unit 3, and the forecasted completion of Unit 4. Our findings were included in the JS Health filed testimony and the supporting report and exhibits dated October 27, 2023. We have identified several actions, conditions, and circumstances that negatively influence the project schedule and cost. We found that the extent of COVID-19 pandemic could not have been reasonably anticipated. Other than delays and costs associated with COVID-19, we found the project was otherwise impacted by known risks and management's approach that led to significant delay and cost increases, essentially across all phases of the work. These conditions were pervasive throughout much of the project from VCM 17 through commercial operation. Many of the impacts that were realized on the project were rooted to project management decisions, actions, and the effect of additional costs associated with the risks that were noted as of VCM 17. The conditions and impacts analyzed included project management's emphasis on project schedule performance without adequate consideration for cost and quality impacts, premature transition from bulk construction to system turnover approach, completeness of engineering and effectiveness of engineering management after onboarding the replacement contractor, procurement-related material supply and management challenges and deficiencies, quality management issues that led to rework and corrective action, such as cable separation matter, availability of labor and management of their performance, COVID-19 pandemic issues. As I mentioned earlier, we approach analyzing these impacts through multiple work streams. It began by assessing the management of the project with respect to the company obligations and common industry practices relevant to nuclear industry and mega projects. We then investigated several project management processes to determine whether the company's management decisions were effective and reasonable. We focused on assessing company's management of risk, quality, schedule, and cost. We found that the company had well-developed procedures to manage risk, quality, schedule, and cost. However, many of the identified risks materialized and were not effectively managed. These impacts were compounded by optimistic schedules, productivity, and cost forecasts. The result was impacts and disruptions that ultimately led to significant delay and cost increases across all phases of the work. These conditions were pervasive throughout much of the project from VCM 17 through commercial operation of Unit 3 and the current forecast of Unit 4. With respect to time management, we perform a retrospective forensic schedule delay analysis using an industry-recognized observational dynamic contemporaneous technique, or as it otherwise commonly known or referred to as window analysis method. To quantify, this was used to quantify and apportion causes of the delay to the project. And our analysis compared actual as-built progress to as-planned start, finish, and durations of the specific activities and milestones along the critical path during each window to identify and quantify the net delay. We also identified shifts in the critical path caused by actual progress and changes to the schedule logic between analysis periods. As impacts and delays were identified, we used project documentation, records, and data to explain the causes for the quantified delay. Using the window time frame developed for the delay analysis, we also analyzed how installation of commodities like cable trays, pipes were disrupted. Specifically, using the data maintained by the company, we assessed changes to the direct labor productivity factor using a measured mile methodology. As disruption and inefficiency were identified, we used project documentation, records, and data to understand and explain the causes for the quantified impacts. Our analysis determined that post VCM 17, Unit 3 was delayed by 734 days, or 24.1 months. Unit 4 was delayed by 670 days, or 22 months. Since VCM 17, COVID-19 caused a delay of 266 delays, or 8.7 months to Unit 3, and 211 days, or 6.9 months to Unit 4. As part of the analysis work streams, we also quantified the cost overruns associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. This included our review of relevant project cost documentation to determine average daily indirect cost rates, hourly direct and indirect labor wages, and direct costs. These rates were applied to the total delays and inefficient labor hours. To quantify the related cost impacts, the average daily rate for indirect costs during COVID-19 impacted period was applied to the total days of delay determined from the forensic schedule analysis. To quantify the inefficiency during the COVID-19 impacted period, the hourly indirect and direct rates for that period were applied to the total inefficient direct and indirect labor hours. In addition, we identified the total direct costs associated with COVID-19 from the available project documentation. Our analysis determined that the company's portion of the cost, that is 45.7%, resulted in COVID-19 pandemic-related impacts, resulting in more than $200 million in unforeseen costs. We understand the parties have reached an agreement on August 29th, 2023, that stipulated $7.56 billion as the reasonable and prudent total construction costs for Unit 3 and Unit 4, of which $200 million is identified by the company as COVID-19 related costs. Based on our analysis and findings, as summarized in our testimony and report, we find the stipulated amount to be a reasonable and prudent amount. This concludes our statement. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCain. Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are now available for questions from commissioners as well as cross-examination.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? All right, we'll move down the appearance list, starting with concerned ratepayers of Georgia.
But I see it. Excuse me. The exhibit we passed out, is that on the table there?
Yeah.
Do we have any extra ones that we passed out that Mr. Johnson always comes through for me. Would you please give that to the panel? I appreciate that. Thank you. Before we started, quick observation on what's all those redactions in your testimony? They were a lot. How did those come about?
We don't know. We sent our report to the staff and they came back with the trade secret redacts. So that's how those redactions came.
So you didn't do it, the staff did it? Is that right?
We were told to redact these numbers and we did that.
Okay. It's a lot, wasn't it?
It's a lot of pages to our report.
Yeah, I know it was.
And a lot of numbers.
Okay. How were you aware that basically there were two consultants assigned to the project? There was Mr. Jacobs, who was the independent monitor. He was there through inception, and then also Don Grace out of the BCM 17. So did they explain to you why that your expertise was needed in addition to theirs?
Why our expertise are needed?
Yeah, why do they retain you, basically?
They retained us to give an independent view of the construction of units 3 and 4.
Okay, but they had that. Did they feel that wasn't enough?
You would have to ask them that
Objection
question.
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You mentioned page 12 that Vogtle is the only new nuclear plant in the U.S. First completed in 35 years. Do you think they require they exercise due diligence enough to provide compelling justification for continuing this project when every other U.S. utility in the United States canceled their nuclear projects?
We looked at units 3 and 4 and gave the opinion about what our analysis shows.
Okay. You mentioned, in VCM 17, Georgia Power retained 5 consultants. Do you know what did you do an assessment of their input of their work, their quality, or what their recommendations were?
Objection, this goes outside the scope of this hearing.
No, it doesn't. They said right here, we mentioned that Georgia Power retained 5 consultants to support the project continuation. My
But as far
question,
as what those consultants said, I don't believe it's relevant.
I
to this.
disagree. I mean, it is.
I'm gonna give you a little flexibility here, Mr. Prudency.
Should I answer? A quick answer. I don't need much. Go ahead.
We did look at VCM 17 narrative and the analysis that was contained in VCM 17.
Okay. Did you have an opinion whether it was good or not, or is that anything or not, or you just looked at it?
It provided us as a basis for our analysis.
Okay. You feel, in hindsight, that Vogtle's high costs justified its potential benefits?
Again, our analysis was based on our review of how the project was constructed and managed, and how long did it take and how much did it cost.
Okay. You've got a whole list of imprudent, unreasonable failures of the project. Do you have a dollar impact on what all of those failures contributed to the cost of Vogtle?
What we quantified independently was the COVID-related impacts, and the remainder of the dollars are in the bucket that have not been part of the stipulation.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said the remaining dollars are not part of the stipulation.
But have you done that anyway, though, or are you just kind of limited to the stipulation?
We have, and Mr. Sterling can explain further. if needed.
As part of our scope of work, we reviewed all the costs, and as reported in the report.
Could you speak up a little, please?
As we looked at all the data related to costs, and we quantified the COVID impacts, as Mr. McCain stated, and all the remaining costs are above the stipulated amount.
So what was your conclusion, though? I mean, you say it's above the stipulated amount.
Well, the conclusion in our report states that the cost above that were imprudent and unreasonable.
Okay. But up to the stipulation, you were okay with all those costs?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
All right.
What we're saying is that anything over 7.56 is imprudent and unreasonable. So I'm not entirely sure when you say the rest of it, what rest of the
Okay,
costs
fair
are you
question.
talking about?
Previous panel mentioned, if it wasn't for the stipulation, they would have come up with a lot more imprudent cost. Did you do something similar to what they did? This was Kennedy Associates.
We explained our analysis in our report. We looked at the cost of the project from start to finish, and we identified what the costs were, how much delays were experienced, how much inefficiencies were experienced, and we quantified that based on that analysis.
And what was your quantification? Was it just the 7.56, or was there anything more than that that should have been disallowed, in your opinion?
Our quantification of what we think is in the report as to above the 7.3, which was more than the 200 million, and above and beyond the 7.5 stipulation, as Mr. McCain stated, was not prudent and unreasonable.
So you pretty much agreed with the same amount that the stipulation said, pretty much?
No, we didn't agree with anybody. We did our own independent analysis of those amounts
And
based on the other work streams with schedule and project
And the
management.
number you came up with was what?
We don't have a number in the report.
Do you have one not in the report? Just
The
based on your
opinion is
analysis?
stated in the report.
I'm sorry?
The opinion and the number is stated in the report.
With all due respect, it's a 300-page report. I mean, I may have missed something. Can you give me a, never mind.
Objection,
Never
ask to
mind,
answer.
never mind. You can answer.
Sustained, move on.
You did a review of the entire project. You went over Georgia Power's part of the projects very thoroughly, I guess. Did you take a look at the regulatory oversight part of the project?
In what way? Can you
How
clarify?
effective has the regulation been in dealing with Vogtle 3 and 4?
We looked at how the plant was designed and whether it met all the NRC and industry practice requirements. That's what we did. We analyzed what was constructed, how it was constructed, how long did it take, and how much did it cost.
Would you agree that since Georgia Power is a monopoly, effective regulation and oversight is critical for the success of a multi-billion-dollar capital project?
I don't have an opinion about
How
that.
about the other two? Mr. Cohen?
Could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you.
Glad to. Would you agree that since Georgia Power is a monopoly, effective regulation and oversight is critical for the success of a multi-billion-dollar capital project?
We did not perform an analysis of Georgia Power in a form of a monopoly or any other form other than the role that they served in the execution of this project.
I understand that. So you didn't do anything about the regulatory part of this, right? Just kind of focusing on Georgia Power's piece?
Well, certainly there were regulatory oversight of the execution of the project. And we looked at that quite extensively in terms of the way in which Georgia Power managed the execution of the work within the context of those regulatory bodies. And that's detailed within the four corners of our report.
Okay, it was a big report. Had to go through it.
Mr. Privilege, you have complained throughout the process that staff wasn't doing enough of a comprehensive review. And now you're complaining that the review is too comprehensive.
No, I'm just saying that I didn't memorize all 300 pages. That's all. It's a lot to do. No, I take nothing away from what they did. That's fine. Got a question on your page 257. I did look at your report. And 258. Wait.
257 and 258, you said?
Correct.
Yes, we're there.
Go start with page 258. You had Georgia Power's share of cost to complete. And this was estimated completion, and this was capital cost. You had that at 6.1 billion. Is that right?
Are you talking about table 6.2-2?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the number, yes.
Okay. Take a look at CRG Exhibit 2. And that came from the VCM1 budget. The construction cost was 4.4, total finance was 1.7, total 6.1. So the number you have for Georgia Power was a small mistake, but let me point it out. Was a 6.1 base was for capital cost and financing. You in agreement on that?
That's correct.
Okay, so that was an oversight. Okay. And if we looked at that, then on the Georgia Power piece, it should have been 4.4 billion for the capital costs, right?
I don't recall right now, but you know.
That's not bad. Well, to get to the 6.1, it'd be the 4.4 plus 1.7.
Agreed.
Cool. Okay. Next, VCM 17. Agree with you on this one here. You've got Georgia Power costs 8.8 billion. The estimate to complete 19.2, and that's for the entire project, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. I'm just going by your table. Georgia Power's part of the estimate to complete was 8.8 billion. And that's from VCM forward. Is that right?
The 8.7 billion?
Well, rounding off.
That's in EAC at that time. That's correct.
Okay, I got 8.8.
And that's not net of the TPG.
Okay, and total project 19.2 rounded off, correct?
I don't know. I don't have that number in there.
The same thing, it's right in front of you.
Okay.
That's on table 621. Okay,
Yes.
okay, now. DCM 29, we're at 11.6 billion. Again, this is just capital costs. That's for Georgia Power. 25.4 for the total project capital cost, right?
That's what's in the table, yes.
Okay, fine. Now, adding financing costs, how much would that be? Or in essence, said another way, how much is the total cost of the project?
Financing was not part of my scope of work.
You don't know?
I don't recall the number offhand.
Would you have an estimate?
I don't recall right now.
Oh, please.
Oh, don't talk about her like that. That's where, I mean, you're doing good, Mr. Prince. We're not going to allow that though, okay? Sustain.
Give me some slack, please.
I've given you.
Yeah,
a lot of
Mr.
slack.
Eccles is shaking his head. Okay. What else do I have? Local cost, we got that. What do I know? How much cost? Guys, I don't have anything else. I am abbreviating this.
Thank you, Mr. Prince.
Hey.
We're going to keep moving here. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and Partnership for Southern Equity. Georgia Watch. Resource Supply Management, not here. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. No questions? All right.
No.
No questions. Okay, gotcha. Georgia Power.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Redirect.
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any redirect. We would ask that staff's Exhibit 7 be entered into the record and that our witnesses be excused.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Well, let's see what, yes, sir.
Can I get our exhibits into the record that I emailed to you guys?
Yes.
1 through 6?
We'll make sure they do get put into the record.
Thank you, sir.
Unless, what is it?
I have to object again, but he's only referenced exhibits 1, 2, and 3. So I have no objection to those going into the record because if it's subject to cross-examination, the others weren't even referenced or brought up during this proceeding.
I will concede to Mr. Hewitson. The only time.
All right. So you said 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We are not going to finish today. We're not going to try to run a marathon here. We've got folks that want to show up. I'm sure there'll be public witnesses tomorrow that are already probably en route to Atlanta. So I'm going to go ahead and stop us where we're at today. We'll get finished at a decent hour for once, and we'll pick up. We've got administrative session in the morning at 9:25, 9:30. So as soon as that is concluded, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start back with the next panel. Thank y'all.